nestled within London's West End. You'll find quiet corners that most people never notice, known mainly to cab drivers who navigate these hidden routes with practiced ease, emerging onto grand avenues like Park Lane or Berkeley Square. Take a turn off a modest side street near the park, make a couple more turns, and you'll discover a peaceful lane where Bertram's Hotel stands on the right. This establishment has been a fixture for a very long time. Though the war brought demolition to buildings on either side, Bertram's endured, escaping major destruction. It bore some superficial scratches and marks, as any property might, but with a sensible investment, it was returned entirely to its former glory. By the mid-1950s, it appeared exactly as it had before the war, a picture of understated elegance, respectability, and quiet luxury. For generations, Bertram's has been the chosen retreat for bishops, aristocratic dowagers visiting from their country estates, and young ladies travelling home from exclusive boarding schools. There are so few suitable places for a girl to stay alone in London, one might hear, but Bertram's is perfectly acceptable. Our family has relied on it for years. Other hotels of a similar vintage have had to adapt radically to new times and new guests, modernizing until their original character faded. Bertram's has changed as well, but so skillfully that the alterations are invisible at first glance. Outside, a figure who could be mistaken for a high-ranking military officer stands by the steps to the grand entrance, his chest adorned with ribbons, his posture impeccable. He greets arrivals with a kind, almost paternal care, assisting those who might find the steps a challenge and ushering them through the silent swinging doors. Stepping inside for the first time is a slight shock, a step backward into a bygone era. You are unmistakably in Edwardian England once more. Central heating exists, but is discreetly hidden. The heart of the hotel is the grand lounge, dominated by two roaring coal fires. Beside them, polished brass scuttles, gleaming as if just attended by a diligent housemaid, hold neatly sized lumps of coal. The atmosphere is one of plush, velvety comfort. The armchairs here defy modern design. They are generously tall, sparing elderly guests an undignified struggle to rise. Their seats offer full support, unlike so many contemporary chairs that leave one's legs dangling uncomfortably. There is no uniform style. Chairs vary in back, width and padding to accommodate every physique, from the very slender to the substantially built. Anyone can find a perfect seat at Bertram's. During the tea hour, this lounge is bustling, though it is not the only option. Guests may retreat to a chintz-filled drawing room, a leather-appointed smoking room reserved quietly for gentlemen, or one of two writing rooms ideal for a private chat or composing a letter. Beyond these well-known spaces lie other, more discreet nooks, unadvertised but familiar to those in the know. The hotel bar was staffed by two bartenders, one American and one English, each catering to the distinct preferences of the clientele. The American bartender served bourbon, rye, and a full array of cocktails, while his English counterpart handled sherries and Pims, offering knowledgeable commentary on the horses at Ascot and Newbury for the gentlemen in town for the major races. Down a quiet hallway almost hidden was a small television room for guests who requested it. Yet the grand front lounge remained the heart of the hotel each afternoon, a stage for the cherished ritual of tea. Elderly patrons relished observing the comings and goings, spotting familiar faces, and offering whispered critiques on how time had treated them. American visitors were often enthralled, watching what they believed was the authentic English aristocracy indulging in their famed tradition. The tea service at Bertram's was nothing short of spectacular, presided over by Henry. A commanding and gracious man in his 50s, he possessed the avuncular warmth and impeccable, nearly vanished manners of a perfect butler. Under his watchful eye, a team of slender young men executed the details. They carried heavy silver trays bearing crests and Georgian teapots. The china, whether genuine Rockingham and Davenport or not, had the same exquisite appearance, with the beloved blind earl pattern being a particular favourite. The tea selection was unparalleled. The finest Indian, Ceylon, Darjeeling, and Lapsang. As for the food, one could request virtually anything, and it would appear. On this chilly November afternoon, Lady Selina Hazy, visiting from her country estate, was thoroughly enjoying a plate of perfectly buttered muffins. Her focus on the treat, however, did not prevent her from glancing up keenly each time the lobby doors swung open. Spotting Colonel Luscombe, his posture military straight with race glasses around his neck, she gave a smile and an imperious wave. He soon made his way to her table. "Selina, what brings you to London?" he inquired. "The dentist," she replied, her words slightly muffled by muffin. "And since I was already here, I decided to see that Harley Street man about my arthritis. You know the one." Despite the street's multitude of specialists, Luscombe knew exactly whom she meant. "Any improvement?" "I suppose there might be." Lady Selina conceded with a hint of reluctance. "He's a strange sort. Grabbed my neck when I least expected it, and gave it a twist like he was ringing a chicken's." She rotated her head carefully. "Startled me more than anything. Didn't really have time to feel pain, but you know I do believe I can look over my right shoulder for the first time in ages." She demonstrated. Then her eyes widened. "Good heavens, is that Jane Marple? I thought she'd passed on years ago. She looks 100. Colonel Luscombe cast a disinterested glance toward the resurrected Miss Marple. Bertram's always had its share of what he privately termed fluffy old dears. Lady Selina, meanwhile, was back on her favourite subject. "This is the only place left in London where you can get proper muffins. Real ones. When I was in America last year, they had muffins on the breakfast menu. Absolute nonsense. They were just sweet tea cakes with raisins. Why on earth would they call them muffins?" She finished the last buttery bite and looked around thoughtfully, as if summoned by her gaze. Henry appeared, not hastily but simply and suddenly there. "Might I bring you anything further, my lady? Perhaps a slice of cake?" "Cake?" Lady Selina pondered. "What kind?" "We have an excellent seed cake today, my lady. I can personally recommend it." "Seed cake? I haven't had real seed cake in decades. Is it the genuine article?" "Indeed, it is, my lady," Henry assured her. "Our cook has used the same family recipe for many, many years. You'll have a wonderful time, I'm certain of it." Henry caught the eye of one of his assistants, and the young man hurried off to find some seed cake. "I imagine you were at Newbury, Derek." "I was. Absolutely freezing. I left before the final 2 races. A complete disaster. Harry's filly was utterly useless. Never thought she would be. And Swanhilda came in 4th. Luscombe stood up. "I should go and sort out my room." He made his way across the lounge toward the front desk. As he walked, he observed the tables and their occupants. An astonishing crowd was having tea here. It felt just like the old times. The full tea service had rather fallen out of fashion since the war, but clearly not at Bertram's. Who were all these people? 2 canons and the Dean of Chiselhampton. Yes, and over in the corner, another set of gaitered legs. A bishop, no less. Mere vicars seemed in short supply. You'd have to be at least a canon to afford this place, he mused. The ordinary clergy certainly couldn't, poor souls for that matter. He wondered how people like old Selina Hazy managed it. She only had a pittance a year to her name. And there was Lady Berry, and Mrs. Postlethwaite from Somerset, and Sybil Kerr, all supposedly as poor as church mice. Still pondering this, he reached the desk and was warmly greeted by the receptionist, Miss Gorringe, an old acquaintance. Miss Gorringe knew every guest by sight and, with a royal knack, never forgot a face. She looked frumpy yet entirely respectable, with frizzed yellowish hair suggesting old-fashioned curling tongs, a black silk dress and a high bosom adorned by a large gold locket and a cameo brooch. "Room 14, said Miss Gorringe. "I believe you had 14 on your last visit. Colonel Luscombe, and found it agreeable. It's very quiet. How you manage to remember such details is beyond me, Miss Gorringe. We do aim to keep our old friends comfortable. Coming in here takes me back years. It's as if nothing has changed at all." He paused as Mr. Humphreys emerged from an inner office to welcome him. Newcomers often mistook Mr. Humphreys for Mr. Bertram himself. The actual identity of Mr. Bertram, or whether such a person had ever truly existed, was now shrouded in the mists of time. Bertram's had been here since around 1840, but nobody bothered much with its historical details. It was simply there, solid, a permanent fact. When addressed as Mr. Bertram, Mr. Humphreys never corrected the mistake. If they wanted him to be Mr. Bertram, then Mr. Bertram he would be. Colonel Luscombe knew his real name, though he wasn't sure if Humphreys was the manager or the owner. He rather suspected the latter. Mr. Humphreys was a man of about 50, with impeccable manners and the dignified air of a junior minister. He possessed a chameleon-like ability to be all things to all people. He could discuss racing form, cricket scores, or foreign politics, share anecdotes about royalty, offer advice on the motor show, recommend the most interesting current plays, or suggest essential sites for Americans touring England, no matter how brief their stay. He had expert knowledge on dining spots to suit every budget and taste, yet with all this he never made himself too available. He wasn't constantly on display. Miss Gorringe had the same facts at her fingertips, and could relay them efficiently. At well-timed intervals, Mr. Humphreys would appear, like the sun cresting the horizon, to bestow the flattery of his personal attention. This time, the honour fell to Colonel Luscombe. They exchanged a few pleasantries about the races, but the Colonel was preoccupied with his puzzle, and here was the man who could solve it. "Tell me, Humphreys, how do all these charming but rather impoverished ladies manage to stay here?" "Oh, so you've been wondering about that?" Mr. Humphreys seemed amused. "Well, the answer is straightforward. On their own they couldn't afford it, unless—" He paused meaningfully. "Unless you offer them special rates, is that it?" "More or less." Colonel Luscombe considered the point. "So they aren't aware they're getting a special rate? Or, if they are, they assume it's out of loyalty. Well, Colonel, I do have a business to run. I can't operate at a loss. Then how does it benefit you?" "It's about the atmosphere," Mr. Humphreys explained. "Visitors from abroad, especially Americans, with their spending power, arrive with very specific, often romanticized notions of England. I'm not referring to the corporate executives who frequent the Savoy. They want modern luxury that mirrors home. I mean the travellers who visit infrequently, who have devoured Henry James and imagine a country preserved in amber. They return home and proclaim, 'You must stay at Bertram's in London.' It's a step back in time, pure old England. The clientele is extraordinary, like something from a novel. They serve traditional dishes, perfect beefsteak pudding, magnificent roasts, and proper afternoon tea with all the trimmings, and it's so cosy, with blazing hearths."
Humphreys concluded his impression with a near smile.
Luscombe nodded slowly. "I understand. So the distinguished, somewhat faded guests are essentially part of the scenery." "Precisely," Humphreys agreed. "The real marvel is that no one else capitalized on the idea. Bertram's was already here waiting. It only required a significant, careful restoration. Our guests all believe they've stumbled upon a secret, a place untouched and unknown to the masses." "The restoration costs must have been substantial," Luscombe ventured. "Indeed. The illusion is Edwardian elegance, but the reality includes every modern convenience taken for granted today. Our long-term residents must feel nothing has changed since their youth, while our international visitors can enjoy the period charm without sacrificing a single comfort they rely on." "Sounds like a delicate balance," Luscombe remarked. "Not as difficult as it seems. Take heating, for example. Americans generally prefer a temperature about 10 degrees warmer than the English. We maintain 2 distinct sets of bedrooms, identical in appearance but equipped differently. Some have electric razors and shower combinations, and of course the breakfast options cater to all tastes. You can have a full American breakfast with cereal and chilled juice, or the traditional English one. Eggs and bacon. That's the standard request. But the full offering is still there if one wishes. Kippers, kidneys, grouse, York ham, proper marmalade. I shall have to explore the menu tomorrow. One doesn't encounter such variety often nowadays." Humphreys smiled politely. "Most gentlemen simply order the eggs and bacon. They've rather lost the habit of considering the old choices." "True," Luscombe mused, a distant look in his eyes. "I recall sideboards laden with silver dishes. It was a more indulgent way of living." A sudden, wry thought struck him. It was almost laughable, this meticulous curation of nostalgia for profit. "You provide whatever is asked for, then seed cake, muffins, to each according to his need. How very dialectical." "I'm sorry, Colonel. Nothing, Humphreys. Just a passing observation. Opposites attract, as they say. Colonel Luscombe accepted the key from Miss Gorringe and turned away. A young bellhop snapped to attention, leading him toward the elevator. As he passed through the lobby, he noticed Lady Selina Hazy had settled in with her companion, Jane Marple. "Tell me you're still in that charming St. Mary Mead, aren't you?" Lady Selina inquired. "Such a perfectly quaint village. I imagine it's exactly the same as ever." "Not entirely, I'm afraid," Miss Marple replied, thinking of the new subdivisions, the expanded village hall, and the modern storefronts lining the high street. She gave a soft sigh. "I suppose one must learn to welcome change." "Progress," Lady Selina said vaguely, "though I often wonder if it truly is. All these fashionable bathroom fittings they have now. Every colour under the sun and a marvellous finish, or so they claim. But do any of them actually work properly? Whenever you visit someone, there's always a little sign in the water closet. Press firmly and release. Pull to the left, release quickly. I remember when you simply lifted a handle any which way, and a glorious torrent of water appeared immediately. Oh, look! There's the dear Bishop of Medmenham," she interrupted herself, as a distinguished elderly clergyman walked by. Nearly blind, I understand, but such a wonderfully forceful priest. They shared a brief conversation about church matters, punctuated by Lady Selina nodding at various faces in the room, several of whom she misidentified. The two women spoke of times past, though their backgrounds were quite different. Their shared memories focused mainly on the period when Lady Selina, recently widowed and on a tight budget, had rented a cottage in St. Mary Mead, while her second son was posted at a nearby airbase. "Do you always stay here when you come to town, Jane?" "How strange, I've never run into you before." "Oh, goodness, no. I couldn't possibly afford it, and I scarcely travel any more. No, this visit was a gift from a very thoughtful niece of mine. She felt a little time in London would be a lovely treat for me. Joan is such a considerate woman. Well, perhaps not a girl any more." Miss Marple realised with a start that Joan must be nearing 50. "She's a painter, you know, quite established. Joan West. She had a showing of her work not long ago." Lady Selina had little patience for artists, or for creative types in general. She viewed writers, painters and musicians as a sort of clever circus act. She could be politely tolerant, but secretly wondered why they bothered. "All that modern nonsense, I expect," she said, her gaze drifting. "There's Cicely Longhurst. She's changed her hair colour again, I see. I'm afraid my Joan does tend toward the modern." Here Miss Marple was mistaken. Joan West had been considered modern 2 decades ago, but the new generation of avant-garde artists now saw her as thoroughly conventional. After a polite glance at Cicely Longhurst's hair, Miss Marple returned to her pleasant reflections on Joan's kindness. Joan had actually said to her husband, "I wish we could do something for dear Aunt Jane. She never gets a proper holiday. Do you think she might enjoy a week in Bournemouth?" "Excellent notion," Raymond West had replied. His latest novel was selling splendidly, and he felt expansive. She seemed to like the West Indies trip, though it was a shame she got tangled up in that murder business. Really not the sort of thing for someone her age. "That sort of thing does seem to find her," Joan had remarked. Raymond was genuinely fond of his aunt, and often planned small pleasures for her, sending books he thought she might enjoy. He was taken aback when she frequently turned down the sweets with polite thanks, and while she consistently praised the books as fascinating, he occasionally wondered if she had actually opened them. Then again, her eyesight might be to blame, though on that point he was mistaken. Miss Marple possessed unusually sharp vision for her age, and at this very moment she was observing the scene around her with delighted curiosity. When Joan suggested a stay at a top hotel in Bournemouth, Miss Marple hesitated and softly replied, "That's terribly kind, dear, but I'm not entirely sure. But a change would do you good, Aunt Jane. Getting away now and then brings fresh ideas and new things to think about." "Oh, you're absolutely right about that, and I would enjoy a short trip somewhere different. Only perhaps not Bournemouth." Joan was a little puzzled. She had imagined Bournemouth would be Aunt Jane's ideal destination. "What about Eastbourne? Or Torquay? What I would truly like—" Miss Marple paused. "Yes, you'll probably think it's rather foolish. Not at all. I'm sure I won't. Where in the world does the dear old thing want to go? I should very much like to visit Bertram's Hotel in London. Bertram's Hotel? The name rang a faint bell. Miss Marple's words came out in a rush. I stayed there once as a girl of 14, with my uncle and aunt, Uncle Thomas, the Canon of Ely. I've never forgotten it. If I could spend a week there, that would be quite enough. 2 weeks might stretch the budget. Oh, don't worry about that. You must go. I should have realized you might want a London visit, the shops and everything. We'll arrange it, provided Bertram's is still there. So many places have disappeared. Some bombed during the war, others simply closed down. Actually, I happen to know it's still open. I received a letter from my American friend, Amy McAllister, from Boston. She and her husband stayed there recently. Splendid. Then I'll make the arrangements, Joan added kindly. I expect you'll find it's changed quite a bit from how you remember. Try not to be disappointed. Yet Bertram's Hotel had not changed. It remained exactly as it always had been, so miraculously unchanged, in Miss Marple's view, that it almost seemed too perfect to be real. With her usual practical sense, she understood that what she longed for was to see her memories restored in their original vividness. So much of her life now was spent recalling past joys, and finding someone to share those recollections with was a rare happiness these days. That was difficult. She had outlived nearly all her old friends, but she still sat and remembered, and in a strange way it brought her back to life. That eager, pink-cheeked young Jane Marple, really, such a naive girl in so many ways. Now, who was that entirely unsuitable young man? Oh dear, she couldn't even recall his name. How sensible her mother had been to end that little romance so firmly. She'd run into him years later, and he'd turned out perfectly dreadful. At the time, though, she'd cried herself to sleep for a solid week. Looking at the present day, well, she considered the present. These poor modern girls. Some had mothers, of course, but mothers who never seemed to do any good, utterly incapable of shielding their daughters from foolish flings, unexpected babies, and regrettable early marriages. It was all rather tragic. Her companion's voice broke into these reflections. Good heavens! Is that— Yes, it is. Bess Sedgwick, over there? Of all the unlikely spots, Miss Marple had only been half listening to Lady Selina's remarks about their surroundings. They moved in such different social circles that Miss Marple couldn't join in sharing gossip about the various people Lady Selina thought she recognized. But Bess Sedgwick was different. Bess Sedgwick was a name known to nearly everyone across England for more than 3 decades. Bess Sedgwick had been a fixture in the press for her audacious and remarkable exploits. During the war, she served with the French resistance, and rumours swirled that she had personally accounted for 6 enemy combatants. She had piloted a plane solo across the Atlantic years earlier, traversed Europe on horseback, all the way to Lake Van, and driven racing cars at breakneck speeds. Her life was a catalogue of dramatic moments, from rescuing children from a fire to a string of celebrated and scandalous marriages, all while being frequently cited as one of Europe's most impeccably dressed women. Whispers even claimed she had once stowed away on a nuclear submarine during its maiden trial. It was with rapt fascination, therefore, that Miss Marple straightened in her chair and allowed herself an openly eager gaze. Bertram's Hotel was the last place she expected to encounter Bess Sedgwick. A glitzy nightclub or a gritty roadside diner would have suited her legendary range far better than this bastion of old-world, respectable calm. Yet there she was, unmistakable. Her face was seldom absent from the monthly glossies or the tabloids, and now here she was in person, impatiently smoking a cigarette and eyeing the substantial tea tray before her with an air of comic bewilderment, as if it were a museum artifact. Miss Marple squinted. Yes, from this distance it was clear the woman had ordered doughnuts. How curious. As she watched, Bess crushed her cigarette into the saucer, picked up a doughnut, and took a huge, decisive bite. A torrent of genuine crimson strawberry jam erupted, coating her chin. Bess tilted her head back and released a laugh, a booming, joyful sound that seemed to startle the very air in Bertram's sedate lounge. The waiter, Henry, materialized instantly with a dainty napkin. She accepted it and scrubbed her face with the unself-conscious gusto of a child, declaring, "Now that's what I call an honest doughnut. Absolutely magnificent." She tossed the napkin back onto the tray and rose. As always, every gaze in the room followed her. She was accustomed to the attention. Perhaps she craved it, or perhaps she had simply grown numb to it. She was a striking presence more than a classically beautiful one. Her platinum hair, sleek and straight, framed a face of exquisite bone structure. Her nose was faintly aquiline, her eyes deeply set and a true, clear grey. She possessed the wide, expressive mouth of a born performer. Her deceptively simple dress, which to many men looked like rough sacking devoid of fastenings or seams, was a silent proclamation of extreme luxury, understood immediately by every woman watching, even the more provincial guests of Bertram's, striding toward the elevator. She passed near Lady Selina and Miss Marple, offering a nod. "Hello, Lady Selina. Haven't seen you since the Kroltz estate sale. How are your bourgeois?" "What on earth brings you to a place like this, Bess?" "Just passing through. Drove straight up from Land's End today. Made it in just under 5 hours. Not too shabby. You're going to get yourself killed one of these days, or take someone with you." "Oh, I certainly hope not. But why are you staying here?" Bess Sedgwick cast a swift, appraising glance around the room. The irony of her presence here seemed to strike her, and she acknowledged it with a wry smile. "Someone insisted I try it. I suppose they were right. I've just had the most extraordinary donut." "My dear, they do marvellous muffins as well." "Muffins?" Bess repeated, as if considering a profound concept. "Yes, muffins." She conceded the point with a thoughtful nod and continued on her way. "Most extraordinary woman," Lady Selina murmured. To her and Miss Marple, any female under 60 still qualified as a girl. "I've known her since she was a child, absolutely unmanageable. Ran off with an Irish stable hand at 16. They managed to retrieve her eventually, though whether it was truly in time is another matter entirely. They managed to pay him off and saw her married to old Coniston, a man 30 years her senior, a rather disreputable character who was utterly infatuated with her. That arrangement didn't last. She soon left him for Johnny Sedgwick. That might have become something permanent if he hadn't died in a steeplechase accident. Afterward, she married Ridgway Becker, the American yachtsman. He divorced her 3 years back, and I've heard she's since taken up with some racing car driver, a Pole, I believe. Whether she actually married him, I couldn't say. Once the American divorce was settled, she reverted to using the name Sedgwick. She keeps company with the most unusual crowd. There's even talk she's involved with drugs, though I really couldn't confirm that. One does wonder if she's found any happiness, Miss Marple remarked. Lady Selina, who had plainly never entertained such a thought, looked momentarily taken aback. "She must have piles of money, I imagine," she said uncertainly. "Alimony and so forth. Though, of course, that isn't everything. No, indeed it is not, and she generally has a man, or several, constantly around her." "Is that so?" "Naturally, when some women reach a certain age, that seems to be all they care about. But in her case—" She hesitated. "No," Miss Marple said gently. "I don't believe that's it either." Some might have smiled at such a judgment from an old-fashioned lady who could hardly be considered an authority on certain matters, a word Miss Marple herself would never use, preferring instead always too fond of men. Yet Lady Selina accepted the opinion as confirmation of her own. "There have been a great many men in her life," she pointed out. "Oh, certainly. But wouldn't you agree that men have been more of an adventure to her than a necessity? And would any woman, Miss Marple wondered, really come to Bertram's hotel for a secret meeting with a man? Bertram's was decidedly not that sort of establishment, but then again, to someone of Bess Sedgwick's temperament, that very respectability might be the very reason to choose it. She sighed, glanced up at the handsome grandfather clock ticking quietly in the corner, and rose carefully to her feet, feeling the familiar ache in her joints. She made her way slowly toward the elevator. Lady Selina, meanwhile, scanned the room and promptly descended upon an elderly gentleman of military bearing who was reading The Spectator. "How lovely to see you again! It is General Arlington, isn't it?" With polite courtesy, the old gentleman informed her he was not, in fact, General Arlington. Lady Selina offered apologies, though she wasn't particularly troubled. She combined poor eyesight with persistent optimism, and since nothing delighted her more than encountering old friends and acquaintances, She made this sort of mistake regularly. Many others did the same in the pleasantly dim, shaded lighting of the lounge. No one ever seemed offended. In fact, it often appeared to give them a small pleasure. Miss Marple smiled to herself as she waited for the elevator. So very like Selina, always so certain she knew everybody. She herself could never compete in that regard. Her own single triumph in recognition had been the handsome, well-gaitered Bishop of Westchester, whom she had once addressed fondly as Dear Robbie. He had responded with equal warmth, recalling his childhood in a Hampshire vicarage where he would call out eagerly, "Be a crocodile now, Auntie Janie. Be a crocodile and eat me up." The elevator arrived, and the uniformed, middle-aged attendant opened the door. To Miss Marple's surprise, the passenger stepping out was Bess Sedgwick, whom she had seen go up only a minute or two earlier. Then, with one foot poised in mid-step, Bess Sedgwick came to an abrupt halt, a suddenness that made Miss Marple herself falter. Bess was staring fixedly over Miss Marple's shoulder with such intensity that the old lady turned to look. The doorman had just pushed open the two swing doors at the entrance and was holding them aside to allow two women to pass through into the lounge. One of the figures was a middle-aged woman with a somewhat flustered air, sporting a rather unfortunate violet hat adorned with flowers. Beside her stood a tall, simply yet smartly dressed girl of about 17 or 18, her long, straight, flaxen hair falling neatly. Bess Sedgwick collected herself with a start, pivoted sharply, and stepped back into the elevator. As Miss Marple entered behind her, the woman turned to offer an apology. "I do beg your pardon. I nearly collided with you." Her voice was warm and congenial. "It's just that I remembered I'd forgotten something, which sounds perfectly absurd, but it's quite true." "Second floor?" inquired the operator. Miss Marple acknowledged the apology with a gentle smile, then exited and made her way leisurely down the corridor toward her room. As was her habit, she turned over several minor, seemingly trivial puzzles in her mind. For example, Lady Sedgwick's claim didn't quite add up. She had only just gone upstairs. So if she had genuinely remembered she'd forgotten something, she would have realized it immediately upon reaching her room, unless, of course, that wasn't the real reason at all. Perhaps she had come down to meet someone or to look for someone. Yet the moment the elevator doors opened, something or someone had visibly startled her, prompting that swift retreat back inside. It must have been the two new arrivals, the woman and the young girl, mother and daughter. Miss Marple considered, then decided against it. Even at a place like Bertram's, she reflected with quiet delight intriguing little dramas could unfold. "Pardon me, is Colonel Luscombe expected?" The woman in the violet hat was now at the reception desk. Miss Gorringe offered a welcoming smile, and a page boy standing nearby sprang to attention, though his services proved unnecessary as Colonel Luscombe himself entered the lounge just then and strode over. "How do you do, Mrs. Carpenter?" He shook her hand politely before turning to the girl. "My dear Elvira." He took both her hands in his with evident affection. "Well, well, this is splendid, absolutely splendid. Come, let's sit down." He guided them to a cluster of chairs and settled them in. "Yes, this is very nice indeed." His effort was palpable, as was his underlying unease. He couldn't very well keep repeating how nice everything was. The two ladies offered little help. Elvira produced a sweet but faint smile. Mrs. Carpenter emitted a meaningless little laugh and smoothed her gloves. "Pleasant journey, I hope?" "Yes, thank you," Elvira replied. "No delays, no fog or anything, none at all." "Our flight arrived 5 minutes early," Mrs. Carpenter added brightly. "Excellent, very good." The Colonel gathered himself. "I do hope this hotel will suit. Oh, I'm certain. It's perfectly charming," Mrs. Carpenter said warmly, glancing around. "Very comfortable. Rather old-fashioned, I'm afraid," Colonel Luscombe apologized. "Full of what you might call old fogies. No dancing or anything of that sort." "No, I suppose not," Elvira agreed, her gaze sweeping the room with an inscrutable expression. It was indeed difficult to imagine anything as lively as dancing taking place at Bertram's. "Yes, a lot of old fogies here," the Colonel repeated, somewhat lamely. Perhaps I should have chosen somewhere more modern. I'm not terribly up to date on these things, you see. This is quite nice, Elvira said politely. It's only for 2 nights, the Colonel pressed on. I thought we might take in a show this evening. A musical, he uttered the word with a hint of uncertainty, as though testing its correctness. Let down your hair, girls. I do hope that will be agreeable. How delightful, Mrs. Carpenter exclaimed. What a treat, isn't it, Elvira? Lovely, Elvira replied, her tone flat. And supper afterward at the Savoy? This prompted fresh exclamations from Mrs. Carpenter. Colonel Luscombe, stealing a glance at Elvira, felt a faint surge of optimism. He suspected Elvira was pleased, even if she was determined to show nothing beyond polite approval in Mrs. Carpenter's presence, and privately he couldn't blame her for that. Colonel Luscombe turned to Mrs. Carpenter. You might want to take a look at your rooms, just to be certain everything's in order. I'm sure they'll be perfectly fine, Mrs. Carpenter replied. Still, if there's anything you don't care for, they'll sort it out. I'm well known here, he assured her. At the reception desk, Miss Gorringe greeted them warmly, assigning rooms 28 and 29 on the 2nd floor with a connecting bathroom. I'll go up and start the unpacking, Mrs. Carpenter announced. Perhaps, Elvira, you and the Colonel would like a little time to catch up. How tactful, Colonel Luscombe thought, though perhaps a bit transparent. It did, however, solve the immediate problem of her presence. The real puzzle was what on earth he was supposed to talk about with this young girl. She was perfectly polite, but he was utterly out of practice with girls. His wife had passed away years ago, and his son, raised by relatives, now lived in Kenya with a family of his own. His grandchildren were easier. Football, model trains, and silly rides on his shoe had always done the trick. But a teenage girl? He was adrift. He offered Elvira a drink, mentally running through options like lemonade or ginger ale. She cut him off. Thank you. I'd like a gin and vermouth. He studied her for a moment, taken aback. Was she even old enough? 16, 17? But then he reasoned she probably knew the social ropes better than he did. He ordered her request, and a dry sherry for himself. Clearing his throat, he ventured. How was Italy? Quite pleasant, thank you. And that woman you stayed with, the Contessa? Not too dreadful? She has very firm rules. I didn't let it bother me. He wasn't entirely sure how to take that answer. Feeling a bit more natural, though his words came haltingly, he continued. We really ought to know each other better, considering I'm your guardian and your godfather. It's a bit tricky for an old duffer like me to figure out what a girl needs, or what she ought to be doing. Finishing school used to be the thing. Now, I suppose it's all about careers, isn't it? Jobs? We should discuss it properly sometime. Is there anything you particularly want to do? I expect I'll take a secretarial course, Elvira said, her tone flat. Oh, you want to be a secretary? Not especially. Well then, it's just the usual starting point, Elvira explained, and Luscombe felt oddly put in his place. About these cousins, the Melfords, do you think you'll be happy with them? If not? I suppose so. Nancy is all right. Cousin Mildred is actually rather sweet. So that's settled then? For the time being, yes. Luscombe was searching for his next topic when Elvira spoke again, her question blunt and unexpected. Do I have any money? He took his time, observing her carefully before answering. Yes, you have a considerable amount. It comes to you when you turn 21. Who has it now? He allowed a small smile. It's held in a trust. A portion of the income covers your upkeep and schooling each year. Are you one of the trustees? One of 3, yes. What happens to it if I die? Good heavens, Elvira, you're not going to die. What a morbid thought. One hopes not, she said evenly. But you never know, do you? There was that plane crash just last week. Everyone was killed. That is not going to happen to you, Luscombe stated firmly, a flicker of irritation breaking through his usual reserve. You can't possibly know that, she countered. I was only wondering who would get my money. I haven't the faintest idea, the Colonel replied, his patience thinning. Why would you ask such a thing? It might be interesting to know, Elvira said, her gaze thoughtful and distant. I wonder if anyone would actually benefit from my death. Elvira mused aloud. Really, Elvira? This is a terribly morbid topic. I can't imagine why you'd fixate on such thoughts. Oh, they're just passing notions. One likes to understand the practical realities. You aren't seriously considering the mafia, are you? Or something equally dramatic? Of course not. That would be absurd. Though it does make one wonder if I were married, who would inherit my money? Your husband, presumably. But honestly? Are you certain about that? No, I'm not certain at all. It would depend entirely on how the trust is written. But since you aren't married, why trouble yourself with it? Elvira fell silent, seeming to drift into her own reflections. After a long pause, she surfaced and asked, "Do you ever see my mother?" "Occasionally." "Not often. Where is she now? Abroad, I believe?" "Where abroad? France, perhaps? Or Portugal? I don't really keep track. Does she ever wish to see me?" Her clear, steady eyes held his. He felt completely at a loss. Was this a moment for honesty, for evasion, or for a comforting lie? How do you answer a question so simple when the truth behind it is so tangled? "I don't know," he admitted, uncomfortable under her gaze. She studied him seriously, and Luscombe felt he was handling this terribly. Any girl would be wondering, and clearly she was. He stumbled on, "You mustn't think. I mean, it's hard to explain. Your mother is rather different from—" Elvira nodded vigorously. "I know. I see her in the papers all the time. She's something special, isn't she? In fact, she's rather wonderful." "Yes," the Colonel agreed, relieved. "That's exactly it. She's a wonderful person." He hesitated, then added, "But having a wonderful person for a mother isn't always. It isn't always a happy thing. You can believe me, because it's the truth. You don't seem to enjoy telling the truth much, do you? But I think what you just said is true." They both sat quietly, their eyes fixed on the large brass-trimmed doors leading to the street. Suddenly, with a force quite out of place in the dignified calm of Bertram's hotel, the doors were thrown open. A young man in a black leather jacket strode in, his energy making the hotel's genteel atmosphere feel like a dusty museum exhibit. He went straight to the reception desk. Miss Gorringe's usual welcoming smile was absent. Her expression was cool and stony. "Is Lady Sedgwick staying here?" he asked. "Yes," she replied, then reluctantly reached for the telephone. "Would you like to?" "No," the young man cut in. "I just need to leave a note for her." He pulled an envelope from his jacket and slid it across the polished mahogany counter. "I only wanted to make sure this was the right hotel." A hint of disbelief coloured his tone as he glanced around the quiet lobby before turning back toward the entrance. His gaze swept indifferently over the seated guests, passing over Luscombe and Elvira as if they were part of the furniture. Luscombe felt an unexpected spike of irritation. For heaven's sake, he thought, Elvira's a lovely girl. In my day, a young man would have noticed, especially surrounded by all these relics. But this fellow seemed to have no attention to spare for anyone. He turned back to the desk and asked, slightly raising his voice, "What's the phone number here? 1129, isn't it?" "No," Miss Gorringe corrected, her tone clipped. 3925. "Regent Exchange?" "Mayfair." He gave a brief nod, then strode swiftly back across the lobby and pushed through the doors with the same explosive energy he'd entered with. A collective, almost audible sigh seemed to pass through the room as conversations tentatively resumed. "Well," said Colonel Luscombe, grasping for words. "Well, I never! The youth of today!" A faint, knowing smile touched Elvira's lips. "You knew who that was, didn't you?" she asked, her voice tinged with a kind of hushed respect. "You recognized him?" She didn't wait for an answer, leaning in to share the secret. "That's Ladislaus Malinowski." "Oh, that fellow!" The name did stir a vague memory for Colonel Luscombe. The race car driver. Exactly. He was world champion 2 years in a row, had a terrible crash about a year ago, shattered just about everything. But I hear he's back behind the wheel now. She tilted her head, listening intently as the powerful growl of an engine filtered in from the street. "That's a racing car he's driving, no doubt about it." Colonel Luscombe understood then that Malinowski was one of Elvira's idols. Well, he thought privately, better a daredevil driver than one of those screeching pop stars or shaggy-haired musicians. His opinions on modern young men were decidedly traditional. The hotel's swing doors parted once more, and both he and Elvira glanced over with renewed interest, but Bertram's had settled back into its usual calm. The newcomer was merely a white-haired clergyman who paused inside the entrance with a vaguely confused expression as if uncertain of his own whereabouts. This sensation was far from unusual for Canon Pennyfather. It visited him on trains, when he couldn't recall his departure point or destination. It ambushed him during committee meetings, and sometimes even in his cathedral stall, leaving him unsure if his sermon was a memory or a task yet to come. "I think I know that old gentleman," Luscombe murmured, squinting. "What's his name stays here often, I believe? Abercrombie. Archdeacon Abercrombie. No, that's not it, though there is a resemblance." Elvira cast a disinterested look at Canon Pennyfather. Compared to a racing champion, a clergyman held no allure. She had little patience for churchmen of any stripe, though a recent trip to Italy had given her a slight appreciation for cardinals, who at least had a sense of theatrical style. Meanwhile, Canon Pennyfather's face brightened with recognition. Of course, Bertram's hotel, where he was to spend the night en route to— Now, where was he going? Chadminster? No, he'd just come from there. Ah, yes. The Congress in Lucerne, beaming. He approached the reception desk, where Miss Gorringe welcomed him warmly. "So lovely to see you, Canon Pennyfather. You're looking very well." Thank you. I suffered a dreadful cold last week, but I've shaken it off. You have a room for me. I did write, you know." Miss Gorringe put his mind at ease. "Oh yes, Canon, we received your letter. We've put you in number 19 again, the same room as last time." Splendid. I shall need it for, let me see, 4 days. I'm off to Lucerne, actually, just for one night, but I'd like to keep the room. I'll leave most of my things here and take only a small bag to Switzerland. That won't be a problem." "None at all," Miss Gorringe reassured him, though clearly the word she used was perhaps not the most accurate description of his lengthy, detailed letter. Thoroughly might have been better. With all anxieties soothed, Canon Pennyfather sighed in relief and was escorted, along with his luggage, to room 19. Up in room 28, Mrs. Carpenter had removed her violet-trimmed hat and was carefully smoothing her nightgown upon the pillow. She looked up as Elvira entered. "There you are, dear. Shall I help you unpack?" "No, thank you," Elvira replied politely. "I won't be unpacking much, really." "Which bedroom would you prefer?" "The bathroom connects them. I had them put your bags in the one farther down the hall. I thought this room might be a little noisy," she offered. "That was very considerate of you," Elvira replied, her tone flat and unreadable. "Are you certain you don't need any help?" "No, thank you. I'm quite all right. I believe I might take a bath." "Yes, that sounds like an excellent plan. Would you prefer to go first?" "I'd like to finish unpacking my things." Elvira gave a slight nod. She stepped into the connecting bathroom, closed the door firmly, and slid the bolts home. Returning to her room, she opened her suitcase and tossed a few items onto the bed. After undressing and wrapping herself in a robe, she went back to the bathroom and started the water running. She then retreated to her room once more, settling on the edge of the bed beside the telephone. She paused, listening intently for any sound from the hallway before finally picking up the receiver. "This is room 29, she said quietly. "Could you connect me to Regent 1129, please? At Bertram's Hotel?" Chapter 4. An informal meeting was underway within the walls of Scotland Yard. 6 or 7 men, each a significant figure in his own field, were gathered comfortably around a table. The topic commanding the attention of these law enforcement officials was one that had gained alarming prominence over the past few years. Involved a category of crime whose staggering success rate was deeply concerning. Large-scale robberies were on the rise. Bank heists, payroll snatches, thefts of mailed jewellery shipments, train hold-ups. It seemed nearly every month brought news of another audacious and massive operation, pulled off without a hitch. Presiding at the head of the table was Sir Ronald Graves, Assistant Commissioner. True to his habit, he was listening more than he was speaking. This wasn't a session for formal reports. That was standard Criminal Investigation Department procedure. This was a high-level brainstorming session, a sharing of perspectives from men with slightly different vantage points. Sir Ronald's gaze travelled slowly around the group before he nodded to a man at the far end of the table. "All right, Father," he said. "Let's hear some of your plain-spoken wisdom." The man called Father was Chief Inspector Fred Davy. His retirement was not far off, and he cultivated an appearance of being even older than he was, hence the affectionate nickname. He had a comfortable, substantial presence and such a benevolent demeanour that many criminals had been unpleasantly shocked to discover he was neither as friendly nor as gullible as he seemed. "Go on, Father. Give us your take," encouraged another Chief Inspector. "It's substantial," Chief Inspector Davy said with a heavy sigh. "Yes, it's a substantial operation, and it might still be expanding." "When you say substantial, do you mean in the number of people involved?" someone asked. "Precisely," Father confirmed. "Another man, Comstock, whose face was sharp and fox-like with keen, alert eyes, interjected, 'Would you consider that an advantage for them?' "It could go either way," Father mused. "It might become their downfall. But so far, confound it, they've managed to keep everything running smoothly." Superintendent Andrews, a fair-haired, slender man with a thoughtful, almost dreamy expression, offered his perspective. "I've always believed scale is more critical than people acknowledge. Consider a small one-person enterprise. If it's well managed and the right size, it's practically guaranteed to succeed. Expand it, hire more staff, make it bigger, and you might suddenly hit the wrong size and watch it tumble. It's the same with a vast retail chain or an industrial empire. If it's large enough, it thrives. If it isn't quite large enough, it simply can't sustain itself. Everything has its ideal scale. When it hits that sweet spot and is run well, it's unbeatable." "How large do you estimate this particular operation is?" Sir Ronald asked pointedly. "Larger than we initially believed," Comstock stated. Inspector McNeil, a man with a tough, no-nonsense look, added, "I'd say it's growing. Father's correct. It's expanding continuously. That growth could actually work in our favour," Davy remarked thoughtfully. "It might expand a bit too quickly, and then we'll lose control of the situation," one voice cautioned. "The real issue, Sir Ronald," McNeil interjected, "is determining exactly who we should apprehend, and the right moment to do it." Comstock leaned forward. "We have a solid list of about a dozen possibilities. The Harris crew is definitely involved. We know that much. There's a discreet operation near Luton, a garage in Epsom, a quiet pub outside Maidenhead, and a farm along the Great North Road. Are any of them significant enough to move on now? Not really. They're all minor players, just connections, links scattered throughout the chain. A workshop where vehicles get modified and moved rapidly. A seemingly respectable tavern for passing messages. A second-hand clothing store for altering appearances. Even a theatrical costumer in the East End that comes in handy. These people are paid, and paid fairly well, but they genuinely don't know the bigger picture." Superintendent Andrews, with his usual thoughtful air, murmured, "We're dealing with some sharp minds here. We haven't gotten close to them yet. We know some of their associations, and that's it. As I mentioned, the Harris Group is in it, and Marx handles the financial side. The foreign connections go through Weber, but he's just a middleman. We have no concrete evidence on any of these individuals. We know they maintain contact with each other and the various branches of the operation, but the precise methods elude us. We watch them, we follow them, and they know we're watching somewhere. There's a major central hub. What we need to reach are the architects behind it all." "It's a vast network," Comstock agreed. "I'm convinced there has to be an operational headquarters somewhere, a place where each job is meticulously planned, detailed, and perfectly synchronized. Somewhere, someone is plotting it all out, creating a working blueprint for Operation Mailbag or Operation Payroll. Those are the individuals we're after." "Perhaps they aren't even in this country," Father said quietly. "That's likely true," Sir Ronald conceded. "They could be in an igloo somewhere, or a tent in Morocco, or a chalet in the Swiss Alps." "I don't buy into these mastermind theories," McNeil said, shaking his head. "They work well in fiction. Obviously there has to be leadership, but I don't believe in a single criminal genius. I'd say there's a very clever small board of directors behind this, centrally planned with a chairman. They've found a profitable scheme and they're constantly refining their methods still. Yes, Sir Ronald prompted. Even in a tight-knit team, there are probably expendable people, what I call the Russian sledge principle from time to time. If they suspect we're getting close, they might sacrifice one of their own, the one they can most afford to lose. Would they risk that? Isn't it dangerous? I believe it could be done so that the person in question wouldn't even realize he'd been pushed off the sledge. He'd think he just fell. He'd stay quiet on our core strategy and what we're trying to achieve. I think it might be useful to start looking at the smaller things, the odd details that don't seem to matter much, the bits that are just slightly out of the ordinary. It's difficult to explain, but like that business years ago in the Culver case, an ink stain. Do you remember an ink stain around a mouse hole? Now, why on earth would a man empty an entire bottle of ink into a mouse hole? It seemed trivial. Getting to the answer was the hard part, but when we finally stumbled onto the right clue, it actually led somewhere. That's more or less the kind of thing I had in mind. Strange little details. Don't hesitate to speak up if you notice anything that feels off, even something small. It might seem trivial, but it nags at you because it just doesn't fit. I can see Father is already agreeing. Absolutely on the same page, Chief Inspector Davy chimed in. All right, team, let's hear your thoughts. Anything at all, even if it's just a guy in a peculiar hat. There was a pause. The room felt hesitant, faces clouded with doubt. Go on, Father urged. I'll start. It's a bit of an odd tale, but here goes. Remember the London and Metropolitan Bank job on Carmely Street? We put out a call for vehicle details, colours, makes, plate numbers, and the public flooded us with tips. Nearly 150 misleading leads. We eventually narrowed it down to about 7 cars spotted nearby that could have been involved. Right, Sir Ronald said. Keep going. Most we tracked, but a couple were dead ends. Plates possibly altered, nothing unusual there. But one case stuck with me. A black Morris Oxford plate, CMG 256, reported by a probation officer. He swore the driver was Mr. Justice Ludgrove. He glanced around. They were listening, but their expressions showed little interest. I know, Davy went on. Sounds wrong. Ludgrove's a distinctive old fellow face you wouldn't forget. And it couldn't have been him. He was presiding in court at that exact time. He does own a Morris Oxford, but the number's CMG 265. He paused, letting it sink in. All right, you're thinking, so what? But look how close those plates are. CMG 256 and CMG 265. Exactly the sort of slip anyone might make trying to recall a number under pressure. I'm not following, Sir Ronald admitted. There may be nothing to follow, Davy conceded. But think about it, a Morris Oxford, the right colour, a plate only 1 digit off, and inside it a man who looks remarkably like the car's actual owner. That's quite a series of overlaps. Are you implying it really was Ludgrove? Be serious, Davy. No, I'm not saying he was involved in a robbery. His alibi is solid. He was at the law courts and staying at Bertram's hotel on Pond Street. Everything checks out. What I'm saying is a coincidence that precise. The car, the plate, the identification by someone who knows Ludgrove by sight feels like it should mean something. But apparently it doesn't. Pity. Across the table, Comstock shifted in his chair. Reminds me of a similar mix-up during that Brighton jewellery heist. Some retired admiral, name escapes me, was positively ID'd by a witness at the scene. And he wasn't there? No, he was in London that evening, attending a naval dinner, if I recall. Staying at his club? No, a hotel. Actually, I think it was the same one you just mentioned, Father Bertram's quiet spot. I hear a lot of retired military types stay there. Bertram's hotel, Chief Inspector Davy repeated slowly, his tone turning dry and speculative. Isn't it funny how these little threads keep leading back to the same quiet, respectable address? Almost as if the place collects coincidences, his earlier earnestness gave way to a faint, sceptical edge. Maybe some hotels don't just offer peace and quiet. Maybe they offer cover. Chapter 5. Miss Marple stirred at dawn, as was her lifelong habit. She was deeply grateful for the bed, finding it supremely comfortable. Padding over to the window, She drew back the curtains to let in the faint greyish daylight of a London morning. For the moment she left the electric lamp on. The room they had given her was lovely, perfectly in keeping with Bertram's established character. The walls were covered in a rose-patterned paper, and there was a large gleaming mahogany dresser with a matching vanity. 2 straight-backed chairs and 1 comfortably low armchair completed the furnishings. Through a connecting door was a modern bathroom, though its tiled rose motif kept it from feeling too sterile. Miss Marple settled back into bed, fluffed her pillows, and checked the clock, 7:30. She reached for the small book of daily devotions she always carried, read the appointed passage, then took up her knitting. Her fingers, stiff and aching at first, soon loosened, and the needles began to click at a quicker, steadier rhythm. "A new day," she murmured to herself, greeting the prospect with quiet contentment. A fresh day. And what might it hold? She set her knitting aside and let her thoughts drift. Selina Hazy. What a charming cottage she'd once had in St. Mary Mead, though someone had sadly replaced the roof with that dreadful shade of green muffins, terribly indulgent with butter, but so delicious, and to think they served proper seed cake. She never truly imagined things could feel so unchanged because time, after all, does not stand still. To have preserved this atmosphere so completely must have required a fortune. Not a trace of plastic anywhere. It must be profitable, she supposed. What was once merely old-fashioned eventually returns as quaint and desirable. Just see how gardeners now covet heritage roses and turn up their noses at modern hybrids. None of this felt entirely genuine. But then, why should it? It had been nearly 60 years since her last visit. It felt unreal because she herself was now a creature of the present day. Really. The whole situation presented a most intriguing puzzle. The ambience and the people. Miss Marple pushed her knitting farther away. "Pockets," she said aloud. "Pockets, I imagine." And likely quite cleverly concealed. Could that explain the vague sense of disquiet she had felt the evening before? That persistent feeling that something was amiss. All these older guests, they looked so much like the people she recalled from decades ago. Back then, they had seemed perfectly natural. Now they did not. Elderly people in this day and age weren't like that anymore. They either wore the strained, weary look of those burdened by domestic worries, or they dashed about to meetings, pretending to be brisk and capable. Some dyed their hair an improbable blue or wore obvious wigs, and their hands were not the slender, graceful hands she remembered. They were rough from washing dishes and harsh detergents, and so in a way these people here didn't seem authentic. Yet the fact remained. They were real. Selina Hazy was real. That distinguished-looking old military gentleman in the corner was real. She was certain she'd met him once, though his name escaped her, and the dear bishop, Robbie, had passed on years ago. Miss Marple glanced again at her clock. 8:30. Time for breakfast. She reviewed the hotel's instructions, printed in admirably large type so she needn't bother with her spectacles. One could order by phoning room service or ring for the chambermaid. Miss Marple chose the latter. Telephone orders always flustered her. The response was prompt. A light tap came at the door, and a perfectly satisfactory chambermaid entered. A chambermaid who seemed almost too perfect to be real stood before her, dressed in a crisp lavender-striped uniform and wearing an actual freshly starched cap. Her face was cheerful and rosy-cheeked, with a wholesome country girl quality that made Miss Marple wonder where on earth the hotel managed to find such staff. She placed her breakfast order, tea, poached eggs, and fresh rolls, and was quietly pleased when the maid didn't even mention cereal or juice. In just a few minutes a tray arrived, laden with a stout teapot, a silver jug of hot water, and creamy milk. 2 perfectly poached eggs rested on toast, cooked the traditional way rather than shaped into those hard little rounds from a mould. Beside them sat a generous pat of butter stamped with a thistle, along with marmalade, honey, strawberry jam, and rolls that smelled wonderfully of fresh baked bread. There was even a small bowl of fruit, an apple, a pear, and a banana. With a careful yet confident touch, Miss Marple pierced one of the eggs. A rich, deep yellow yolk oozed out, thick and creamy. Real eggs, she thought with satisfaction. Everything was piping hot, a proper breakfast. She could have prepared it herself. but here it was, delivered as though she were a respected guest in a comfortable traditional hotel. It felt like stepping back into 1909. She thanked the chambermaid, who smiled and replied, "Oh yes, madam. The chef takes great pride in his breakfasts." Studying the young woman, Miss Marple marvelled again at Bertram's ability to produce such authentic touches, a real housemaid, not some modern imitation. She gave her own arm a discreet pinch. "Have you worked here long?" she inquired. "Just over 3 years, madam. And before that? I was at a hotel in Eastbourne, very modern and up-to-date. But I much prefer an old-fashioned place like this." Miss Marple took a sip of tea and found herself softly humming a tune from long ago. "Oh, where have you been all my life?" The chambermaid looked slightly surprised. "Just an old song, I remembered," Miss Marple explained with a light, twittering laugh. "It was quite popular in its day." She hummed it again, then added, "Probably before your time. One does tend to reminisce in a place like this." "Yes, madam," the chambermaid agreed politely. "Many of our older guests feel the same, I think. I expect that's partly why they come," Miss Marple mused. The maid departed, clearly accustomed to elderly ladies who drifted into nostalgic chatter. After finishing her meal at a leisurely pace, Miss Marple prepared for a pleasant morning of shopping. She planned to visit Oxford Street today, not too much, just enough to enjoy without tiring herself, and perhaps Knightsbridge tomorrow. Around 10 o'clock, she left her room fully outfitted, hat, gloves, umbrella just in case, handbag, and her smartest shopping bag. As she moved down the corridor, the door 2 rooms away opened abruptly, and Bess Sedgwick looked out. Their eyes met briefly before Bess withdrew and shut the door firmly. Pondering this, Miss Marple made her way toward the stairs. She preferred taking them in the morning. It helped limber her up. But as she descended, her steps gradually slowed until she came to a full stop. Meanwhile, Colonel Luscombe was striding along the passage from his room when a door at the top of the stairs opened sharply. Lady Sedgwick called out, "There you are! I've been watching for you. Where can we talk without tripping over some sweet old dear every other second?" "Well, Bess, I'm not certain. Perhaps the writing room on the mezzanine. Better just come in here, quickly, before the chambermaid starts imagining things." Somewhat reluctantly, the Colonel stepped inside, and the door closed firmly behind him. "I had no idea you were staying here, Bess. I had absolutely no clue you were here," Colonel Luscombe confessed. "I imagine you didn't. I wouldn't have brought Elvira if I'd known. She's with me, you see." "Yes, I noticed her with you last evening. But I truly had no idea you were staying here. It struck me as such an improbable place to find you." "I don't follow why," Bess Sedgwick replied coolly. "It's easily the most comfortable hotel in London. Why shouldn't I be here?" "You must realize I hadn't any intention. I mean," she looked at him and laughed. Dressed to go out in a sharply tailored dark suit with a brilliant emerald green blouse, she seemed vibrant and full of life. Beside her, Colonel Luscombe appeared somewhat faded and weary. "My dear Derek, don't look so distressed. I'm not accusing you of engineering some sentimental mother-daughter reunion. It's simply one of those odd coincidences where people cross paths in the most unexpected spots. But you must get Elvira away from here, Derek. You must take her away immediately today." "Well, she's leaving. I only brought her up for a couple of nights. See a show, that sort of thing. She's going down to the Melfords tomorrow. Poor child, she'll be bored to tears." Luscombe regarded her with concern. "Do you really think it will be so dull for her?" Bess took pity on him. "Probably not, after the strain of being in Italy. She might even find the English countryside wildly exciting." Summoning his courage, Luscombe ventured, "Listen, Bess, I was startled to run into you here. But don't you think it could be, well, perhaps it's meant to be. I mean, it might present an opportunity. I don't believe you truly realize how the girl might be feeling." "What exactly are you trying to say, Derek?" "Well, you are her mother after all." "Of course I'm her mother. She's my daughter. And what good has that ever done for either of us, or ever will?" "You can't be certain. I believe she feels the absence." "What gave you that idea?" Bess Sedgwick asked sharply. "Something she mentioned yesterday?" "She inquired where you were, what you were doing." Bess walked across the room to the window. She stood there for a moment, tapping a finger against the glass. "You're so decent, Derek," she said, her tone shifting from serious to something edged with weary sarcasm. "You have such wonderfully decent ideas, but they don't work, my poor dear. That's what you have to accept. They don't work, and they could even be dangerous." "Oh, come now, Bess." "Dangerous?" Yes, dangerous. I am dangerous. I've always been dangerous. When I consider some of the things you've done," Colonel Luscombe began. "That's my own affair." Bess Sedgwick cut in. "Seeking out risk has become a sort of habit for me. No, not a habit, more of an addiction, like a drug, like the little pinch of heroin an addict needs now and then to make life seem bright and worth living. Well, that's fine for me. That's my problem to deal with, or not, as it turns out. I've never taken drugs. I never needed them. Danger has been my drug, but people who live as I do can bring harm to others. Now don't be a stubborn old fool, Derek. You keep that girl well clear of me. I can do her no good, only harm. If it's possible, don't even let her know I was staying at the same hotel. Call the Melfords and take her down there today. Invent some excuse about a sudden emergency." Colonel Luscombe hesitated, tugging at his moustache. "I believe you're making a mistake, Bess," he sighed. "She asked about you. I told her you were abroad. Well, I will be in another 12 hours, so that all aligns rather neatly." She came over to him, kissed him lightly on the chin, then turned him around briskly as if for a game, opened the door, and gave him a gentle push into the corridor. As the door closed behind him, Colonel Luscombe noticed an elderly woman coming around the corner from the stairwell. She was murmuring to herself while rummaging in her handbag. "Oh dear, oh dear. I suppose I must have left it in my room. Oh my!" She walked right past Colonel Luscombe, barely seeming to notice him. But as he continued down the staircase, Miss Marple paused by her own door and cast a sharp, knowing look in his direction. Her gaze then drifted toward Bess Sedgwick's room. So that's who she was expecting. Miss Marple murmured quietly to herself, "How very interesting." At Bertram's hotel, feeling much better after his breakfast, Canon Pennyfather drifted across the hotel lobby. He remembered to leave his key at the front desk, pushed through the heavy swinging doors, and was promptly ushered into a waiting taxi by the Irish doorman whose job it was to assist guests. "Where to, sir?" "Oh goodness," Canon Pennyfather said, a wave of confusion washing over him. "Now let me think. Where was I headed?" A minor traffic delay ensued on Pond Street as the Canon and the doorman pondered this very question. After a moment of intense thought, Canon Pennyfather had a sudden inspiration and instructed the driver to take him to the British Museum left standing on the curb. The doorman allowed himself a broad, amused smile. With no other guests needing assistance just then, he strolled a short distance along the front of the Grand Hotel, softly whistling a half-remembered tune. One of the ground-floor windows at Bertram's was suddenly pushed open. The doorman didn't turn until a woman's voice, sharp and familiar, called out from inside. "So this is where you ended up, Mickey. What in the world brought you to a place like this?" He spun around, startled, and stared. Lady Sedgwick leaned out through the open window. "Don't you recognize me?" she demanded. A flash of recognition finally crossed the man's weathered face. "Well, I'll be, if it isn't little Bessie. Imagine that, after all this time." "Little Bessie. You were the only one who ever dared call me that. It's a dreadful name. What have you been doing with yourself all these years?" "A bit of this, a bit of that," Mickey replied, his tone becoming guarded. "Haven't made the headlines like you have. I've read about your adventures in the papers often enough." Bess Sedgwick gave a short laugh. "Well, I've held up better than you have. That's clear. You drink too much. You always did. You've held up because you've always had plenty of money. Money wouldn't have done you a bit of good. You'd have drunk even more and gone straight to ruin. Don't bother denying it. What I want to know is, what brought you here? How did you ever land a job in a place like this?" "Needed work. I had these." His hand gestured briefly to the row of medals on his chest. "Yes, I see," she said, her expression turning thoughtful. "They're all real too, aren't they?" "Of course they're real. Why wouldn't they be?" "Oh, I believe you. You always had nerve. You were always a good fighter. The military life must have suited you, I'm sure it did. The army's fine when there's a war on, but it's no life in peacetime. So you turned to this, she said, a hint of something unreadable in her voice. I never would have guessed. She stopped herself. You never would have guessed what, Bessie? Nothing. It's just strange seeing you again after so many years. I haven't forgotten, the man said, his voice dropping. I've never forgotten you, little Bessie. Ah, you were a lovely girl. A lovely, spirited girl. A terribly foolish girl. That's what I was, Lady Sedgwick corrected sharply. And that's the truth. I had no sense at all. If I had, I'd never have gotten mixed up with you. But you had such hands for a horse. Do you remember that mare? What was her name? Molly O'Flynn. She was a wicked creature, that one. You were the only one who could ever ride her. Lady Sedgwick recalled, a flicker of the past in her eyes. She'd have thrown me if she could. When she realized she couldn't, she finally gave in. She was a true beauty. But when it came to riding, there wasn't a lady in the county who could match you. You had a perfect seat, perfect hands, not a trace of fear in you, ever. And from what I've read, it's been the same ever since. Airplanes, racing cars. Bess Sedgwick laughed, but the sound was brief and carried little warmth. I really must get back to my correspondence. She began to withdraw from the window. Mickey leaned further over the railing, his voice lowering. I've not forgotten Ballygowlan, he said, the words heavy with unspoken history. There were times I thought about writing to you. Bess Sedgwick's reply cut through the air, harsh and final. And what exactly are you implying, Mick Gorman? I was merely stating that I haven't forgotten a single thing. Just a friendly reminder, you might say. Bess Sedgwick's tone remained sharp as a blade. If you're hinting at what I believe you are, here's some advice. Cause me any trouble, and I'll put a bullet in you as casually as I would a rat. I've shot men before, maybe in some foreign country or right here. It makes no difference to me. Well, I'll be damned, I actually believe you'd do it. His voice carried a twisted sort of admiration. Back in Ballygowlan, she interrupted coldly. They paid you handsomely to keep quiet. You took the money. You won't get another cent from me, so don't even dream of it. It would make a lovely dramatic story for the Sunday papers, though. You heard what I said? He let out a laugh. Ah, I'm only joking. I'd never do a thing to hurt my dear little Bessie. My lips are sealed. See that they stay that way, Lady Sedgwick said. She shut the window with a decisive click. For a long moment she stared down at the unfinished letter on the desk blotter. Finally she snatched it up, scanned the words, then crumpled it into a tight ball and tossed it toward the wastepaper basket. It missed, rolling under a chair, but she didn't bother to retrieve it. Abruptly, she stood and strode from the room without a backward glance. The smaller writing rooms at Bertram's hotel often had a deceptive air of emptiness. 2 elegant desks stood by the windows. A table on the right held a neat stack of magazines, and to the left, 2 high-backed armchairs were turned toward the fireplace. These chairs were a favourite afternoon refuge for retired military gentlemen to settle into and doze contentedly until tea. A person coming in to write a letter rarely noticed them, and they were seldom occupied in the morning. On this particular morning, however, both chairs were taken. An elderly lady sat in one, a young girl in the other. The girl, Elvira Blake, rose to her feet, her face utterly bloodless. She gazed uncertainly at the door through which Lady Sedgwick had vanished, then moved toward it with slow, heavy steps. It was a full 5 minutes later that the other occupants stirred. Miss Marple decided her little post-breakfast rest had lasted quite long enough. It was time to venture out and enjoy London. She contemplated a walk to Piccadilly to catch a number 9 bus to High Street, Kensington, or perhaps a stroll to Bond Street for a 25 bus to Marshall and Snellgroves. Alternatively, a 25 bus in the opposite direction would, she recalled, take her near the Army and Navy stores. She was still happily weighing these options as she passed through the hotel's swing doors. The Irish doorman back at his post made the decision for her. "You'll be wanting a taxi, ma'am," he stated with gentle firmness. "I'm not entirely sure I do," Miss Marple replied. "I believe there's a 25 bus quite nearby, or perhaps a number 2 from Park Lane." You'll not be wanting a bus, the doorman insisted. It's a risky business, springing onto a bus at your time of life. The way they jerk and start and stop, no consideration at all these days. They'd rattle the bones right out of you. I'll fetch you a taxi, and you'll travel to wherever you please like a proper queen. Miss Marple considered this and surrendered. Very well, then, she said. Perhaps a taxi is best. The doorman didn't need to whistle. A mere click of his fingers conjured a taxi as if by magic, assisted with utmost care into the cab. Miss Marple decided on a whim to visit Robinson and Cleaver's to inspect their splendid sale on genuine linen sheets, settling happily into the seat as the taxi pulled away. She did indeed feel, just as the doorman had promised, rather regal. Her thoughts were pleasantly occupied by the prospect of crisp linen sheets, matching pillowcases, and proper kitchen towels. Plain ones, without any of those ridiculous prints of bananas, performing poodles, or other distracting images that only serve to irritate you while doing the dishes. Approaching the reception desk, Lady Sedgwick inquired, "Is Mr. Humphreys in his office?" "Yes, Lady Sedgwick," Miss Gorringe replied, looking slightly startled. Without waiting for further acknowledgement, Lady Sedgwick moved behind the desk, gave a brief knock on the door, and entered. Mr. Humphreys glanced up from his paperwork. "What? Who hired that man? Michael Gorman?" Mr. Humphreys cleared his throat. "Parfit left after a car accident last month. We needed a quick replacement. This fellow seemed suitable. His references checked out. Former military, decent record. Perhaps not the sharpest, but that can be an advantage. Do you know something unfavourable about him? Enough to prefer he wasn't here." "If you insist," Humphrey said, "we can let him go." "No," Lady Sedgwick said after a pause. "No, it's too late for that now. Forget I mentioned it. Elvira." "Hello, Bridget." Elvira Blake slipped through the front door of the townhouse on Onslow Square, which her friend had hurried to open after watching from the window. "Let's go up," Elvira said quickly. "Absolutely. Otherwise we'll get ambushed by Mother." The two girls dashed up the staircase, neatly avoiding Bridget's mother, who emerged onto the landing just a moment too late. "You are so lucky not to have a mother," Bridget declared, somewhat breathlessly, as she ushered Elvira into her bedroom and closed the door. "I mean, Mummy's a darling, really, but the interrogation. It's constant. Where are you going? Who did you meet? Are they related to the so-and-sos from Yorkshire? It's utterly pointless." "I suppose they don't have enough to occupy their minds," Elvira said absently. "Listen, Bridget, I need your help with something urgent." "Of course, if I can. What is it, a man?" "Actually, no," Elvira said, and Bridget's expression fell. "I need to get to Ireland for a day, maybe longer, and you have to cover for me." "Ireland? Whatever for?" "I can't explain everything now. There isn't time. I'm supposed to have lunch with my guardian, Colonel Luscombe, at Prunier's at 1:30.
What did you do about Miss Carpenter?
Lost her in Debenhams. Bridget giggled. And after lunch. They're taking me down to stay with the Melfords. I'm to live there until I'm 21. How dreadful. I'll manage Cousin Mildred. Is remarkably easy to fool. It's all arranged that I'll come up to town for educational programs. There's a place called The Contemporary World. They herd you to lectures, museums, art galleries, the House of Lords, all that. The beauty is, no one really knows if you're where you're supposed to be. We'll arrange plenty. I'm sure we will, Bridget said with another giggle. We managed in Italy, didn't we? Poor old Miss Macroney thought she was so strict. If only she knew half of what we got up to. Both girls laughed, sharing the warm glow of past mischief. It did require considerable planning, though, Elvira reflected. And some truly inspired lying, Bridget added. Have you heard from Guido? Yes. He sent a long letter signed Ginevra as if from a school friend. But please, Bridget, can we focus? We've a great deal to sort out and barely an hour and a half. First, listen carefully. Tomorrow, I'm supposedly coming up for a dental appointment. That's simple. I can postpone it by phone, or you can from here. Then, around noon, you ring the Melfords, pretend to be your mother, and explain that the dentist needs to see me again the following day, so I'm staying over with you. That should work perfectly. They'll be all gracious and effusive about it. But what if you're not back tomorrow? Bridget asked, her voice laced with concern. "Then you'll just have to make a few more phone calls," Elvira replied, her tone dismissive. Bridget still looked uncertain. "We'll have plenty of time to figure something out before then," Elvira said impatiently. "What's really bothering me right now is cash. I don't suppose you have any?" she asked without much hope. "Only about $2, Bridget admitted. "That's no help at all. I need to buy a plane ticket. I checked the flights. It only takes about 2 hours. A lot depends on how long things take once I land. Can't you at least tell me what you're planning?" "No, I can't. But it's incredibly vitally important." Elvira's voice had shifted so dramatically that Bridget stared at her in surprise. "Is something really wrong, Elvira?" "Yes, there is. Is it something no one can know about?" "Exactly. It's a huge secret. I have to find out if something is true or not. The money is such a nuisance. What's so frustrating is that I'm actually quite well off. My guardian told me. But all I ever get is a tiny clothing allowance, and that vanishes almost as soon as I receive it. Wouldn't your guardian, Colonel What's-his-name, lend you the money? That would never work. He'd ask a million questions and want to know exactly what I needed it for." "Oh, right, I suppose he would. I don't understand why everyone has to be so nosy. Did you know that if someone calls me, my mom has to interrogate me about who it is, as if it's any of her business?" Elvira nodded in agreement, but her mind was already racing down a different path. "Have you ever pawned anything, Bridget?" "Never. I wouldn't even know how to start." "I hear it's pretty straightforward," Elvira said. "You go to one of those jewelry shops with the 3 golden balls over the door, right?" "I don't think I own anything worth pawning," Bridget said. "Doesn't your mother have some jewelry stashed away somewhere?" "I don't think we should involve her." "No, probably not, but maybe we could borrow something temporarily?" "Oh, I don't think we could do that," Bridget said, sounding genuinely shocked. "No. Well, maybe you're right, but I bet she wouldn't even notice. We could return it before she realized it was gone." "I know we'll go see Mr. Bollard." "Who's Mr. Bollard?" "He's our family jeweler. I always take my watch to him for repairs. He's known me since I was little." "Come on, Bridget. Let's go right now. We just have time." "We should leave through the back," Bridget suggested, "so my mum doesn't ask where we're going." Standing outside the venerable establishment of Bollard and Whitley on Fifth Avenue, the two girls finalized their plan. "Are you sure you understand everything, Bridget?" "I think so," Bridget said, her voice far from confident. "First," Elvira declared, "we synchronize our watches." Bridget perked up a little. The familiar, almost theatrical phrase was oddly reassuring. They solemnly set their watches, with Bridget adjusting hers by 1 minute. 0 hour will be exactly 25 past, Elvira announced. "That gives me plenty of time, maybe more than I need, but it's better to be safe." "But what if—" Bridget started. "What if what?" Elvira interrupted. "Well, I mean, what if I actually get hit by a car?" "Of course you won't get hit," Elvira said, a hint of exasperation in her voice. "You're quick on your feet, and all the traffic here in New York is used to stopping suddenly. It'll be fine." She then added with a wry smile, "Besides, think of the story you'd have. A dramatic rescue would certainly liven up your week." Bridget still looked thoroughly unconvinced. "You won't let me down, will you, Bridget?" "All right," Bridget sighed. "I won't let you down." "Good," Elvira said. Bridget crossed to the other side of the bustling avenue, and Elvira pushed open the heavy doors of Messrs. Bollard and Whitley, renowned jewelers and watchmakers. Inside, a hushed, elegant atmosphere prevailed. A dignified man in a formal coat approached and inquired how he could assist her. "May I see Mr. Bollard, please?" "Mr. Bollard, and who may I say is calling? Miss Elvira Blake." The man retreated, and Elvira drifted toward a display counter. Beneath the plate glass, an array of brooches, rings, and bracelets showcased their jeweled brilliance against plush velvet backings. Mr. Bollard appeared after only a brief wait. As the senior partner of the establishment, he was a gentleman in his 60s who greeted Elvira with genuine warmth. "Miss Blake, what a pleasant surprise to find you in town. How may I assist you today? Elvira presented a delicate evening wristwatch. This one seems to be running a bit off, she explained. Would you be able to adjust it? Certainly, that's no trouble at all, Mr. Bollard replied, accepting the timepiece. Where shall I have it sent once it's ready? After providing the address, Elvira continued. There's also another matter. My guardian, Colonel Luscombe, you know him, of course. Indeed, yes. He inquired what I might like for a Christmas gift, she said. He suggested I stop by to browse your selection. He offered to accompany me, but I thought it best to come alone first. It can be so awkward discussing prices with someone else present, don't you agree? A very sensible point of view, Mr. Bollard said with an avuncular smile. Now, what did you have in mind, Miss Blake? A brooch, perhaps, or a bracelet? A ring? I do find brooches rather practical, Elvira mused, but might I see a variety of pieces? She gave him a hopeful look, which he met with a sympathetic nod. Of course. There's no enjoyment in rushing a decision, is there? The next several minutes passed quite pleasantly. Mr. Bollard was endlessly patient, retrieving items from various cases until an array of brooches and bracelets lay on the velvet cloth before her. Elvira occasionally turned to a mirror to admire how a pendant or brooch looked against her dress. Eventually she set aside a charming bangle, a small diamond wristwatch, and 2 brooches with an air of gentle indecision. We'll make a note of these, Mr. Bollard assured her. Then, when Colonel Luscombe is next in London, he can come in and select what he feels is most suitable. That would be perfect, Elvira agreed, her clear blue eyes meeting his. That way, it will truly feel like his own choice for me, won't it? Those same eyes had noted a moment before that the time was now precisely 25 minutes past the hour. Suddenly, from the street outside came the screech of brakes and a girl's piercing scream. Instinctively, everyone in the shop turned toward the Bond Street windows in that instant of distraction. Elvira's hand moved swiftly and discreetly from the counter to the pocket of her tailored coat, a motion so smooth it was nearly imperceptible. Had anyone been watching? Tut, tut, clucked Mr. Bollard, turning back from the window. That was nearly a dreadful accident. Some silly girl darting right into the road. Elvira was already edging toward the door. She glanced at her wristwatch and gasped softly. Goodness, I've stayed far too long. I'll miss my train back to the country. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Bollard. You won't forget which 4 pieces we selected, will you? Within moments she was outside. She turned left, then left again, ducking into the alcove of a shoe store to wait. Soon Bridget hurried up, looking flushed and breathless. Oh, Bridget exclaimed. I was terrified. I really thought I was about to be run over, and I've snagged my stocking too. Never mind that, Elvira said briskly, steering her friend quickly along the sidewalk and around another corner. Come along. Did everything go all right? Elvira slipped her hand into her pocket and withdrew it, revealing a diamond and sapphire bracelet resting in her palm. Oh, Elvira, how could you dare? Now, Bridget, you must go straight to the pawn shop we looked at earlier. Go in and see how much you can get for this. Ask for 100. But what if it could be listed as stolen already. Don't be absurd. How could it possibly be on a list so quickly? They haven't even realized it's missing yet, Elvira said. But when they do, they'll suspect you took it. Bridget replied, her voice tight with worry. Elvira shook her head slowly, a faint, knowing smile touching her lips as her pale hair swayed. They won't go to the police, Bridget. Not if they believe it was me. Why wouldn't they? Because I come into a great deal of money when I turn 21, Elvira explained calmly. I'll be in a position to buy plenty of jewels from them in the future. They won't want a scandal. Now, hurry and get the cash. Go to the airline and book my ticket. I need to grab a taxi. I'm running late for my lunch appointment. I'll meet you tomorrow morning, no later than 10:30. Oh, Elvira, I wish you wouldn't take such terrible chances, Bridget sighed. But Elvira was already stepping into a waiting cab. Meanwhile, at Bertram's hotel, Miss Marple was having a perfectly lovely time on her shopping excursion. She found delight in selecting fine linen sheets, appreciating their cool, smooth texture, and also treated herself to some sturdy, red-bordered dishcloth. It was so difficult to find proper ones these days, she mused. Most were frivolously decorated with pictures of vegetables or famous landmarks, utterly impractical for serious washing. After arranging for her purchases to be sent to St. Mary Mead, she caught a convenient bus to the Army and Navy stores. This department store held fond memories for Miss Marple, recalling visits with her Aunt Helen many years ago. Of course, the place had changed considerably since those days. She remembered her aunt, dressed in a bonnet and her dependable black poplin coat, holding lengthy consultations with her preferred grocery clerk, planning provisions for seasons far in advance. Young Jane would often grow restless and be sent off to admire the glassware. Aunt Helen would then inquire warmly after the clerk's entire family before declaring in that cheerful, old-fashioned way, "And how would a little girl like some luncheon?" They would then ride the elevator to the restaurant, enjoy a meal that always concluded with a strawberry ice, buy a half-pound of chocolate creams, and depart for a matinee performance. The store was much brighter and more modern now, but Miss Marple, with a sentimental smile for the past, quite appreciated the current comforts. Seated in the present-day restaurant and perusing the menu, Miss Marple glanced across the room, and her eyebrows lifted in surprise. What an extraordinary coincidence! There was the woman she had seen for the first time just yesterday, though she was very familiar from newspaper photographs often pictured at racecourses in Bermuda or beside a private plane. To encounter her again so soon and in such an unlikely setting was remarkable. One simply did not associate a place like the Army and Navy stores with someone like Bess Sedgwick. She would not have been startled to see her leaving a discreet club, or the opera house adorned in diamonds, but here, choosing a lunch special, was entirely unexpected. Miss Marple was not in the Army and Navy stores, a place she forever associated with military families. Yet there was Bess Sedgwick, impeccably dressed in a dark suit and emerald blouse, sharing a lunch table with a man. He was young, with a sharp, predatory face and a black leather jacket. They were leaning in, speaking with intense focus, eating mechanically as if the food were an afterthought. A secret meeting, no doubt. The man was easily 15 years younger, but Bess Sedgwick possessed a magnetic allure. Miss Marple studied him and concluded he was a handsome fellow, though not one she liked. Just like that Harry Russell, she mused, pulling a comparison from her mental archive. Never any good, never brought anything but trouble to the women in his life. She wouldn't listen to any advice from me, Miss Marple thought, though I could certainly offer some. But other people's romantic entanglements were not her business, and by all accounts Bess Sedgwick was more than capable of handling her own affairs. With a quiet sigh, Miss Marple finished her lunch and contemplated a trip to the stationery section. Her curiosity, or as she preferred to think of it, her healthy interest in her fellow man, was a defining trait. Deliberately leaving her gloves behind, she rose and walked toward the cashier, taking a path that brought her near Lady Sedgwick's table. After paying, she realized her gloves were missing and turned back to fetch them, managing to drop her handbag open on the return trip. Various items scattered across the floor. A waitress hurried over to help gather them, and Miss Marple made a show of fumbling, dropping coins and keys a second time for good measure. The performance yielded little, but it wasn't a complete waste. Notably, neither of the two people she was observing spared a glance for the flustered old woman causing the commotion. As she waited for the elevator afterward, she committed the fragments she'd overheard to memory. The first pass had been brief. "What's the weather report?" "Clear." "No fog." "All set for Lucerne?" "Yes. Flight leaves at 9:40. On her return stroll past their table, she caught a bit more. Bess Sedgwick was speaking with low, furious intensity. "What were you thinking coming to Bertram's yesterday? You shouldn't have been anywhere near the place. It's fine, I just asked if you were staying there. Everyone knows we're friends, that isn't the point. Bertram's is suitable for me, not for you. You stand out terribly. People stare. Let them stare. You're being an absolute fool. Why did you do it? You had a reason, I know you did. Just calm down, Bess. You are such a liar." That was all she could catch. Miss Marple found it all very intriguing. On the evening of November 19th, Canon Pennyfather concluded an early dinner at his club. After exchanging nods with a few acquaintances and engaging in a spirited, if friendly debate over the chronology of the Dead Sea Scrolls, He checked his watch and saw it was time to leave for his flight to Lucerne. Passing through the lobby, he was stopped by another friend, Dr. Whittaker, who greeted him cheerfully. "Pennyfather, how are you? It's been an age. How was the conference? Any interesting developments?" "I'm certain there will be," Canon Pennyfather replied. "You've just returned, haven't you?" "Oh, no, not at all. I'm on my way there now. I have a plane to catch this evening." "Ah, I see," said Dr. Whittaker, looking mildly confused. "For some reason I had thought the Congress was today." No, said the Canon. "It is tomorrow." Canon Pennyfather stepped out the door, his friend's voice trailing after him. "But my dear fellow, today is the 19th, isn't it?" The Canon, however, was already out of earshot. He hailed a taxi on Pall Mall and directed the driver to the air terminal in Kensington. The evening crowd was substantial. When his turn finally came at the counter, he fumbled for his ticket, passport, and the necessary documents. The young woman behind the desk began to stamp them, but stopped abruptly. "I'm sorry, sir. This ticket appears to be incorrect." "Incorrect? No, that can't be right. It's for flight 100, and well, I can't quite make out the number without my spectacles. 100 and something to Lucerne. It's the date, sir. This is issued for Wednesday, the 18th. "No, surely not. Today is Wednesday, the 18th. "I'm afraid not, sir. Today is the 19th. "The 19th!" The Canon was crestfallen. He retrieved a small diary from his pocket, flipping through the pages with growing urgency. He had to concede the point. Today was indeed the 19th. The flight he intended to catch had departed the day before. Then that means, oh dear, that means the conference in Lucerne is happening right now. He stared blankly across the counter, but the bustling crowd of travellers soon pushed him aside. He stood forlornly, clutching the now useless ticket. His mind raced through the possibilities. Could the ticket be exchanged? That would be pointless now. What time was it? Nearly 9 in the evening? The conference had begun at 10 that very morning. Of course, that explained Whittaker's remark at the Athenaeum. He had assumed the Canon was already in Lucerne. What a dreadful muddle I've made of everything. Canon Pennyfather murmured to himself. He wandered disconsolately into the Cromwell Road, a thoroughfare not known for its cheer at the best of times. He walked slowly, bag in hand, turning his perplexities over in his mind. After meticulously retracing his mental steps and pinpointing exactly how he had lost a day, he shook his head in resignation. "Well," he said to himself, "it's past 9 o'clock. I suppose I ought to have something to eat." It was odd, he reflected, that he felt no particular hunger. Drifting along the Cromwell Road, he eventually chose a small restaurant offering Indian curries. The thought occurred to him that, while his appetite was lacking, a meal might lift his spirits. Afterward, he would need to find a hotel. But wait, no, he wouldn't. He already had a hotel. What a tremendous stroke of luck! He was booked at Bertram's for 4 days. His room was there waiting. He merely needed to request his key at the desk, and then another memory surfaced. Something heavy was in his coat pocket. He reached in and pulled out one of those weighty, old-fashioned hotel keys designed to prevent absent-minded guests from pocketing them. Design notwithstanding, the Canon had done precisely that. "Number 19, he said with a spark of happy recognition. "That's it. How fortunate I don't have to hunt for a room. They say everything is frightfully crowded. Yes, Edmonds mentioned it just this evening at the club. He had a terrible time securing a reservation." Feeling somewhat pleased with his own foresight in having arranged accommodations, the Canon abandoned his half-eaten curry, remembered to settle the bill, and strode back out onto the Cromwell Road. It all felt rather anticlimactic. Here he was, heading back to his hotel, when by all rights he should have been enjoying a fine dinner in Lucerne, engaged in stimulating conversation about all manner of fascinating scholarly problems. The entire escapade was a perfect monument to his own bewildering distraction. His gaze drifted to the marquee of a cinema, where the title Walls of Jericho glowed. It struck him as a profoundly fitting name, and he felt a sudden curiosity about whether the film would honor its biblical roots. Purchasing a ticket, he stepped into the darkened theatre. The movie proved enjoyable, though to his surprise, it bore no resemblance to the Old Testament tale he knew. Joshua was entirely absent. Instead, the crumbling walls served as a metaphor for a woman's marital promises. After these vows were broken repeatedly, the glamorous lead found her way to the gruff, unsophisticated man she had always loved, and together they resolved to rebuild their relationship on a sturdier foundation. Hardly the typical choice for a senior clergyman, yet Canon Pennyfather found himself thoroughly entertained. It was a departure from his usual fare, and he felt it offered a peculiar enlightening glimpse into modern life. As the credits rolled and the anthem played, he emerged onto the London streets, the earlier disappointments of his evening somewhat softened. The night was clear, and he decided to walk back to Bertram's hotel, though he first absent-mindedly boarded a bus heading the wrong way, adding a quiet, unplanned detour to his journey. He arrived at the hotel just as the clock struck midnight, the lobby perfectly still in its customary late-night repose. Finding the elevator elsewhere, he took the stairs. At his door, he slid the key into the lock, pushed it open, and stepped inside. Good heavens, was his mind playing tricks? But who? How? He glimpsed the descending arm too late. A spectacular burst of light, like a firework display, erupted behind his eyes. The Irish mail sped through the deep darkness of the early hours, its diesel horn emitting a lonely, wailing cry. It was maintaining a swift pace, well over 80 miles per hour, perfectly on schedule. Then, abruptly, the brakes engaged with a shriek of metal, slowing the train until it shuddered to a complete stop. A few passengers stirred, most slept on. One older woman, startled by the jolt, opened her compartment door and peered down the corridor. Not far away, a door to the tracks stood open, and a white-haired clergyman was pulling himself up from the railbed, as if returning from an inspection. The chill morning air seeped into the carriage. A voice from down the hall called out, "It's just a signal," and the woman retreated, attempting to settle again. Farther up the line, a man with a lantern was jogging from a signal box toward the idling train. The fireman and guard had both disembarked, and the breathless signalman reached them, gasping out news of a derailed freight train blocking the path ahead. Meanwhile, near the rear of the train, 6 figures emerged from the embankment and slipped through a purposely opened door into the last coach, where 6 other passengers from various compartments awaited them. With efficient, practiced motions, they moved to secure the mail car, detaching it from the rest of the train. 2 men in balaclavas stood watch at either end. Heavy coches ready. A figure in a railway uniform walked calmly along the corridors of the stationary train, offering placid assurances about a minor delay to anyone who asked. By the locomotive, the driver and fireman lay neatly bound and gagged. The signalman gave a low call that everything was set. The guard, too, was found tied and silenced beside the embankment, completing the silent, orderly takeover. The professionals in the mail car had completed their task. 2 additional figures, securely bound, now rested on the floor. The designated pouches were tossed from the train to accomplices waiting on the slope. Inside their compartments, disgruntled passengers muttered complaints about the declining standards of the railway service. As they attempted to return to sleep, a thunderous mechanical roar pierced the night. "My word," whispered one woman. "Is that an airplane?" "More likely a sports car," came the reply. The noise faded into the distance. Nearly 10 miles away on the Bedhampton motorway, a procession of freight trucks lumbered northward. A sleek white racing car shot past them like a phantom. Shortly thereafter, it exited the highway. A garage at the junction of a secondary road displayed a closed sign, but its large doors swung inward to admit the white vehicle before sealing shut once more. 3 men moved with practiced efficiency. New license plates were fitted. The driver swapped his distinctive white sheepskin jacket for a black leather one and changed his cap. He departed swiftly. Mere minutes later, an aging Morris Oxford, operated by a man in clerical attire, puttered onto the lane and began a meandering journey through a network of rural byways. Elsewhere, a station wagon cruising down a country road slowed as its driver spotted the same Morris Oxford parked beside a hedgerow, with an older gentleman peering at the engine. The station wagon driver leaned out. "Car trouble? Need a hand?" "Very kind. It's the headlights." The 2 men approached each other, listened for a moment, and one uttered, "All clear." A collection of costly American-looking luggage was swiftly transferred from the sedan to the station wagon, A short distance farther, the wagon turned onto what appeared to be a rough path, but soon revealed itself as a rear access to a substantial wealthy estate. In a converted stable yard, a large white Mercedes was parked. Using a key, the station wagon driver opened its trunk, moved the cases inside, and then drove off again in his own vehicle. In a neighbouring farmyard, a rooster announced the dawn. Elvira Blake assessed the clear morning sky before stepping into a telephone booth. She dialed the number for Bridget's home in Onslow Square. Upon hearing the familiar voice answer, she said, "Bridget, it's Elvira." "Oh, Elvira, thank goodness." Bridget's voice was tense. "Has it been all right on your end?" "All right? It's been a complete disaster. Your cousin, Mrs. Melford, telephoned my mother yesterday afternoon." "About me, obviously." "I thought my lunchtime call to her was convincing, but she apparently grew concerned about your dental appointment, worried it might be something serious like an abscess. So she called the dentist herself and discovered you'd never shown up. Then she rang Mother. And worst of all, Mother answered directly. I couldn't intercept it. Naturally, Mother said she knew nothing about it, and that you definitely weren't staying here. I was at a total loss. What did you do?" "Played completely ignorant. I did mention that I thought you'd said something about visiting friends in Wimbledon." "Why Wimbledon?" It was the first location that popped into my head. Elvira let out a frustrated sigh. "Just wonderful. Now I'll have to invent some story. Perhaps a retired tutor living in Wimbledon. All this meddling complicates everything enormously. Let's just hope Cousin Mildred doesn't take complete leave of her senses and involve the police or something equally dramatic. Are you going to her house now?" "Not until tonight. I have several matters to attend to first." "You made it to Ireland, then? Was it successful?" "I learned what I needed to know. You sound rather severe." "I feel severe. Is there anything I can do, Elvira? Anything at all?" "Nobody can. Not really. This is something I must handle alone. I'd hoped certain facts were untrue, but they are confirmed. Now I must determine my course of action, and the path forward seems utterly bleak. Elvira, are you in some kind of danger?" "Let's not indulge in theatrics, Bridget. I'll just have to be more careful. That's all. I'll have to be extremely careful." "Then you are in some kind of danger." After a brief pause, Elvira replied, "I'm probably just imagining things. That's all it is." "Elvira, what are you planning to do about that bracelet?" "Oh, that's all settled. I've arranged to get some money from a friend, so I can go and, what's the word? Redeem it. Then I'll just take it straight back to Bollard's. Do you think they'll be reasonable about it?" "No, Mother, it's just the laundry service." "They claim we never sent that sheet." "Yes, Mother." "Yes, I'll speak to the manager." "All right, then." On her end of the line, Elvira allowed herself a quick grin before hanging up. She opened her purse, sorted through her money, carefully counted out the required coins, and arranged them neatly before placing her call. When she reached the desired number, she inserted the coins, pressed the button, and spoke in a small, slightly breathless voice. "Hello, Cousin Mildred." "Yes, it's me. I'm so terribly sorry." "Yes, I know. Well, I was planning to. It was dear old Maddie, you know, our former governess. Yes, I wrote a postcard, but then I forgot to mail it. It's still in my coat pocket. You see, she was quite ill and there was no one to care for her, so I simply stayed to make sure she was all right. Yes, I was supposed to go to Bridget's, but this changed everything. I don't understand the message you received. Someone must have mixed it up. Yes, I'll explain it all when I return. Yes, this afternoon. No, I just need to wait for the nurse who's coming to look after old Maddie. Well, not exactly a nurse. You know, one of those practical care assistants or something similar. No, she would absolutely hate going to a hospital. But I'm sorry, Cousin Mildred. I truly am very, very sorry." She hung up the receiver and let out a frustrated sigh. "If only," she murmured to herself, "one didn't have to tell so many lies to absolutely everyone." Stepping out of the telephone booth, her eyes caught the bold newspaper headlines on a nearby stand, "Major Train Robbery." Irish male attacked by armed bandits. The words hung in the air as she turned toward Bertram's hotel. Mr. Bollard was assisting a customer when the shop door chimed open. He glanced up to see the Honourable Elvira Blake entering. "No, thank you," she said to an approaching assistant. "I'll wait until Mr. Bollard is available." Shortly after, Mr. Bollard concluded his transaction, and Elvira stepped forward. "Good morning, Mr. Bollard," she began. "I'm afraid your watch isn't ready quite yet, Miss Blake," said Mr. Bollard. "Oh, it's not about the watch," said Elvira. "I've come to apologize. A dreadful thing happened." She opened her bag and withdrew a small box, extracting the sapphire and diamond bracelet from within. "You may recall when I came in to have my watch repaired. I was looking at items for a Christmas gift. There was some commotion outside in the street, an accident, I believe, or nearly one. I suppose I must have had the bracelet in my hand and absent-mindedly slipped it into my suit pocket. I only discovered it this morning, so I came as quickly as I could to return it. I'm so terribly sorry, Mr. Bollard. I don't know how I could have done such a foolish thing." "Why? That's perfectly all right, Miss Blake," said Mr. Bollard thoughtfully. "I imagine you thought it might have been stolen," said Elvira, her clear blue eyes meeting his. "We had indeed noted it was missing," Mr. Bollard admitted. "Thank you very much for returning it so promptly." "I felt absolutely awful when I found it," said Elvira. "Well, thank you for being so understanding about it, Mr. Bollard. All sorts of odd mix-ups happen," said Mr. Bollard, offering her an avuncular smile. "We'll think no more of it. But do try not to let it happen again," he added with a genial laugh, as if sharing a private joke. "Oh no," said Elvira, "I shall be incredibly careful from now on." She gave him a final smile, then turned and left the shop. Mr. Bollard stood quietly for a moment, lost in thought. "I find myself wondering," he murmured. "I truly do." One of his associates, who had been nearby, stepped closer. "So she actually took it, then?" "She took it, without a doubt," Mr. Bollard confirmed. "But then she returned it," his partner noted. "She did bring it back," Bollard agreed, a hint of surprise in his voice. "I must admit, I didn't anticipate that." "You didn't expect her to return it?" "Not if she was the one who took it in the first place." "No?" His partner leaned in, curiosity evident. "Do you believe her story? That it was a simple accident, slipping into her pocket?" "Anything is possible," Bollard mused, tapping a finger thoughtfully on the glass counter. "Or it could be a case of kleptomania, I suppose." He paused, his expression turning more skeptical, though it's far more probable she took it deliberately. "But if that's true, why bring it back almost immediately? It's puzzling, really. Thank goodness we held off on calling the police. I was quite ready to, you know." I'm aware you lack my years of experience in these matters. In this instance, restraint was absolutely the better course." He lowered his voice almost to a whisper, as if speaking only to himself. "The situation is fascinating, though. Truly fascinating. I wonder about her age, 17 or 18, I'd guess. She might have found herself in some sort of trouble, a tight spot needing quick cash. But you mentioned she comes from considerable wealth. One can be an heiress, swimming in money," Bollard explained, "and yet at 17 access to it is often tightly controlled. Ironically, the wealthy often keep their young heirs on a tighter financial leash than those with far less. It's not always a wise policy," he sighed, closing the display case lid over the bracelet with a soft click. "Well, I suspect the full truth will remain a mystery to us." The scene was set at Bertram's hotel. Chapter 10. The offices of Egerton, Forbes and Wilborough occupied a stately building in Bloomsbury, nestled within one of those imposing, dignified squares that seemed untouched by the modern world's relentless pace. Their brass nameplate was suitably aged to a pleasant, faded illegibility. The firm had operated for over a century, counting a significant portion of England's landed gentry among its clients, while the names Forbes and Wilborough were now history, replaced by Atkinsons, both father and son, a Welshman named Lloyd, and a Scot called McAllister. An Egerton remained. This Egerton, a descendant of the founder, was a man of 52 who advised families once guided by his grandfather, his uncle, and his father. At present he was seated behind a substantial mahogany desk in his handsome first-floor office, dispensing kind yet firm counsel to a dejected-looking client. Richard Egerton was a distinguished man, tall, dark-haired with distinguished grey at the temples, and possessing shrewd, perceptive grey eyes. His advice was invariably sound, but he was never one to sugarcoat the truth. "To be perfectly frank, Freddie, you haven't a leg to stand on," he stated. "Not with those letters you've written." "You don't think there's any chance?" Freddie mumbled, his spirits clearly low. "No, I do not," Egerton replied firmly. "Your only hope is an out-of-court settlement. Frankly, one could argue you've exposed yourself to potential criminal charges. Now see here, Richard, that's going a bit far, isn't it?" A discreet buzz sounded from Egerton's desk intercom. He picked up the receiver with a slight frown. "I thought I said I was not to be disturbed." A murmured reply came from the other end. Egerton's expression shifted. "Oh, yes, I understand. Please ask her to wait." He replaced the receiver and turned back to his woeful client. "Listen, Freddie," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "I know the law, and you do not. You are in a very nasty jam. I will do my utmost to extract you from it, but it is going to be expensive. I doubt they will settle for a penny less than 12,000. 12,000? The unfortunate Freddie was horrified. "Good Lord, Richard, I don't have that kind of money." "Then you will have to find a way to raise it. There are always methods. If she accepts 12,000, consider yourself fortunate. If you choose to fight this, it will cost you considerably more in the end. You lawyers." Freddie burst out, rising to his feet in frustration. "A pack of sharks, every last one of you. Well," he said, "give it your absolute best for me, Richard, old chap." He left, shaking his head with a heavy heart. Richard Egerton dismissed Freddie and his problems from his thoughts and turned his attention to his next appointment. He murmured quietly to himself, "The Honourable Elvira Blake. I wonder what sort of person she is now." He picked up the receiver. "Lord Frederick has left. Please send Miss Blake up." While he waited, he made a few quick notes on his desk pad. How many years had it been? She must be 15. No, 17, perhaps even older. Time moved so quickly. Coniston's child, he reflected, and Bess's child. I wonder which parent she favours. The door opened. His clerk announced Miss Elvira Blake, and the young woman entered. Egerton stood and moved to greet her. In looks, he decided, she didn't strongly resemble either her mother or her father. She was tall and slender, very fair. She had Bess's colouring, but none of Bess's lively energy. There was a slightly formal, almost old-fashioned quality about her, though that was hard to judge since the current fashion happened to favour ruffles and high necklines. Well, he said, shaking her hand. "This is a pleasant surprise. The last time I saw you, you were just 11. Please, come and sit here." He drew a chair forward for her and she sat. "I suppose," Elvira began with a touch of hesitation, "I should have written first, written to make a proper appointment. But I decided quite suddenly, and it seemed a good chance, since I was already in town." "And what brings you to London?" "Seeing a dentist." "Teeth are dreadful things," Egerton remarked. "They plague us from infancy onward. But I must be grateful to them since they've given me this chance to see you. Now, let me think, you've been in Italy, haven't you? Finishing your schooling at one of these institutes all young ladies attend these days." "Yes," said Elvira, with the Contessa Martinelli. "But I've left there for good now. I'm staying with the Melfords in Kent while I decide whether there's anything I might actually like to do." "Well, I hope you find something that suits you. You're not considering university or anything of that sort?" "No," Elvira replied. "I don't believe I'm clever enough for that." She paused before adding, "I suppose you would have to approve of anything I did want to pursue?" Egerton's perceptive eyes fixed on her intently. "I am one of your guardians, and a trustee under your father's will." "Yes," he said, "so you have every right to consult me at any time." Elvira said, "Thank you courteously. Is something troubling you?" Egerton inquired, "Not exactly, but you see, I don't really know anything. No one has ever explained things to me, and one doesn't always feel comfortable asking." He studied her carefully. "You mean matters concerning yourself?" "Yes," said Elvira. "It's kind of you to understand, Uncle Derek." She hesitated. "Derek Loscombe, you mean?" "Yes, I've always called him Uncle." "I see. He's very kind," Elvira continued. "But he isn't the sort who explains anything. He simply makes arrangements, and then looks slightly anxious in case they aren't what I'd prefer. Of course, he listens to a great many people, women mostly, who offer him advice, like Contessa Martinelli. He arranges for me to go to schools or to finishing programs. And they haven't been to your liking. No, it's not that. They've been perfectly adequate. I mean, they've been more or less the same places everyone else goes. I understand, but I don't know anything about my own situation. I mean, what money I have, how much there is, and what I could do with it if I chose. In other words, said Egerton with his charming smile, you'd like to discuss practical matters. Is that it? Well, I think you're entirely right. Let's see, how old are you now? 16? 17? I'm nearly 20. Oh dear, I had no idea. You see, Elvira explained, I constantly feel as though I'm being protected and kept in the dark. It's as if everyone is carefully arranging the scenery around me, but never letting me read the script. It's a charming quality in its own way, but it can become quite tiresome, Elvira remarked. That perspective feels rather old-fashioned now, Egerton agreed, though I can certainly understand why it would resonate with Derek Loscombe. He's a sweet man, said Elvira, but somehow it's very hard to have a serious conversation with him. Yes, I can imagine that's the case. So tell me, Elvira, how much do you actually know about your own situation, about your family and your circumstances? I know my father passed away when I was 5. My mother left him with another man when I was about 2, and I have no memory of her at all. I barely remember my father, just that he was quite elderly, often with his leg propped on a chair. He used to curse, and I was a little afraid of him. After he died, I first lived with a distant relative of his, an aunt or a cousin, until she died. Then I went to live with Uncle Derek and his sister. When she passed, I was sent to Italy. Now Uncle Derek has arranged for me to stay with the Melfords, who are his cousins. They're very kind, perfectly nice people, with 2 daughters around my age. Are you content there? It's too soon to say I've only just arrived. They're all terribly ordinary. What I really wanted to understand is how much money I actually have. So it's financial details you're after? Yes, Elvira confirmed. I know I have some money. Is it a significant amount? Egerton's manner turned grave. Yes, he said. You have a great deal of money. Your father was an exceptionally wealthy man. You were his only child. When he died, the title and the estate passed to a cousin. He didn't care for that cousin, so he left all his personal fortune, which was substantial, to his daughter. To you, Elvira. You are a very wealthy young woman, or you will be, once you turn 21. You mean I'm not wealthy now? You are wealthy now, Egerton clarified. But you cannot freely access or control the money until you're 21, or until you marry. Until then, it is managed by your trustees, Loscombe, myself, and one other. He offered a reassuring smile. We haven't misappropriated it, I assure you. It's all still there. In fact, through careful investments, we've grown the capital considerably. How much will I receive? Upon reaching 21, or upon your marriage, you will inherit a sum that, by a conservative estimate, would be around £600,000 or £700,000. That is a considerable amount, said Elvira, clearly struck by the figure. Yes, it is substantial. Perhaps because it is so substantial, no one has ever discussed it with you in detail. He observed her as she processed this. Quite an intriguing girl, he thought. She appeared to be an unassuming, gentle young lady, but there was more beneath the surface, significantly more. With a faintly ironic smile, he asked, Does that answer satisfy you? She gave him a sudden, bright smile. It should, shouldn't it? Rather better than winning the lottery, he suggested. She nodded, but her thoughts were clearly elsewhere. Then she posed a blunt question. Who inherits the money if I die? Under the current arrangements, it would go to your next of kin. I mean, I can't make a will yet, can I? Not until I'm 21. That's what I was told. Whoever told you that was correct. That's actually rather irritating. If I were married and died, I assume my husband would get everything? Yes. And if I weren't married, my mother would be my next of kin and receive it. I seem to have very few relatives. I don't even know my mother. What is she like? She is a remarkable woman, said Egerton, his tone becoming clipped. Everyone would agree on that. Did she ever want to see me? She may have. I think it's quite possible she did. But having made, in certain respects, rather a mess of her own life, she may have believed it was better for you to be raised entirely separate from her. Do you know for a fact that she believes that? No, I don't truly know anything about her thoughts on the matter. Elvira stood up. Thank you, she said. It's very kind of you to explain all this to me. I suppose you should have been told more about these things earlier, Egerton admitted. It's rather humiliating to be kept in the dark, Elvira replied. Uncle Derek, of course, still thinks I'm just a child. Well, he isn't exactly a young man himself. He and I, you know, are both rather advanced in years. Elvira studied him for a moment. You don't actually see me as a child, though, do you? She asked perceptively. I imagine you understand young women far better than Uncle Derek does. He only ever lived with his sister. With a graceful gesture, she extended her hand. Thank you ever so much. I do hope I haven't disturbed anything urgent, she said, her tone perfectly polished, before she departed. After the door shut, Egerton remained standing, his gaze fixed upon it. He pursed his lips, emitted a low whistle, and gave a slow shake of his head before settling back into his chair. Taking up a pen, he tapped it absently against the desk, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. He pulled a stack of papers toward him, only to push them away again and reach for the telephone. Miss Cordell, please get me Colonel Luscombe. Try his club first, then the Shropshire number. Replacing the receiver, he attempted once more to focus on the documents before him, but his concentration was shattered. When the buzzer sounded, he was ready. Colonel Luscombe is on the line now, Mr. Egerton. Put him through, Derek. Richard here. How are you? I've just had a visitor, you know, your ward, Elvira. Derek Luscombe's voice was thick with surprise. What on earth for? Is she in some sort of trouble? Not that I could see, if anything. She seemed rather pleased with herself. She came to get a full picture of her financial situation. You didn't tell her, I hope? Luscombe's alarm was immediate, and why shouldn't I? What's the virtue in secrecy? It just seems unwise for a girl her age to learn she'll inherit such a substantial sum. It's a dangerous thing to know. Someone will tell her eventually. She needs to be prepared. Money is a responsibility, Derek. Perhaps, but she's still practically a child. Are you certain of that? What do you mean? Of course she is. I wouldn't be so sure. So who's the boyfriend? I beg your pardon. The boyfriend, there is one, isn't there? Absolutely not. Nothing of the kind. What gives you that idea? Nothing, she said outright. But I have some experience in these matters. You'll find there's a young man in the picture. Mark my words. I can assure you, you are completely mistaken. She has had a most sheltered upbringing, strict schools, an exclusive finishing school in Italy. I would know if anything like that was going on. She may have met a few agreeable young men, but I am certain it is nothing as you suggest. My diagnosis remains a boyfriend, and likely an unsuitable one. But why, Richard? What do you really know about young girls? Quite a bit, Egerton replied dryly. In the last year alone, I've had 3 clients. 2 ended up as wards of the court, and the 3rd badgered her parents into a nearly certain disastrous marriage. Girls aren't guarded the way they used to be. Frankly, in today's world, it's become terribly difficult to guard them at all. I assure you Elvira has been watched over most carefully. The ingenuity of a determined young woman would stagger you. Keep a closer eye on her, Derek. Make some discreet inquiries about how she's been spending her time. This is nonsense. She is a sweet, simple girl. What you don't know about sweet, simple girls could fill a book. Her mother caused a major scandal by running away at an age younger than Elvira is now. And as for old Coniston, he was one of the most notorious rakes in England. You're distressing me, Richard. You truly are. You needed the warning. What troubled me more was another of her questions. Why is she so intent on knowing who would inherit her money if she were to die. That's odd you mention it, because she asked me the very same thing. Did she now? Why is her mind dwelling on an early death? Colonel Luscombe's tone held a note of concern. She inquired about her mother, incidentally. I do wish Bess would reach out to the girl. Have you spoken with Bess on the matter? Asked Egerton. As it happens, yes. We were both staying at the same hotel quite by chance. I encouraged her to arrange a meeting. And her response? Egerton's curiosity was piqued. An outright refusal, Luscombe replied. She more or less stated she wasn't a suitable person for the girl to know. From a certain perspective. I suppose that's true, Egerton mused. She's involved with that racing crowd, isn't she? I've heard the rumours. So have I. Hard to say how much substance is in them. But there might be. Could explain her feelings. Bess's acquaintances are often rather robust. But what a character she is, Derek. Truly one of a kind. Always been her own greatest obstacle, Derek Luscombe said, his voice gruff. A splendidly proper thing to say, Egerton remarked with a touch of dryness. Well, apologies for troubling you, Derek, but do keep an eye out for any questionable figures in the periphery. You've been duly advised. He hung up the phone and turned his attention back to the papers on his desk. This time, his focus was complete at Bertram's Hotel, Chapter 11. Mrs. McCrae, Canon Pennyfather's housekeeper, had selected a Dover sole for his supper upon his return. The merits of a good Dover sole were many. It required no preparation until the Canon was safely inside, and it could be kept for the following day if needed. The Canon was partial to Dover sole, and should a message arrive stating his plans had changed, Mrs. McCrae was also partial to a good Dover sole. Everything was therefore in perfect order for his homecoming. The sole would be followed by pancakes. The fish awaited on the kitchen table, the pancake batter ready in its bowl. The brass gleamed, the silver shone, not a speck of dust was visible. Only one element was missing, the Canon himself. He was due back on the 6:30 train from London. By 7 o'clock he had not arrived. The train was likely delayed. By 7:30 he was still absent. Mrs. McCrae sighed with annoyance, sensing a familiar pattern. 8 o'clock came with no Canon. She released a long, exasperated breath. A telephone call would probably come soon. Though it was entirely possible, no call would come at all. He might have written. No doubt he had written, but had likely forgotten to mail the letter. Oh dear, said Mrs. McCrae. At 9 o'clock she used some of the batter to make herself 3 pancakes. The sole was carefully stored in the refrigerator. I do wonder where the good man has wandered off to now, she said aloud. Experience told her he could be practically anywhere. The most likely scenario was that he would realize his error in time to wire or telephone her before she went to bed. I shall stay up until 11, but not a minute later, Mrs. McCrae declared. Her usual bedtime was 10:30. Extending it to 11 was a concession to duty. If 11 arrived with no word, she would lock up the house and retire. She was not precisely worried. This had happened before. There was nothing to do but wait for news. The possibilities were endless. Canon Pennyfather might have boarded the wrong train and not discovered his error until he was halfway across the country. Or he might still be in London, having confused the dates and therefore convinced he was not returning until the next day. He had once, she recalled, become so engrossed in a museum exhibit on ancient timekeeping devices that he'd entirely missed his train, turning a simple delay into a minor adventure. The possibility had crossed her mind that he might have encountered some acquaintances at the international conference he was attending and been persuaded to extend his stay, perhaps through the weekend. He would have fully intended to inform her, but in his usual manner the thought had simply slipped away. Consequently, as noted, she hadn't been particularly concerned. His longtime friend, Archdeacon Simmons, was scheduled to visit the day after tomorrow. The Canon was reliably punctual about such social commitments, so she expected either his return or a message from him by tomorrow at the latest, and certainly his arrival by the following day. Yet the morning of that day arrived with no word from him. For the first time, a thread of unease began to weave through Mrs. McCrae's thoughts. Between 9 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, she regarded the telephone with deep suspicion. Mrs. McCrae held firm and rather traditional opinions about the device. She utilized it and acknowledged its practicality, but affection was not a word she would associate with it. A portion of her household shopping was conducted over the line, though she vastly preferred to do it in person, operating on the unshakable conviction that if you weren't there to inspect the goods, a shopkeeper would inevitably attempt to swindle you. Still, for domestic logistics it had its uses. She would, on rare occasion, telephone friends or relatives in the immediate vicinity. Placing a long-distance call, however, especially to a place like London, caused her genuine distress. It felt like a shocking and frivolous waste of money. Yet, as another day dawned with no news, she resolved to take action. She knew his London accommodations, Bertram's hotel, a respectable, old-fashioned establishment. It might be prudent, she thought, to ring up and make some discreet inquiries. They would likely know his whereabouts. It wasn't one of those impersonal modern hotels. She would ask to speak directly to Miss Gorringe. Miss Gorringe was invariably efficient and considerate. The canon might, of course, still return on the 12:30 train. If so, he would be walking through the door at any moment. But the minutes ticked by and no canon appeared. Mrs. McCrae drew a steadying breath, fortified her nerves, and requested the operator connect her to London. She waited, her lips pressed together, the receiver held in a firm grip against her ear. "Bertram's Hotel. How may I assist you?" a voice answered. "I would like to speak with Miss Gorringe, please," said Mrs. McCrae. "One moment, please. May I ask who is calling?" "This is Mrs. McCrae, Canon Pennyfather's housekeeper. Just a moment, please." Soon the calm, competent tone of Miss Gorringe came through the line. "Miss Gorringe speaking. You said Canon Pennyfather's housekeeper." "That is correct, Mrs. McCrae." "Oh, yes, of course. How can I help you, Mrs. McCrae?" "Is Canon Pennyfather still a guest at the hotel?" "I'm actually rather glad you've called," Miss Gorringe replied, her voice taking on a note of professional concern. "We've been somewhat uncertain about the appropriate course of action." "Has something happened to him? An accident?" No, nothing like that. But we had expected him back from Lucerne on Friday or Saturday." "Aye, that sounds right." "But he didn't arrive. Now, of course, with the canon, that isn't entirely surprising. He had confirmed his reservation through yesterday. He didn't return yesterday, nor has he sent any word, and his belongings are still here. The bulk of his luggage. We weren't entirely sure what to do about it. Naturally, Miss Gorringe added quickly. We are aware the canon can be, shall we say, a bit absent-minded on occasion." "You can say that again," Mrs. McCrae interjected with feeling. "It does present a slight difficulty for us. We are quite fully booked. His room is in fact reserved for another guest arriving later today." She paused. "You have no idea where he might be." With a sigh of exasperated fondness, Mrs. McCrae said, "That man could be absolutely anywhere." She collected herself. "Well, thank you, Miss Gorringe. Is there anything I can do?" Miss Gorringe offered helpfully. "No doubt I'll hear something soon enough," Mrs. McCrae concluded. She thanked Miss Gorringe once more and replaced the receiver. She sat by the telephone, her expression troubled. She wasn't truly afraid for his physical safety. Had there been an accident, she felt certain she would have been notified by now. On the whole, the canon was not what one would describe as accident-prone. Her worry was of a more mundane, irritating variety, the sheer, predictable inconvenience of his forgetfulness, which now absurdly had hotel managers involved. The whole situation was becoming a proper bother. Mrs. McCrae privately considered him one of those scatterbrained types, the sort who somehow always seemed to be watched over by a guardian angel. They could wander through life without a single careful thought and still emerge unscathed, even from the middle of a busy street. No, she couldn't picture Canon Pennyfather injured in a hospital bed. He was surely somewhere else, chatting away happily and innocently with some acquaintance. Perhaps he hadn't even returned from his travels. The real problem was Archdeacon Simmons, who was due to arrive that very evening expecting his host. She couldn't possibly contact the Archdeacon to postpone, as she had no idea where he was. The whole situation was a muddle, but like most troubles it had its silver lining. That lining was Archdeacon Simmons himself. He would know exactly what to do. She would simply put the matter into his capable hands. Archdeacon Simmons was the polar opposite of her employer. He moved through life with purpose and cheerful certainty, always confident he was doing the right thing. When he arrived and was met with Mrs. McCrae's flustered explanations and apologies, he proved to be a pillar of strength. He wasn't alarmed in the slightest. Now, Mrs. McCrae, don't you worry," he said genially, settling down to the meal she had prepared. "We'll track our absent-minded friend down. Reminds me of the story about G.K. Chesterton, the writer. Once, while on a lecture tour, he sent his wife a telegram that read, 'At Crewe Station. Where ought I to be?'" He laughed heartily. Mrs. McCrae offered a dutiful smile. She didn't find the anecdote particularly amusing, as it was precisely the sort of thing Canon Pennyfather might have done. "Ah," said the Archdeacon appreciatively, "one of your superb veal cutlets. You're a marvellous cook. I do hope my old friend knows how lucky he is." After the veal cutlets came small castle puddings with a blackberry sauce, which Mrs. McCrae had remembered was a favourite of his. Thus fortified, the Archdeacon turned his full attention to the search. He attacked the telephone with vigour and a complete disregard for cost, which made Mrs. McCrae purse her lips in mild anxiety, though she didn't truly disapprove, as her master absolutely had to be found. His first dutiful call was to the Canon's sister, who, as usual, paid little attention to her brother's comings and goings, and had no idea of his whereabouts. Undeterred, the Archdeacon cast his net wider. He called Bertram's hotel again and obtained as many precise details as possible. The Canon had definitely left there on the evening of the 19th, taking only a small overnight bag. His main luggage remained in his retained room. He had mentioned a conference in Lucerne. He had not gone directly to the airport from the hotel. The commissionaire, who knew him well, had put him in a taxi directed to the Athenaeum Club. That was the last anyone at Bertram's had seen of him. One small typical detail, he had taken his room key with him. It wouldn't be the first time. Archdeacon Simmons paused for a moment's thought before his next move. He could call the London Airlines, but that would be time-consuming. Perhaps there was a shortcut. He decided to ring Dr. Weisgarten, a learned Hebrew scholar who would almost certainly have attended the Lucerne conference. Dr. Weisgarten was at home. The moment he realized who was calling, he launched into a torrent of verbiage, mostly consisting of disparaging critiques of 2 papers presented at the event. "That fellow Hogorov is most unsound," he declared, "profoundly unsound. I have no idea how he gets away with it. The man is no scholar at all. Do you have any idea what he actually told me?" The Archdeacon let out a weary breath, knowing he had to be direct. If he wasn't, the entire evening would dissolve into a litany of complaints about other academics from the Lucerne gathering. With a touch of reluctance, Dr. Weisgarten was steered back to the matter at hand. "Pennyfather," he repeated. "Pennyfather, he was supposed to be there. I can't imagine why he wasn't. He told me himself, just a week prior, when I ran into him at the Athenaeum. Are you saying he never made it to the conference at all?" "That's precisely what I said. He should have been there." "Any idea why he wasn't? Did he send word?" "How would I know? He certainly spoke as if he were going. Actually, now that I think of it, his absence was noted. Several people mentioned it, assumed he'd caught a chill. The weather has been terribly unpredictable." Just as he was veering back toward criticizing his colleagues, Archdeacon Simmons ended the call. He had a solid fact, but for the first time it stirred a ripple of unease. Canon Pennyfather had not attended the Lucerne conference, though he had clearly intended to go to the Archdeacon. That seemed profoundly odd. He might, of course, have boarded the wrong flight, though the airlines were usually quite diligent about preventing such mix-ups. Could the Canon have simply mistaken the date? It was possible, he supposed. But if that were the case, where had he gone instead? He turned his attention next to the air terminal, which required considerable patience and being passed from one department to another. Eventually, he confirmed a definite detail. Canon Pennyfather had reserved a seat on the 9:40 p.m. flight to Lucerne on the 18th, but he never boarded. "We're making progress," Archdeacon Simmons remarked to Mrs. McCrae, who was lingering nearby. "Now, let's see, who should I try next? All this telephoning is going to cost a dreadful amount, Mrs." McCrae fretted. "I'm afraid it will. the Archdeacon conceded. "But we must find him. He isn't a young man any more." "Oh, sir, you don't think something could have actually happened to him?" "Well, I hope not. I doubt it, because I believe you would have heard by now. He, always carried identification, didn't he?" "Oh, yes, sir. He had cards, letters, all sorts of things in his wallet." "Then I doubt he's in a hospital," said the Archdeacon. "Let me think. When he left the hotel, he took a taxi to the Athenaeum. I'll try them next there. He received clear information. Canon Pennyfather, a familiar face there, had dined at the club at 7:30 on the evening of the 19th. It was then that the Archdeacon noticed something he had overlooked. The plane ticket was for the 18th, but the Canon had left Bertram's hotel for the Athenaeum on the 19th, mentioning the Lucerne conference. A glimmer of understanding dawned. Silly old fool, Archdeacon Simmons thought privately, careful not to voice it in front of Mrs. McCrae. He got his dates mixed up. The conference was on the 19th, I'm certain of it. He must have thought he was leaving on the 18th. He was off by a full day. He pieced together the next steps carefully. The Canon would have gone to the Athenaeum, dined, and then proceeded to the air terminal. There, no doubt, someone would have pointed out that his ticket was for the previous day, and he would have realized the conference he meant to attend was already finished. "That's exactly what happened," Archdeacon Simmons declared. "I'm sure of it." He explained the theory to Mrs. McCrae, who agreed it sounded plausible enough. "So what would he have done then? Returned to his hotel," Mrs. McCrae suggested. "He wouldn't have come straight here. I mean, gone directly to the train station? Not if his luggage was still at the hotel. In any case, he would have gone to collect his luggage from the hotel," Simmons remarked. "That's a fair point," Simmons conceded. "All right, let's piece it together." He left the airport with his carry-on and headed back to the hotel, or at least intended to. He might have stopped for a meal. No, he'd already eaten at the club, so he was on his way to the hotel, but he never made it. He paused, thinking it over. Or did he? No one at the hotel recalls seeing him. So what happened between the airport and there? He could have run into someone, Mrs. McCrae suggested, though she sounded uncertain. Yes, that's certainly possible. An old friend he hadn't seen in years. He might have gone off with them to their hotel or home, but he wouldn't have stayed away for 3 whole days, would he? He wouldn't have forgotten about his luggage for that long. He'd have telephoned the hotel, or come by for it, or even, in a moment of total distraction, headed straight home, 3 days without a word. That's the part that makes no sense. What if he had an accident? Yes, Mrs. McCrae, we must consider that. We can check the hospitals. You mentioned he had identification on him? I believe there's only one course of action left. Mrs. McCrae looked at him with concern. I'm afraid, the Archdeacon said gently, that we must go to the police. Miss Marple was thoroughly enjoying her London visit. She filled her days with simple pleasures she'd often missed during her shorter trips to the city. It must be noted, perhaps with a touch of regret, that she did not immerse herself in the cultural offerings available. Art galleries and museums held no appeal. The notion of attending a fashion show would never have crossed her mind. Instead, she found delight in the houseware sections of large department stores, browsing glassware, china and linens, and she never passed up a good sale on upholstery fabric. After investing what she deemed a sensible amount in these domestic treasures, she embarked on her own personal tours. She sought out shops and neighbourhoods she remembered from her youth, often just to see if they still existed, a leisurely pastime she'd never before allowed herself, and one she cherished. Following a restorative nap after lunch, she would slip out, deftly avoiding the ever-watchful doorman who was convinced a lady of her years required a taxi, and make her way to a bus stop or the underground armed with a bus guide and a tube map. She planned each outing with care. One afternoon she could be found strolling contentedly through Evelyn Gardens or Onslow Square, whispering to herself, "That was Mrs. Van Dillen's house, of course. It looks entirely different now, completely remodelled. Goodness, there are 4 doorbells, converted into flats, I suppose." This was always such a charming, old-fashioned square. With a slightly sheepish air, she revisited Madame Tussaud's, a beloved childhood treat. In Westbourne Grove, she searched in vain for Bradley's, where her Aunt Helen had always gone for fur repairs. General window shopping didn't interest her, but she had a marvellous time gathering new knitting patterns and exploring the latest types of yarn. She even made a special trip to Richmond to see the terrace house once owned by her great-uncle Thomas, the retired admiral. The handsome row was still there, but like so much else, it seemed every home was now subdivided into apartments. A more melancholy visit was to Lowndes Square, where a distant cousin, Lady Merridew, had lived in considerable style. There, a towering modernist skyscraper now stood in its place, a sight that struck her with a profound sense of loss for a vanished world. Miss Marple gave a regretful sigh, speaking quietly to herself. "I suppose we must accept progress, though it's a shame. Cousin Ethel would be horrified if she could see this now." On a particularly mild and pleasant afternoon, she boarded a bus that carried her across Battersea Bridge. Her plan was twofold: to take a nostalgic look at Prince's Terrace mansions, where an old governess of hers had once resided, and then to enjoy a stroll through Battersea Park. The first part of her outing proved disappointing. The building where Miss Ledbury had lived was gone, completely replaced by a sprawling structure of polished concrete. Turning into the park, Miss Marple admitted to herself that her walking stamina wasn't what it used to be. These days, half a mile was enough to weary her. She thought she might manage to cross the park and exit near Chelsea Bridge to find a bus, but her steps grew steadily slower. She was therefore relieved to spot a tea garden set beside the lake, still serving despite the autumn chill. The place was quiet, a few mothers with strollers, a couple of young pairs deep in conversation. Miss Marple collected a tray with a pot of hot tea and 2 sponge cakes. Settling at a table, she drank the strong, reviving brew. Feeling restored, she let her gaze wander and then sat up abruptly. What an odd coincidence! First the Army and Navy stores, and now here. It was unusual for those 2 particular people to choose such spots, but wait, she was mistaken. Fishing a stronger pair of spectacles from her bag, she looked again. There was a resemblance, certainly the same long, straight blonde hair, but this wasn't Bess Sedgwick. This was a much younger woman. Of course, it was the daughter, the girl who had visited Bertram's hotel with Colonel Luscombe. The man, however, was unmistakably the same one she had seen lunching with Lady Sedgwick at the stores, the same hawk-like handsomeness, the same lean predatory toughness, and the same potent, almost aggressive charm. "Trouble," Miss Marple murmured. "Nothing but trouble. Cruel and entirely without scruples. I don't like this one bit. First the mother, now the daughter. What can it mean? It meant nothing good. She was certain. Miss Marple rarely gave anyone the benefit of the doubt. She habitually assumed the worst, and she insisted that 9 times out of 10 she was correct. But both these meetings, she felt sure, were clandestine. She watched them now, leaning so close their heads nearly touched, talking with intense earnestness. The girl's face, Miss Marple took off her glasses, polished the lenses carefully, and put them back on. Yes, this girl was in love. Desperately, youthfully in love. But where were her guardians letting her roam London for secret rendezvous in Battersea Park? She seemed well-bred and properly raised, perhaps too properly raised. Her family likely believed her to be somewhere else entirely, which meant she was telling lies. As Miss Marple left, she passed near their table, slowing her pace as much as she dared. Their voices, however, were too low to catch any words. The man was speaking. The girl listened, looking both thrilled and apprehensive. Planning an elopement, perhaps, Miss Marple thought. She's still underage. Exiting through a small gate onto the park's sidewalk, she walked past a line of parked cars and presently paused beside one in particular. Miss Marple was not an expert on automobiles, but a vehicle of this sort was a rare sight in her experience, so she had taken note of it and committed it to memory. She had picked up a few details about this type of car from a passionate great-nephew who adored them. It was a racing model, a foreign make. The specific name escaped her now. More than that, she was certain she had seen this very car, or one identical to it, just the day before in a narrow lane near Bertram's hotel. What had caught her eye wasn't just its imposing size and distinctive, powerful look, but the license plate, which had stirred some faint, elusive recollection. Fan 2000-2066. It had brought to mind her cousin Fanny Godfrey, poor Fanny with her stutter, who used to declare, "I've Gigo got TT 2 6 spots." She moved closer to examine the plate again. Yes, she was correct. Fan 2066, the same vehicle, with each step growing more agonizing. Miss Marple crossed Chelsea Bridge lost in contemplation, and by the time she reached the far side, she was so utterly spent that she decisively flagged down the first available taxi. A nagging unease lingered, the sense that there was something she ought to be doing. But what exactly? And about what? It was all so frustratingly vague. Her gaze drifted absently to the newspaper stands. Sensational developments in train robbery. One headline blared. "NG Drever's story," announced another. Honestly, Miss Marple reflected, it seemed every day brought news of a bank heist, a train hold-up, or a payroll snatch. Crime appeared to be getting downright presumptuous. At a place like Bertram's Hotel, however, one expected a certain decorum. Chapter 13. Bearing a vague resemblance to a particularly ponderous bumblebee, Chief Inspector Fred Davy meandered through the corridors of the Criminal Investigation Department, humming tunelessly to himself. This was a familiar quirk, eliciting little more than the occasional muttered observation that "Father is on the prowl again." His aimless wandering eventually brought him to the office where Inspector Campbell sat behind a desk, wearing a profoundly bored expression. Campbell was a young man with ambitions, and he found a great deal of his work to be excruciatingly dull. Yet he performed his assigned duties competently and had earned a respectable measure of approval for it. The higher-ups regarded him favourably, believed he had promise, and occasionally dispensed a few words of bland encouragement. "Good morning, sir," Inspector Campbell said respectfully as Father entered his domain. Naturally, he referred to Chief Inspector Davy as Father behind his back, like everyone else, but he hadn't yet accrued enough seniority to use the nickname to the man's face. "Is there something I can help you with, sir?" "Tra-la-la, boom-da-a," hummed the Chief Inspector, notably off-key. "Why do they call me Mary when my name's Miss Gibbs?" Having unexpectedly resurrected this fragment from a forgotten musical comedy, he pulled up a chair and settled his considerable bulk into it. "Busy," he grunted. "Reasonably so, sir." "You've got some missing persons matter, haven't you? Tied to some hotel. What's the name again? Bertram's. That's it, isn't it?" "Yes, sir. Bertram's Hotel. Violating liquor laws? Employing ladies of the evening?" "Oh, no, sir," said Inspector Campbell, mildly affronted at the suggestion. "It's a very respectable, quiet, old-fashioned establishment." "Is it indeed?" said Father, his bovine face impassive. "Yes, is it really? Well, now, that's what makes it interesting." Inspector Campbell wondered why that should be interesting, but knew better than to ask. Tempers among the senior ranks had been notably short since the spectacularly successful mail train robbery. He studied Father's large, heavy face and pondered, not for the first time, how Chief Inspector Davy had climbed to his rank and why he was held in such esteem. Probably adequate in his day, Campbell thought, a little impatiently, but there were plenty of sharper, more modern men around who deserved a promotion, if only someone would clear away the deadwood. The whole place could use some fresh air, in his opinion. The old man had started humming again, a tune with only a few scattered words surfacing. "Tell me, kind stranger, are there any more at home like you?" he sang, then switched to a high, thin voice. "A few, good sir, and nicer girls you never knew." "Wait, no, I've mixed up the parts, Florodora. That was a fine production as well." "I think I've heard of it, sir," Inspector Campbell replied. "I imagine your mother sang it as a lullaby," Chief Inspector Davy remarked. "All right, let's get to the point. What's been happening at Bertram's Hotel? Who's missing? And what are the circumstances?" "A Canon Pennyfather, sir. An elderly clergyman." "Sounds like a tedious affair." A slight smile touched Campbell's lips. "It is, in a manner of speaking, rather dull. What's his description?" "Canon Pennyfathers?" "Naturally. You do have one, I assume. Of course." Campbell sorted through his papers. "Height, 5'8". Considerable head of white hair, stooped posture. And he vanished from Bertram's Hotel. When was this? Roughly a week ago. November 19th. And they only just reported it. Took their sweet time, didn't they? There seems to have been a general assumption he'd reappear on his own. Any theories on the cause? Father inquired. Has this upstanding, pious gentleman run off with a churchwarden's wife? Does he have a secret drinking habit? Or perhaps he's been dipping into the collection plate? Or is he just the absent-minded type who pulls this sort of stunt? From everything I've gathered, sir, I'd lean toward the latter. He's done similar things before. What? Disappeared from a proper West End hotel? Not exactly that. No, but he hasn't always returned home when expected. Sometimes he's shown up to visit friends on a day they hadn't invited him, or failed to appear on a date they had. That kind of behaviour. Right, said Father. Right? Well, that all sounds perfectly normal and according to routine, doesn't it? Remind me, when precisely did he go missing? Thursday, November 19th. He was scheduled to attend a conference in. Campbell leaned over to consult the documents on his desk. Ah, Lucerne, the Society for Biblical Historical Studies. That's the English translation. I believe the society itself is actually German. And it was in Lucerne?
The old fellow? I assume he is an old fellow?
63, sir, from what I understand. And the old fellow never arrived. Is that it? Inspector Campbell gathered his papers and relayed the established facts, insofar as they had been established. Doesn't sound like he's run off with a choir boy, Chief Inspector Davy observed dryly. It was a sudden, almost sarcastic twist, cutting through the procedural monotony. I expect he'll show up eventually, said Campbell. But we're investigating, of course. Are you, especially interested in this case, sir? He could barely contain his curiosity on the point. No, Davy said after a thoughtful pause. No, I'm not interested in the case. I don't see anything about it to be interested in. A silence followed, a silence that practically shouted, "Well, then," in a tone of unvoiced question from Inspector Campbell, who was too disciplined to actually say it. What I'm actually interested in, Father stated, is the date. And Bertram's hotel, naturally. It's always had an excellent reputation, sir. No trouble there. That's very reassuring, I'm sure, said Father. He added, almost to himself, I think I'd like to have a look at the place. Certainly, sir, said Inspector Campbell. Any time. I was planning to go round there myself. I might as well tag along, said Father. Not to interfere. Nothing like that. But I'd just like to see the hotel. And this vanishing cleric of yours, or whatever he is, provides a rather convenient excuse. No need to call me sir while we're there. You take the lead. I'll just be your assistant. Inspector Campbell's interest sharpened. Do you think there might be a connection there, sir? Something that could tie into another matter? There's no reason to think so at present, said Father. But you know how it goes.
One gets, I'm not sure what you'd call them, sudden fancies, perhaps? The idea of Bertram's hotel just seems almost too perfect to be real. He returned to his cheerful humming, this time a bit of Let's All Go Down the Strand. The two detectives moved through the lobby together. Campbell looked sharp in his well-tailored suit. He had a good build, while Chief Inspector Davy carried an air of comfortable country tweed.
They blended in well enough, but Miss Gorringe's practised eye, lifting from her ledger, picked them out at once. Having reported Canon Pennyfather's disappearance herself, she'd been expecting a visit. With a quiet word to her earnest assistant, who stood ready in the background, she freed herself to shift slightly along the counter as the men approached. Inspector Campbell placed his card on the desk. Miss Gorringe gave a brief nod, her gaze drifting past him to the large, tweed-coated figure who had turned to survey the lounge with an almost childlike appreciation for its well-bred upper-class atmosphere. Perhaps we should step into the office, Miss Gorringe suggested. We can speak more freely there. That would be best, Campbell agreed. Lovely place you have here, remarked the large, placid-looking man, turning back toward her. Very cosy, he added, nodding approvingly at the generous fireplace. Proper old-fashioned comfort. Miss Gorringe allowed a pleased smile. Thank you. We do take pride in our guests' comfort. She turned to her assistant. Alice, you'll carry on. The ledger is there. Lady Jocelyn should arrive shortly. You know, she'll likely want to change rooms the moment she sees hers. Do explain. We're quite full. If she insists, you may show her number 340 on the 3rd floor. It isn't a pleasant room, and I expect she'll prefer her own once she sees the alternative. Yes, Miss Gorringe. And remind Colonel Mortimer his field glasses are here. He asked me to keep them for him this morning. Please don't let him leave without them. Of course, Miss Gorringe. With those instructions given, Miss Gorringe led the two men to a plain mahogany door, unmarked, and ushered them into a small, rather austere office. Once seated, Inspector Campbell began. The missing individual is Canon Pennyfather, I understand? He glanced at his notes. I have Sergeant Woodall's report, but if you could tell me in your own words what happened. I'm not entirely convinced disappeared is the right word, Miss Gorringe replied thoughtfully. I rather think he may have met someone, an old friend perhaps, and gone off with them to some academic gathering or reunion on the continent. He can be terribly vague. You've known him for some time? Oh, yes. He's been staying with us for, 5 or 6 years at least, I should think. You've been here a good while yourself, ma'am, Chief Inspector Davy interjected pleasantly. 14 years now, said Miss Gorringe. It's a fine establishment, Davy repeated amiably. And Canon Pennyfather usually stayed here when he was in London, is that correct? Yes, always. He would write well in advance to reserve his room. He was actually much less vague on paper than in person. This time he requested a room from the 17th to the 21st. During that period, he anticipated being gone for a night or two, and he made it clear he wanted to retain his room during his absence. He did that sort of thing fairly regularly. When did you start to feel concerned about him? Campbell inquired. Well, I wasn't truly worried. It was inconvenient, of course. You understand, his room was rebooked starting the 23rd, and when it dawned on me, I didn't catch on immediately that he hadn't returned from Lucerne. My notes say Lucerne, Campbell interjected. Yes, Lucerne, that's right. Some sort of archaeology conference. At any rate, once I realized he hadn't come back here and his luggage was still sitting in his room, it created a rather sticky situation. We're heavily booked this season, and I had another guest arriving for that room, the Honourable Mrs. Saunders from Lyme Regis. She always reserves that particular room. Then his housekeeper telephoned. She was quite anxious. The housekeeper is Mrs. McCrae, according to Archdeacon Simmons. Are you acquainted with her? Not personally, no, but I've spoken to her on the phone a few times. She strikes me as very dependable, and has been with Canon Pennyfather for many years. Naturally, she was concerned. I believe she and the Archdeacon contacted close friends and relatives, but no one had any information about the Canon's whereabouts. Given that he was expecting the Archdeacon as a house guest, it seemed exceedingly strange, and still does, that he wouldn't have returned home. Is the Canon typically this forgetful? Asked the other man, whom Miss Gorringe chose to ignore. This large individual, presumably the sergeant, was, in her opinion, overstepping. And now I gather, Miss Gorringe continued, her tone edged with irritation, from Archdeacon Simmons, that the Canon never actually attended that conference in Lucerne at all. Did he send any message to cancel? Not from here, he didn't. No telegram or anything of the sort. I really know nothing about the Lucerne arrangements. My concern is solely with our hotel's side of things. I see the evening papers have picked up the story about him being missing. I hope they don't mention he was staying here. We certainly don't want reporters descending on us. Our guests would be most displeased. If you could keep the press at bay, Inspector Campbell, we would be very grateful. After all, it's not as though he vanished from our premises. His luggage is still here. Yes, in the baggage room. If he didn't go to Lucerne, have you considered the possibility of an accident? Something like being struck by a car? Nothing of that nature has occurred. It really is most peculiar, said Miss Gorringe, a flicker of genuine curiosity now replacing her annoyance. It makes one wonder where on earth he could have gone. And why? The large man gave her a look of understanding. Naturally, he rumbled. You've been viewing it purely from the hotel's perspective. Very understandable. Inspector Campbell consulted his notes again. My understanding is that Canon Pennyfather departed here around 6:30 on the evening of Thursday the 19th. He had a small overnight bag and took a taxi, instructing the doorman to tell the driver to go to the Athenaeum Club. Miss Gorringe nodded firmly. Yes, he dined at the Athenaeum Club. Archdeacon Simmons informed me that was the last place he was seen. Her voice was resolute, cleanly transferring the burden of the Canon's last known location from Bertram's hotel to the club. It was a subtle but definitive shift of responsibility. "Well, it's good to have the facts clear," the large man said in his gentle, rumbling tone. "We've got them straight now." He went off with his little blue overnight bag. It was a blue bag, wasn't it? He went off and he didn't come back. And that, as they say, is that. "So you see, I'm afraid I really can't be of further assistance," said Miss Gorringe, preparing to stand and return to her duties. The whole affair was an unwelcome disruption to the hotel's orderly routine. Father didn't seem convinced. "Maybe you can't help us directly," he said, "but someone else here might be able to." Miss Gorringe looked puzzled. "Someone else?" "Exactly," Father replied. "Perhaps a member of your staff." "I really don't think so," she said. "If anyone knew anything, they would have come to me immediately." "Maybe, maybe not," Father countered. "They'd tell you if they had a clear fact." "Certainly, but I'm thinking more about a casual remark he might have made. An offhand comment that could point us somewhere." "What kind of remark?" Miss Gorringe asked, her expression growing more confused. "Oh, you know the sort of thing," Father said cheerfully. "An absent-minded person might say, 'I'm meeting an old colleague tonight I haven't seen since we were in Nevada,' or 'I must remember my goddaughter's graduation party next week.' Little clues like that show what's on a person's mind. He finishes his dinner, gets into a cab and thinks, 'Right, where to?' If the graduation was in his thoughts, he might just tell the driver to go there without another thought." "I suppose I understand the theory," Miss Gorringe said, though she sounded deeply skeptical. "It just seems a bit of a long shot. Luck plays its part," Father said with a shrug. "Then there are the other guests. Canon Pennyfather came here regularly. He must have known some of them." "Oh yes," Miss Gorringe said, thinking. "He often spoke with Lady Selina Hazy, and the Bishop of Norwich. They were old friends from their university days. Mrs. Jameson and her daughters too. They're from his part of the country, quite a few people really." "You see," Father pressed, "he might have chatted with one of them. He might have let slip some small detail. Is anyone currently staying here whom he knew reasonably well?" Miss Gorringe frowned in concentration. "General Radley is still here, and there's an elderly lady from the country, a Miss Marple, I believe. She told me she used to stay here as a girl. I think she was acquainted with him." "Well, we could start with those two," Father said, "and there would be a chambermaid, of course." "She's already been questioned by Sergeant Waddell," Miss Gorringe pointed out. "I know, but perhaps not from this particular angle. What about the waiter who served his table, or the head waiter?" "There's always Henry," Miss Gorringe said, as if stating the obvious. "Henry?" Father asked. Miss Gorringe looked almost offended that anyone needed to ask. "Henry has been here forever," she explained with feeling. "You must have seen him serving tea in the lounge. He's an institution. He sets the entire tone for the hotel." "A real character," Davy chimed in, remembering. "I noticed him. I don't know what we'd do without Henry," Miss Gorringe said warmly. Then, her tone cooling slightly, she added, "If you wish, I can have him serve you some tea." Chief Inspector Davy's eyes lit up. "I saw he had muffins. I haven't had a proper muffin in ages." "Very well," Miss Gorringe said, turning to Inspector Campbell. "Shall I have 2 teas brought to the lounge for you?" Before Campbell could answer, the door opened and Mr. Humphreys entered with his usual air of serene authority. He paused, looking questioningly at Miss Gorringe. "These gentlemen are from Scotland Yard, Mr. Humphreys," she explained. "Detective Inspector Campbell," Campbell said. "Ah, yes, of course," Mr. Humphreys said, recovering his composure. "About Canon Pennyfather, I assume? A most perplexing affair. I do hope no harm has come to the dear old fellow. Indeed," Miss Gorringe agreed. "He is such a kind man." "One of the old guard," Mr. Humphreys said approvingly. "You seem to have a number of the old guard here," Chief Inspector Davy observed mildly. "I suppose we do," Mr. Humphreys conceded. "I suppose we do." "Yes, in many ways we are a rather resilient establishment," Miss Gorringe remarked with a note of pride. "We have our devoted regulars who return season after season. A significant number are Americans, very pleasant, quiet individuals from places like Boston and Washington. They appreciate our distinctly English ambience, added Mr. Humphreys, his smile revealing a row of very white teeth. Father considered him thoughtfully. Inspector Campbell pressed on. You're absolutely certain no message arrived here from the cannon? It's possible someone accepted it, but neglected to record it or pass it along. All telephone messages are recorded with the utmost care, Miss Gorringe replied, her tone frosty. I find it inconceivable that any communication would not have been relayed to me or to the responsible staff member on duty. She fixed him with a stern look, momentarily unsettling the inspector. Indeed, we've addressed these inquiries previously. Mr. Humphreys interjected, a similar chill in his voice. We provided all available information to your sergeant. His name escapes me at the moment. Father shifted slightly and adopted a more conversational manner. Well, you see, the situation has grown somewhat more serious. It appears to be more than simple forgetfulness. That's why I believe it would be helpful to speak briefly with the two individuals you mentioned, General Radley and Miss Marple. You wish for me to arrange a meeting with them? Mr. Humphreys appeared uneasy. General Radley is quite hard of hearing. I don't think we need anything too formal, said Chief Inspector Davy. We aim to avoid causing alarm. You can leave that to us. Just indicate who they are. There's always a chance, you know, that Canon Pennyfather might have mentioned some plan of his, or perhaps someone he intended to meet in Lucerne or travel with. It's worth exploring. Mr. Humphreys seemed somewhat relieved. Is there anything else we can assist you with? We are eager to cooperate in every way, but you understand our concern regarding any press attention? Absolutely, Inspector Campbell acknowledged. And I'll just have a word with the chambermaid, Father stated. Of course, if you wish, said Mr. Humphreys, though he added, I very much doubt she can tell you anything useful. Probably not. But there might be some small detail, a remark the canon made about a letter or an appointment. One never knows, Mr. Humphreys checked his watch. She comes on duty at 6, on the second floor. In the meantime, perhaps you would care for some tea. That would suit me perfectly, Father responded promptly. They left the office together. Miss Gorringe indicated, General Radley will be in the smoking room, the first room down that corridor on the left. He'll likely be by the fireplace with the Times, she added discreetly. I think he may be asleep. Are you certain you don't want me to? No, I'll manage it, Father assured her. And what about the other one? The elderly lady? She's seated over there near the fireplace, Miss Gorringe said. The one with the fluffy white hair knitting, Father observed glancing over. She looks almost theatrical, doesn't she? The universal image of a great aunt. Great aunts, and grandmothers, and great-grandmothers for that matter, rarely look like that these days, Miss Gorringe remarked. We had the Marchioness of Barlow in just yesterday. She's a great-grandmother, and honestly I scarcely recognized her, fresh from Paris, with a flawless complexion, platinum blonde hair, and what I assume is a meticulously maintained figure. She looked spectacular, I must admit. Ah, said Father with a wry smile. I suppose I still prefer the more traditional sort myself. Well, thank you, ma'am. He turned to Campbell. I'll handle this, shall I? I know you have that important appointment. Quite right, Campbell said, taking his cue to depart. I doubt it will lead anywhere, but it's worth a shot. Mr. Humphreys retreated into his private office, calling over his shoulder, Miss Gorringe, a moment, if you please. She followed, closing the door softly. Humphreys was pacing. Why do they want to see Rose? He snapped. Waddell covered everything. Probably just procedure, Miss Gorringe offered, though she sounded uncertain. You should speak with her beforehand. She looked surprised. But Inspector Campbell isn't the concern. It's the other one. Do you realize who he is? He didn't give a name. A sergeant, I assumed. He looks rather provincial. Provincial, nothing, Mr. Humphreys retorted, shedding his polished demeanour. That's Chief Inspector Davy, as cunning as they come. Highly regarded at the Yard. I want to know why he's here, shuffling about and playing the amiable rube. It makes me uneasy. You can't possibly believe. I don't know what to believe. But I don't like it. Did he ask to see anyone else besides Rose? I believe he intends to speak with Henry as well. Mr. Humphreys gave a short laugh. Miss Gorringe echoed it. Well, we needn't worry about Henry. Certainly not. And the guests who knew Canon Pennyfather. Humphreys laughed again, a dry, humourless sound. I wish him luck with old Radley. He'll have to shout himself hoarse and still get nothing useful. He's welcome to Radley and that peculiar old bird, Miss Marple. All the same, I don't care for him poking around here. You know, Chief Inspector Davy mused, I'm not fond of that fellow Humphreys. Suspect something? Asked Campbell.
Well, Father sounded almost regretful. It's just a feeling. A bit too smooth. I wonder if he owns the place, or merely manages it. I could ask him directly, Campbell said, turning back toward the front desk. No, don't, said Father. Just find out, discreetly. Campbell studied him. What's on your mind, sir? Nothing concrete, Father replied. I'd simply like to know more about this establishment, who backs it, its financial footing, that sort of thing. Campbell shook his head.
I would have said this is one place in London completely above reproach. I know, Father interrupted. And what a convenient reputation to have. With another shake of his head, Campbell departed. Father made his way to the smoking room. General Radley was just stirring. His copy of the Times had slipped to the floor and splayed open. Father gathered the pages, reassembled them, and handed them back. Thank you, sir. Very decent, General Radley grumbled. General Radley? Yes? You'll excuse me, Father said, raising his voice. But I need to ask you about Canon Pennyfather. Eh? What's that? The General cupped a hand to his ear. Canon Pennyfather, Father repeated, louder. My father passed on years ago. Canon Pennyfather. Oh, what about him? Saw him recently. He was a guest here. He mentioned leaving an address with you. This took considerably more effort to convey, but he eventually succeeded. Never gave me any address. Must have me confused with someone else. Muddle-headed old fellow. Always was. Academic type, you know. They're famously absent-minded. Father persisted a while longer, but soon concluded that conversing with General Radley was nearly impossible and almost certainly pointless. He moved to the lounge, taking a seat at a table next to Miss Jane Marple. Tea, sir? Father glanced up. He was like everyone struck by Henry's imposing presence. Despite his considerable size, the man seemed to move with an eerie, weightless grace, appearing and vanishing like some corporeal ghost. Father ordered tea. I believe I saw you have muffins? He inquired. Henry smiled serenely. Yes, sir. Our muffins are truly excellent, if I may be so bold. They are a favourite with all our guests. May I bring you some, sir? And would you prefer Indian or China tea? Indian, please, Father replied. Or Ceylon, if you have it. Of course we have Ceylon, sir. With the slightest nod from Henry, his pale young assistant vanished to fetch the tea and muffins. Henry himself glided away to attend to another table. You're quite the character, aren't you? Father mused. I wonder where they found you, and what they pay. A small fortune, I'd wager, and you'd be worth every penny. He observed Henry, leaning toward an elderly guest with a kindly, almost paternal air. He wondered what Henry made of him, if the man gave him any thought at all. Father felt he blended into the atmosphere of Bertram's hotel well enough. He could pass for a successful rancher from the Midwest, or perhaps a member of the aristocracy who bore a passing resemblance to a racetrack bookie. He knew a couple of lords who fit that description perfectly. On the whole, he believed he was convincing, yet he had a nagging suspicion that Henry wasn't fooled. Yes, you're a sharp one, Father thought again. The tea arrived, along with a plate of warm muffins. Father took a generous bite. Melted butter dripped onto his chin, which he wiped away with a large handkerchief. He drank 2 cups of tea, each heavily sweetened. Then, leaning forward slightly, he addressed the elderly lady knitting in the chair beside him. Pardon the interruption, he said, but would you happen to be Miss Jane Marple? Miss Marple lifted her eyes from her knitting needles to regard Chief Detective Inspector Davy. Yes, she confirmed. I am Miss Marple. I hope you don't mind my speaking to you. The truth is, I'm a police officer. Really? I do hope nothing is seriously amiss here. Father quickly adopted his most reassuring, avuncular tone. Now, please don't be concerned, Miss Marple. It's nothing of that sort. No burglary or anything alarming. Merely a small puzzle concerning an absent-minded clergyman. I believe he's an acquaintance of yours. Canon Pennyfather. Oh, Canon Pennyfather. He was here just recently. Yes, I've known him casually for years, and you're quite correct. He is terribly absent-minded. She leaned in with polite curiosity. What has he managed to do this time? Well, to put it simply, he seems to have misplaced himself. Oh dear, said Miss Marple. And where is he supposed to be? Safely at home in his cathedral close, Father explained. But he isn't there. He mentioned to me, Miss Marple recalled, that he was attending a conference in Lucerne. Something about the Dead Sea Scrolls, I believe. He's quite a distinguished scholar in Hebrew and Aramaic, you know. Indeed, Father nodded. You're absolutely right. That is where he was. Well, that's where he was meant to be going. Do you mean to say he never arrived? No, Father admitted. He did not appear. Oh, well, Miss Marple said with a gentle sigh. I expect he simply muddled his dates. It wouldn't be the first time, I'm afraid. I once went to have tea with him in Chetminster, only to find he wasn't home at all. His housekeeper told me then how dreadfully forgetful he could be. Father's manner became easy and confidential. He didn't mention anything to you during his stay here that might be helpful, I suppose. Any old friend he'd run into or any other plans he might have made aside from this Lucerne conference. Oh, no. He only spoke of the conference. I think he said it was on the 19th. Is that correct? That was the scheduled date for the Lucerne conference, yes. I didn't pay particular attention to the date. You understand, Miss Marple said, beginning to weave a slight tangle of words, as elderly ladies sometimes do. I thought he said the 19th. But he might have meant the 19th, and it could actually have been the 20th. Or perhaps he thought the 20th was the 19th, or the 19th was the 20th. One does get these things turned around. Right, said Father, feeling slightly bewildered. I'm not explaining it very well, Miss Marple said. But I mean people like Canon Pennyfather. If they mention they're going somewhere on a Thursday, you're quite ready to believe they actually meant Wednesday or Friday. They usually remember in time, but sometimes it just slips their mind. That's what I assumed had happened here. Father looked a little confused. You talk as if you already knew, Miss Marple, that Canon Pennyfather never made it to Lucerne. I knew he wasn't in Lucerne on Thursday, Miss Marple replied. He was here all day or most of it, so naturally I thought that while he'd said Thursday to me, he must have intended Friday. He definitely left here on Thursday evening with his small overnight bag. Of course. I assumed he was heading to the airport then, Miss Marple continued. That's why I was so surprised to see he had returned. Wait, what do you mean by returned? I mean he was back here at the hotel. Let's make sure I understand this clearly, Father said, keeping his tone casual and conversational as though it weren't particularly important. You saw the canon, the absent-minded old fellow, leave, as you thought, for the airport with his bag fairly early in the evening. Is that correct? Yes, I'd say around 6:30 or 7:15, but you claim he came back. Perhaps he missed his flight. That would explain it. When did he return? Well, I don't actually know. I didn't see him come back into the building. Oh, said Father, momentarily thrown. I thought you said you did see him. I saw him later, Miss Marple clarified. I meant I didn't witness his actual return to the hotel. You saw him later when? Miss Marple thought for a moment. Let me see, it was about 3 a.m. I was having trouble sleeping. Something woke me. There are so many strange noises in the city. I glanced at my bedside clock. It was 3:10. For some reason. I'm not entirely sure why I felt uneasy. Maybe it was footsteps outside my door. When you live in the country, footsteps in the middle of the night make you nervous, so I opened my door and looked out. There was Canon Pennyfather leaving his room, it's next to mine, and going down the stairs wearing his overcoat. He came out of his room in his overcoat and went downstairs at 3 a.m. Yes, said Miss Marple, adding, I thought it was odd even then. Father studied her for several seconds. Miss Marple, he said, why haven't you mentioned this to anyone before? Nobody asked me, Miss Marple answered simply. Father took a long breath. No, he said. No, I suppose nobody would think to ask. It's as straightforward as that. He fell silent again, his expression growing more serious. The playful confusion he'd feigned earlier was gone, replaced by a sharp, probing focus. You believe something has happened to him, don't you? Miss Marple ventured. It's been over a week now, Father replied. He didn't collapse from a stroke on the street. He isn't lying unidentified in some hospital after an accident. So where is he? His disappearance has been in the papers, but so far, no one has come forward with any information. People may not have seen the notices. I hadn't. It really looks. Father mused, following his own train of thought, as though he intended to vanish, slipping out like that in the dead of night. You're quite certain about this, aren't you? He asked sharply. You didn't dream it. I am absolutely certain, Miss Marple stated with finality. Father heaved himself to his feet. I'd better go and speak with that chambermaid, he said. He found Rose Sheldon on duty and gave an approving glance over her neat, pleasant appearance. Sorry to trouble you, he began. I know you've already spoken with our sergeant. It's about the missing gentleman. Canon Pennyfather. Oh, yes, sir. A very nice gentleman. He stays here often. A bit absent-minded, Father suggested. Rose Sheldon allowed a discreet, knowing smile to touch her respectful expression. Let's take a look. Father made a show of checking his notes. The final time you laid eyes on Canon Pennyfather was? Thursday morning, sir. The 19th. He mentioned he wouldn't be back that evening, and perhaps not the next either. He was heading to Geneva, I believe. Somewhere in Switzerland. He handed me 2 shirts for laundering, and I assured him they'd be ready by the following morning. And that was your last interaction with him? Correct, sir. I'm off duty in the afternoons, you see. I return at 6. By then he must have departed, or at least been downstairs. He wasn't in his room. He had left 2 suitcases behind. Indeed, Father acknowledged. The suitcases had been searched, yielding nothing useful. He continued, Did you attempt to rouse him the next morning? Rouse him? No, sir. He was away. What was your usual routine? Bring him early tea? Breakfast. Early tea, sir. He always took breakfast downstairs. So you didn't enter his room at all that following day? Oh, but I did, sir, Rose replied, sounding almost offended. I entered as usual. I delivered his clean shirts for one. And naturally, I attended to the dusting. We service all the rooms daily. Was the bed slept in? She looked at him, perplexed. The bed, sir? Certainly not. Did it show any signs of being rumpled or creased? She shook her head. What about the bathroom? There was a damp hand towel, sir. I assumed it was from the evening prior. He likely washed his hands before leaving, and nothing indicated he might have returned to the room, perhaps quite late after midnight. She stared at him, utterly bewildered. Father opened his mouth, then closed it. Either she was completely unaware of the canon's return, or she was a remarkably skilled actress. What of his clothing? His suits? Were they packed in the suitcases? No, sir. They were hanging in the wardrobe. He was retaining his room, you understand? Who did the packing, then? Miss Gorringe gave the instructions, sir. When the room was required for the new guest arriving? It was a clear and logical account. Yet, if that elderly woman was correct in claiming she saw Canon Pennyfather leaving his room at 3 a.m. on Friday, then he must have returned to it at some point. No one witnessed him re-enter the hotel. Had he deliberately avoided being seen for some reason? He left no trace in the room. He hadn't even rested on the bed. Could Miss Marple have imagined the entire episode? At her age, it was entirely possible. A sudden thought occurred to him. What about his flight bag? I beg your pardon, sir. A small, dark blue bag, an airline carry-on. You must have seen it. Oh, that! Yes, sir. But he would have taken that with him abroad. But he never went abroad. His trip to Switzerland never happened. So he must have left it behind. Or perhaps he returned and left it here with his other luggage. Yes. I'm fairly sure. I believe he did. Completely unprompted, a thought flashed through Father's mind. They didn't coach you on that one, did they? Rose Sheldon had been calm and competent until now, but that question had unsettled her. She hadn't known the correct response, yet she should have. The canon had taken his bag to the airport, only to be turned away. If he had come back to Bertram's, the bag would have been with him. But Miss Marple made no mention of it when describing the canon exiting his room and descending the stairs. Presumably it was left in the bedroom, yet it wasn't placed in the baggage room with the suitcases. Why not? Because the canon was supposed to have gone to Switzerland? He thanked Rose amiably and headed back downstairs. Canon Pennyfather! Something of a puzzle. That man. He talked endlessly about going to Switzerland, got his wires so crossed he never made it, slipped back into his hotel unseen by anyone, and vanished again in the early hours. To go where, indeed? The whole affair was starting to feel less like a clerical muddle and more like a deliberately staged performance. Could simple forgetfulness really explain everything? If not, then what had Canon Pennyfather actually been doing? And more importantly, where was he now? Standing on the staircase, Father surveyed the lounge with a skeptical eye, questioning if anyone was truly who they appeared to be. He had reached that point of suspicion. The room was filled with elderly and middle-aged guests, no one particularly young, all seemingly nice, old-fashioned, and almost uniformly prosperous and respectable. There were military retirees, attorneys, clergy, an American couple near the entrance, and a French family gathered by the hearth. Nothing appeared flashy or out of place. Most were contentedly partaking in a very traditional English afternoon tea. Could a place that served such a proper tea truly harbour anything seriously amiss? The French gentleman's comment to his wife seemed to capture the moment perfectly. "'Lay 5 o'clock,' he observed with approval. "'It is so very English, is it not?' As Father pushed through the swing doors to the street, he thought to himself, "That fellow has no idea LA 5 o'clock is as extinct as the dodo." Outside, an assortment of oversized American luggage was being loaded into a taxi. Apparently Mr. and Mrs. Elmer Cabot were departing for the Hotel Vendôme in Paris. On the curb, Mrs. Cabot was sharing her impressions with her husband. The Pendleburys were absolutely correct about this place, Elmer. It is old England personified. So charmingly Edwardian, I half expect King Edward VII himself to stroll in at any moment for his tea. I fully intend to return here next year. I truly do. If we happen to have a spare $1 million lying around, her husband replied dryly. Now, Elmer, it wasn't that expensive. Once the luggage was stowed, the tall doorman assisted them into the cab, murmuring a polite, "Thank you, sir," when Mr. Cabot offered the expected tip. As the taxi pulled away, the doorman turned his attention to Father. "Taxi for you, sir." Father looked him over. The man was over 6 feet tall, reasonably good-looking, but slightly worn ex-military. His array of medals looked authentic. There was a faint shiftiness about him, perhaps a hint of someone who drank a bit too much. "Former military man?" Father asked aloud. "Yes, sir. Irish Guards. I see the military medal. Where was that earned?" "Burma, sir." "And your name?" "Michael Gorman, Sergeant." "Is this a good position for you?" "It's a quiet spot. I like it here. Respectable people come through, and quite a few racing enthusiasts during the Ascot or Newbury meetings. I've received a decent tip now and then." "Ah, so you're an Irishman and a gambler. Is that it?" "Och, what would life be without a bit of a gamble? Peaceful and dull," said Chief Inspector Davy. "Rather like my own life." "Is that so, sir? Care to guess my line of work?" Father asked. The Irishman grinned. "No offence intended, sir, but if I were to guess, I'd say you were a policeman." Right on the first try, Davy acknowledged. "Do you remember Canon Pennyfather?" "Canon Pennyfather, the name doesn't ring a bell immediately. An elderly clergyman." Michael Gorman chuckled. "Ah, you'll find clergymen as common as peas in a pod around here. This particular one vanished from this hotel." "Oh, that one." The doorman seemed momentarily unsettled. "Did you know him personally?" "I wouldn't have remembered him if people hadn't started asking questions. All I recall is putting him into a taxi for the Athenaeum Club. That was the last I saw of him. Later, I heard he was supposed to have gone to Switzerland, but apparently never arrived. Seems he got lost. You didn't see him again later that same day? Later? No, certainly not. What time do you finish your shift? 11:30. Chief Inspector Davy nodded, declined a taxi, and began to amble slowly down Pond Street. Suddenly a car roared past him, hugging the curb, and screeched to a halt outside Bertram's hotel. Davy turned his head calmly, noting the license plate, Fan 2266. Something about that number felt familiar, though he couldn't immediately place it. Slowly, he turned and began to walk back toward the hotel. He had just arrived at the entrance when the driver of the car, who had slipped inside only moments earlier, reappeared. The man and his vehicle were a perfect pair. The car was a sleek white racing machine with gleaming, elongated lines. The young man mirrored that eager, greyhound-like appearance, handsome, with a lean, athletic frame that carried not an ounce of extra weight. The doorman held the car door open. The young man slid inside, flipped a coin to the doorman, and roared away with a powerful surge of the engine. "Recognize him?" Michael Gorman asked father. "A menace on the roads, if you ask me. That's Ladislaus Malinowski. Took the Grand Prix 2 years back, world champion no less, had a nasty crash last season. Word is, he's fully recovered now. Don't tell me he's a guest at Bertram's. That would be highly inappropriate." Michael Gorman gave a knowing grin. "He isn't staying here." "No, but a certain friend of his is." He winked meaningfully. A porter in a striped apron emerged with another set of lavish American luggage. Father stood there, half watching as the bags were loaded into a hired Daimler, while he racked his brain for what he recalled about Ladislaus Malinowski, a reckless character, rumoured to be involved with some prominent society woman. What was her name again? Still eyeing an elegant wardrobe case, he was about to turn away when he changed his mind and stepped back into the hotel. He approached the front desk and asked Miss Gorringe for the guest register. Miss Gorringe, occupied with a group of departing Americans, slid the book across the counter toward him. He flipped through the pages. Lady Selma Hazy, Little Cottage, Merrifield, Hampshire, Mr. and Mrs. Hennessy King, Elderberries, Essex, Sir John Woodstock, 5 Beaumont Crescent, Cheltenham, Lady Sedgwick, Hastings House, Northumberland, Mr. and Mrs. Elmer Cabot, Greenwich, Connecticut, General Radley, 14, The Green, Chichester, Mr. and Mrs. Woolmer Pickington, Marblehead, Massachusetts, La Comtesse de Beauville, Les Sapins, St. Germain-en-Laye, Miss Jane Marple, St. Mary Mead, Much Benham, Colonel Luscombe, Little Green, Suffolk, Mrs. Carpenter, the Honourable Elvira Blake, Canon Pennyfather, The Close, Chadminster, Mrs. Holding, Miss Holding, Miss Audrey Holding, The Manor House, Carmonton, Mr. and Mrs. Riseville, Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, the Duke of Barnstable, Doune Castle, North, Devon. It was a cross-section of the sort of clientele Bertram's attracted. They formed, he reflected, a particular kind of pattern. As he closed the book, a name from an earlier page snagged his attention. Sir William Ludgrove, Mr. Justice Ludgrove, who had been identified by a probation officer near the scene of a bank robbery. Mr. Justice Ludgrove, Canon Pennyfather, both patrons of Bertram's Hotel. "I hope you enjoyed your tea, sir." It was Henry appearing at his elbow. He spoke with courteous concern, the epitome of the perfect host. "The finest tea I've had in years," said Chief Inspector Davy. He remembered he hadn't paid. He made to settle the bill, but Henry raised a gentle, dismissive hand. "Oh no, sir. I was informed your tea is complimentary. Mr. Humphrey's instructions." Henry moved off. Father was left wondering whether he should have offered a tip, annoying to think Henry knew the etiquette far better than he did. As he walked away down the street, he halted abruptly. He pulled out his notebook and jotted down a name and address. No time to waste. He ducked into a telephone booth. He was going to stick his neck out. Come hell or high water, he was going all in on a hunch. At Bertram's Hotel, Chapter 16. It was the wardrobe that troubled Canon Pennyfather. It troubled him even before he was fully awake. Then he drifted off and forgot about it. But when his eyes opened again, there the wardrobe still stood, stubbornly out of place. He lay on his left side facing the window. The wardrobe should have been on the left wall between him and the window. Instead, it was on the right. It bothered him. It bothered him so much it left him feeling strangely weary, his head throbbed with a persistent ache, and the wardrobe was definitely in the wrong spot. His eyes drifted shut once more. When he next stirred, the room held a bit more light, though it was not yet morning, just the pale wash of dawn. "Good heavens!" Canon Pennyfather murmured to himself, the mystery of the wardrobe suddenly solved. "How foolish of me! I'm not at home, of course." He shifted cautiously. No, this was certainly not his own bed. He was away from home. He was now where exactly was he? Oh yes, he had gone to London, hadn't he? He was at Bertram's hotel. But wait, that wasn't right either. At Bertram's, his bed faced the window. So that detail was off too. Dear me, where in the world could I be? He wondered aloud. Then he recalled his plans to travel to Lucerne. Naturally, he told himself, I'm in Lucerne. He attempted to think about the lecture he was meant to deliver, but pondering it only made his head pound worse. So he drifted back to sleep. Upon waking again, his mind felt considerably clearer, and the room was much brighter. He was not at home. He was not at Bertram's hotel, and he felt fairly certain he was not in Lucerne. This wasn't a hotel bedroom at all. He examined the space more closely. It was a completely unfamiliar room, sparsely furnished, a sort of cupboard he had mistaken for a wardrobe, a window with flower-patterned curtains letting in the light, a chair, a table, and a chest of drawers. That was essentially it. "This is most peculiar," Canon Pennyfather said. "Where am I?" He considered getting up to investigate, but sitting upright made his headache flare again, so he settled back against the pillow. "I must have been ill," he concluded. "Yes, undoubtedly, I've been ill." He pondered for a moment. "In fact, I rather think I might still be ill. Influenza, perhaps? People often said influenza could strike very suddenly. Maybe it had come upon him during dinner at the Athenaeum. Yes, that seemed right. He did remember dining at the Athenaeum. There were sounds of movement elsewhere in the house. Perhaps he had been taken to a nursing home. Yet this didn't feel like a nursing home. In the growing light, the room revealed itself as rather shabby and poorly furnished. The sounds of activity continued from downstairs. A voice called out, "Goodbye, dear. Sausage and mash for supper tonight." Canon Pennyfather considered this. Sausage and mash. The words carried a faintly agreeable quality. "I believe," he said to himself, "I'm actually quite hungry." The door opened. A middle-aged woman entered, walked over to the curtains, drew them back a bit further and turned toward the bed. "Ah, you're awake now," she said. "And how are you feeling?" "Truthfully," replied Canon Pennyfather rather weakly, "I'm not entirely sure." "I expect not. You've been in a bad way, you know. The doctor said something gave you a nasty crack on the head. These motorists didn't even stop after they knocked you down." "Have I had an accident?" asked Canon Pennyfather. "A motor accident?" "That's right," said the woman. "We found you by the side of the road when we came home. Thought you were drunk at first." She chuckled pleasantly at the memory. "Then my husband said he'd better take a proper look. It might have been an accident," he said. "There wasn't any smell of drink or anything. No blood either. Anyway, there you were, out cold. So my husband said, we can't just leave him lying there, and he carried you in here. Understand?" "Ah," said Canon Pennyfather faintly, somewhat overwhelmed by these revelations. "A good Samaritan? And he saw you were a clergyman? So my husband said. It's all quite respectable. Then he said he'd better not call the police because, being a clergyman and all, you might not like it, just in case you were drunk even without the smell. So then we decided to fetch Dr. Stokes to come have a look at you. We still call him Dr. Stokes even though he's been struck off the register. He's a decent fellow, really, though understandably a bit sour after losing his medical license. It was just his soft spot for helping those unfortunate girls that got him into trouble. Still, he knows his business, so we had him come check on you. He says you'll be fine, just a mild concussion. His advice was to keep you resting in a dark room flat on your back. Now, I'm not giving an official opinion here, he told us. This is off the record. I can't prescribe or make any statements. Strictly speaking, You probably should notify the police. But if you'd rather not, that's your affair, he said to give the poor old boy a break. Pardon my language, the doctor has a blunt way of putting things. How about some warm soup, or maybe bread and milk? Either would be most agreeable, Canon Pennyfather murmured weakly. He sank back against the pillows. An accident? So that was the explanation. How strange that he could recall nothing of it. Shortly after, the kindly woman returned with a tray holding a steaming bowl. "This will do you good," she said. "I would have added a splash of whiskey or brandy, but the doctor was firm, no spirits for you." "Quite right," Canon Pennyfather agreed. "With a concussion that would be most unwise. Let me prop you up a bit more, dear. There is that comfortable." Canon Pennyfather was taken aback by being called dear, but he sensed the affection behind it. "Up, we go," she said cheerfully. "All settled?" "Yes." "But where exactly are we?" Canon Pennyfather asked. "I mean, what is this place?" "Milton St. John," the woman replied. "Didn't you know? Milton St. John," Canon Pennyfather repeated. He shook his head gently. "I've never heard of it." "Oh, it's not much of a spot. Just a little village." "You have been exceedingly kind," said Canon Pennyfather. "Might I ask your name, Emma Wheeling?" "I'm deeply grateful," he said again. "But this accident I simply cannot remember. Don't you fret about that now, love. Get this inside you, and things might start coming back." "Milton St. John," Canon Pennyfather whispered to himself, utterly bewildered. "It means nothing to me. How very odd. At Bertram's Hotel, Chapter 17. Sir Ronald Graves sketched a cat on his blotter. He eyed the large, solid form of Chief Inspector Davy seated across from him, and then drew a bulldog. "Ladislaus Malinowski," he said. "It's possible. Do you have anything concrete?" "Not yet, but he fits the profile, doesn't he? A reckless type, fearless, won the World Championship, had a serious crash about a year back, notorious with women. Questionable income, throws money around freely here and abroad, always bouncing between the continent and home. Are you suggesting he's the mastermind behind these major organized thefts? I don't see him as the planner, but I believe he's involved." "What makes you say that?" "For one, he drives a Mercedes Otto, the racing model. A car matching that description was spotted near Bedhampton the morning of the mail robbery. Different license plates, of course, but we see that all the time. It's the same old trick, similar but not identical. Fan 2299 instead of 2026. There aren't many of that specific Mercedes Otto model around. Lady Sedgwick has one, and so does young Lord Merivale. You don't think Malinowski is running the operation?" "No. I suspect there are sharper minds at the top. But he's part of it. I've been reviewing old cases. Take the Midland and West London hold-up. 3 vans just happened to block a particular street. A Mercedes Otto on the scene got away clean because of that obstruction. It was stopped later. Yes, and given an all clear. Especially since the witnesses weren't certain of the plate number. It was reported as Fan 3366. Malinowski's actual number is Fan 2266. It's the same pattern. And you're still connecting this to Bertram's Hotel." Father patted his jacket pocket. "I've got the details right here. Bertram's is a fully registered company. Balance sheet, paid-up capital, directors, the whole package. But honestly, sir, it doesn't tell us a thing. These financial setups are all a tangled mess, like a nest of snakes eating their own tails. Holding companies, subsidiaries, it's enough to make your head spin. Now, Father, that's just how things are done in the financial world. A lot of it relates to tax structures. What I need is the inside story. With your permission, I'd like to go straight to the top." The Assistant Commissioner raised an eyebrow. "And who exactly do you mean by the top?" Father mentioned a name, the AC, shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "I'm not sure about that. I doubt we can just approach him directly. It could break the case wide open." There was a long silence as the 2 men locked eyes. Father maintained his calm, patient expression, like a steady old ox. Finally, Sir Ronald sighed in defeat. "You're a tenacious old hound, Fred. Fine, have it your way. Go and pester the mastermind behind half of Europe's financial dealings." "He'll have the answers," Chief Inspector Davy replied confidently. "And if he doesn't, he can get them with one phone call or the press of a button." I doubt he'll be thrilled about it. Probably not, Father agreed, but it won't take much of his time. I just need the authority to ask. You're really fixated on this Bertram's hotel, aren't you? What have you actually got? It's well managed, has a respectable clientele, no issues with licenses, from what I hear. I know. No illegal drinking, no drugs, no gambling, no harbouring criminals. It's clean as a whistle. No troublemakers, no delinquents, just proper elderly ladies, established families, and refined travellers from places like Boston and other respectable parts of America. He paused, his tone shifting to something drier, almost sarcastic. And yet a respected church canon is spotted sneaking out of the place at 3 a.m, looking like he's up to no good. Who saw that? An elderly guest. Why was she even awake at that hour? Shouldn't she have been asleep? Old ladies have their ways, sir. You're talking about Canon Pennyfather, aren't you? That's right. His disappearance was reported, and Campbell's been looking into it. Odd coincidence, his name just came up regarding the Bedhampton mail robbery. Is that so? How's he connected? Another witness, middle-aged this time. When the train was halted due to the tampered signal, several passengers woke and glanced into the corridor. This woman, who lives in Chadminster and recognizes the canon, swears she saw him boarding the train through one of the doors. She assumed he'd stepped out to see what the delay was and was re-entering. We were about to follow up, given his disappearance report. Let's see. The train was stopped around 5:30 a.m. Canon Pennyfather left Bertram's just after 3. Yes, he could have made it. If someone drove him there in a fast car, say. So we're circling back to Ladislaus Malinowski. The AC studied the doodles on his blotter. You never let go, do you, Fred? Half an hour later, Chief Inspector Davy was shown into a modest, somewhat worn office. The large man behind the desk stood and extended his hand. Chief Inspector Davy, please have a seat, he said warmly. Would you care for a cigar? Chief Inspector Davy declined with a shake of his head. I do apologize, he said in his slow, rural accent, for taking up your valuable time. Mr. Robinson offered a genial smile. He was a heavy-set man, impeccably dressed, with a sallow complexion, mournful dark eyes, and a wide, generous mouth. When he smiled, he revealed a set of prominently large teeth. The better to eat you with, Father thought idly. Mr. Robinson's English was flawless and unaccented. Yet he was unmistakably not English. Father wondered, not for the first time. Just what nationality Mr. Robinson might truly be, a question that had crossed many minds before his own. Well, what can I do for you today? I'm hoping to find out, Chief Inspector Davy said, who actually owns Bertram's hotel. Mr. Robinson's expression remained perfectly composed. He displayed no surprise at the name, nor any flicker of recognition. He replied thoughtfully, You wish to know the ownership of Bertram's hotel. That would be the establishment on Pond Street, just off Piccadilly, if I'm not mistaken. Exactly right, sir. I've stayed there on occasion. It's a quiet, well-managed place. Yes, Father agreed, his tone flat. Exceptionally well-managed. And you need to know who owns it? Surely that information is readily available through official channels. A hint of irony coloured his smile. Through the usual avenues, you mean? Naturally, we've tried. Father produced a small notepad from his pocket and read aloud several names and addresses. I see, Mr. Robinson murmured. Someone has done considerable legwork. Intriguing. And so you bring this to me? If anyone possesses that knowledge, it would be you, sir. To be perfectly honest, I do not know. But it is accurate to say I have certain methods for obtaining information. One maintains. He gave a slight lift of his substantial shoulders. One maintains contacts. Of course, sir, Father replied, his face impassive. Mr. Robinson studied him for a moment, then lifted the telephone on his desk. Sonia, connect me with Carlos, please. After a brief pause, he began speaking rapidly in a fluid, unfamiliar language. Chief Inspector Davy, who could manage respectable French and a smattering of Italian and German, listened intently. This was none of those. The cadence was alien, possibly Middle Eastern or Central Asian, but he couldn't be sure. It was a reminder of the vast, shadowy networks that existed just beyond official view. Replacing the receiver, Mr. Robinson said genially, "I doubt we'll have to wait long. I must admit, you've piqued my curiosity. The financial workings of Bertram's have crossed my mind before. One does wonder how such a place turns a consistent profit, given its particular atmosphere. Yet it was never my concern. One can appreciate a comfortable hotel with a uniquely talented staff." He fixed his gaze on Father. "Do you have a theory yet?" "Not a complete one," Father admitted. "But I intend to." "There are always several possibilities," Mr. Robinson mused. "It's rather like music, only so many notes in an octave, yet the combinations are nearly infinite. A musician once told me you never hear the same exact melody twice. A fascinating concept, don't you think?" A soft buzz sounded from his desk. He picked up the receiver again. "Yes. Very prompt. I'm pleased. I see Amsterdam, indeed. Thank you. Please spell that." He scribbled swiftly on a notepad. "I trust this will be of service," he said, tearing off the sheet and sliding it across the polished table. Father read the name aloud. Wilhelm Hoffmann. Swiss nationality, on paper, Mr. Robinson provided, though I doubt he was born there. He wields significant influence in banking circles, and, while meticulously staying within the letter of the law, has been the silent partner behind numerous questionable ventures. He operates exclusively on the continent. But he has a brother, Mr. Robinson continued. Robert Hoffmann. He resides in London as a diamond merchant, a perfectly respectable business. His wife is Dutch, and he maintains offices in Amsterdam as well. Your colleagues may know of him. He deals primarily in diamonds, but his wealth is considerable, and he holds substantial property, rarely in his own name. He and his brother are the genuine proprietors of Bertram's Hotel. Thank you, sir. Chief Inspector Davy stood. I am, needless to say, extremely obliged. It's almost uncanny, he added, allowing a rare note of genuine admiration to show. That I should possess such knowledge? Mr. Robinson inquired, his smile broadening. But that is in fact one of my specialities. Information is my business, Chief Inspector. That's why you sought me out, isn't it? We're aware of your reputation, Chief Inspector Davy replied. The Home Office and Special Branch have files. I'll admit, it took some nerve to come to you directly. Mr. Robinson's smile was faint but knowing. I find you a compelling figure, Chief Inspector. I wish you luck in your endeavours. Thank you. I suspect I'll need it. One more thing, these Hoffman brothers. Would you consider them dangerous men? Violence isn't their style, Mr. Robinson said smoothly. It would be bad for business. They prefer more refined methods. According to my contacts in Swiss banking, their wealth grows steadily each year. Switzerland is certainly useful, Davy mused. Where would we be without it? All that discretion and financial acumen. We in business owe that country a great deal. Personally, I've always held Amsterdam in high regard as well. He met Davy's gaze, offered another thin smile, and the Chief Inspector took his leave. Back at headquarters, a note awaited him. Canon Pennyfather had been found alive, but not entirely well. He'd been struck by a car near Milton St. John and was suffering from concussion. He was now at Bertram's Hotel. Chapter 18. Canon Pennyfather sat propped in an armchair in his library, a pillow behind his head and a blanket over his knees, embodying the picture of a convalescent. Across from him, Chief Inspector Davy and Inspector Campbell studied the clergyman with a mix of patience and frustration. I'm terribly sorry, the canon said politely, but I simply can't recall a thing. Not even the accident? Campbell pressed. The moment the car struck you? I'm afraid it's all a blank. Then how did you know it was a car? Inspector Campbell's tone sharpened. Did someone tell you? Why, yes, the woman there, Mrs. Wheeling, I believe. She mentioned it. And how would she have known what happened? Canon Pennyfather looked perplexed. Oh, you're quite right. She couldn't have known, could she? She must have assumed. Inspector Campbell's irritation was palpable, but Chief Inspector Davy interjected with his calm, steady voice. Let's go back to what you do remember, sir. The last clear moment. Relieved, the canon turned to him. I was leaving for a conference in Lucerne. I took a taxi to the air terminal, the one in Kensington, and after that? Nothing. The next thing I knew, I was looking at a wardrobe. A wardrobe? Campbell couldn't help himself. What wardrobe? It was in entirely the wrong place, the canon stated, as if that explained everything. Davy gently steered the conversation back. Do you remember arriving at the air terminal, sir? I suppose I must have, Canon, Pennyfather said doubtfully. And you flew to Lucerne? Did I? I have no memory of it if I did. What about returning to Bertram's hotel that night? No. But you remember the hotel itself? Of course. Very comfortable. I had kept my room. Do you recall travelling by train? A train? No, I don't believe so. There was a robbery. Canon, the train was held up. Surely you remember that? I suppose I ought to, Canon Pennyfather said apologetically. He offered them a gentle, vacant smile. But somehow, I don't. So your account is that you recall nothing from the moment you took a cab to the airport until you came to in the Wheeling's place over in Milton St. John? That's not unusual at all, the canon reassured him. It's fairly common with a concussion. And when you woke up, what did you assume had happened? My head was pounding so fiercely I could hardly think. Then, naturally, I started puzzling over where I was. Mrs. Wheeling explained everything and brought me some truly excellent soup. She kept calling me love and dearie and ducks, the canon added with a faint hint of distaste. But she was exceedingly kind. Really very kind. She should have notified the police about the accident, Campbell pointed out. Then you'd have been taken to a hospital and received proper medical attention. She took very good care of me, the canon replied with some spirit. And from what I understand, with a concussion there isn't much to do except keep the patient still and quiet. If you happen to remember anything more, Canon Pennyfather? The canon cut him off. 4 entire days seem to have vanished from my life, he murmured. Most peculiar. Really most peculiar. I keep wondering where I was and what I could have been doing. The doctor says it may all come back to me. Or it may not. I may never learn what happened during that time. His eyelids fluttered slightly. You'll have to excuse me. I believe I am rather tired. That's quite enough for now, said Mrs. McCrae, who had been lingering near the doorway, ready to step in if she felt it necessary. She moved toward them. The doctor said he wasn't to be disturbed, she stated firmly. The officers stood and began heading for the door. Mrs. McCrae herded them out into the hall with the diligent air of a conscientious sheepdog. The canon mumbled something under his breath, and Chief Inspector Davy, who was the last to leave, turned back sharply. What was that? He asked, but the canon's eyes were already closed. What did you think he said? Campbell asked once they had declined Mrs. McCrae's tepid offer of refreshment and were outside. Father replied thoughtfully. I thought he said, the walls of Jericho. What could he possibly mean by that? It sounds biblical, said Father. Do you think we'll ever know? Campbell wondered, how that elderly gentleman got from the Cromwell Road all the way to Milton St. John. It doesn't look like we'll get much help from him, Davy agreed. Then there's that woman who claims she saw him on the train after the robbery. Could she possibly be correct? Could he be involved in some way with these thefts? It seems impossible. He's such a thoroughly respectable old fellow. One can hardly suspect a canon of Chudminster Cathedral of being mixed up in a train robbery, can one? No, Father said slowly. No, just as one can't imagine someone like Mr. Justice Ludgrove being involved in a bank heist. Inspector Campbell glanced at his superior curiously. The trip to Chadminster ended with a brief and fruitless interview with Dr. Stokes, who was aggressive, uncooperative, and downright rude. I've known the Wheelings for some time. They're more or less neighbours of mine. They'd found some old fellow on the roadside. Didn't know if he was dead drunk or ill. They asked me to take a look. I told them he wasn't drunk, that it was concussion. And you treated him for it. Not at all. I didn't treat him, prescribe for him, or attend to him. I'm not a doctor. I was once, but I'm not now. I told them what they ought to do was call the police. Whether they did or not, I don't know. Not my affair. They're a bit slow, both of them, but good-hearted people. You didn't consider calling the police yourself? No, I did not. I'm not a doctor. None of my business. As a fellow human being, I told them not to pour whiskey down his throat and to keep him still and lying flat until the police arrived. He glared at them, and reluctantly, they had to leave it at that. At Bertram's Hotel, Chapter 19, Mr. Hoffman was a large, solid-looking man. He gave the impression of having been carved out of wood, preferably teak. His face was so devoid of expression it prompted a question. Could a man like this truly think or feel? It appeared improbable. His bearing was impeccably proper. He stood, offered a slight bow, and extended a hand that felt like a solid wedge. Chief Inspector Davy, it has been several years, you may not recall. On the contrary, I remember quite well, Mr. Hoffman. The Arenberg diamond affair. You testified for the prosecution. An exceptionally reliable witness, if I may say so. The defense couldn't make a dent in your account. I am not a man easily unsettled, Mr. Hoffman replied with solemn gravity. He certainly didn't look like one who would be. How may I assist you? He continued. I trust there is no difficulty. I always prefer to maintain good relations with the police. I hold your force in the highest regard. No trouble at all. We merely hoped you could verify a small piece of information for us. I would be delighted to help in any way. As I said, my opinion of London's police is second to none. You employ such a fine calibre of men, so principled, so equitable. You'll make me blush, Father said with a chuckle. I'm at your disposal. What is it you wish to know? I was about to ask if you could provide some background on Bertram's Hotel. Mr. Hoffman's face remained a placid mask. If anything, his posture seemed to grow even more rigid for a fleeting moment. That was the only hint of a reaction. Bertram's Hotel? He echoed, his tone politely inquisitive and faintly confused, as if he were trying to place the name. You have some involvement with it, don't you, Mr. Hoffman? Mr. Hoffman gave a slight shrug. One engages in so many ventures, he said. It's impossible to keep track of them all. Business never sleeps. It keeps me exceedingly occupied. You have interests in a great many concerns, I'm aware. Indeed, Mr. Hoffman offered a stiff, almost carved smile. You think I pull the plums from every pie, is that it? And so you assume I have a stake in this. Bertram's Hotel? I wouldn't call it a stake. To be precise, you own it, correct? Father said, his manner congenial. This time, Mr. Hoffman's composure visibly tightened. Now, who might have told you that, I wonder? He murmured, his voice soft but edged. Well, it's true, isn't it? Chief Inspector Davy carried on cheerfully. Must be a rather pleasant property to hold. In fact, I'd imagine you're rather proud of it. Ah, yes, Hoffman said, recovering with a dismissive wave. For a moment, it slipped my mind. You understand? He gave a self-effacing smile. I hold numerous properties across London. Real estate is a sound investment. When something in a promising location comes available at the right price, I seize the opportunity. And was Bertram's Hotel going at a bargain? As an operational business, it had seen better days, Mr. Hoffman admitted, shaking his head slowly. Well, it's certainly back on its feet now, Father remarked. I stopped in just recently. The atmosphere struck me, very refined, a classic clientele, comfortably old-world premises, nothing flashy. It offers considerable luxury without appearing ostentatious. I take little personal interest, Mr. Hoffman explained. It is merely one of my investments, though I understand it is performing satisfactorily. Yes, you seem to have an excellent man managing the place. Humphreys, isn't it? A most capable manager, Mr. Hoffman affirmed. I leave all operations to him. I review the annual balance sheet to ensure everything is in order. The place was brimming with titles, Father observed. Plenty of affluent American travellers as well. He shook his head thoughtfully. A rather potent mix. You mentioned you were there recently. Mr. Hoffman inquired. Not on official business, I hope. Nothing serious. Just looking into a minor puzzle. A puzzle? At Bertram's Hotel? So it seems. You could call it The Case of the Vanishing Vicar. That sounds like a line from a detective story, Mr. Hoffman noted dryly. Your Sherlock Holmes parlance. This clergyman stepped out of the hotel one evening and simply vanished. Unusual, conceded Mr. Hoffman, but such things do occur. I recall a great sensation from many years past A colonel, one of Queen Mary's equerries, I believe his name was Colonel Ferguson. He left his club one evening and was never seen again. Of course, father sighed. Many such vanishings are voluntary. You would know more about that than I, Chief Inspector, Mr. Hoffman replied. He added, I trust they were helpful at Bertram's hotel? Extremely courteous, father assured him. Miss Gorringe has been with you quite some time, I understand? Perhaps. I take little personal interest, you see. In fact, he offered a disarming smile. I was surprised you even knew I owned it. It wasn't quite a question, but once again a flicker of unease crossed his eyes. Father noted it without seeming to. The connections in the city are like a vast puzzle, he said. It would give me a headache to untangle. From what I gather, a firm called the Mayfair Holding Trust is listed as the owner, but they're owned by another company and so on. The simple truth is, it comes back to you, am I correct? My fellow directors and I are what you might call the backing behind it. Yes, Mr. Hoffman admitted, somewhat reluctantly. Your fellow directors, that would be yourself and, I believe, a brother? My brother Wilhelm is involved in this venture. You must understand Bertram's is just one piece of a larger chain, hotels, offices, clubs, various London properties. Any other directors? Lord Pomfret, Abel Isaacstein. Hoffman's tone grew sharp. Do you truly need all these details? Just because you're looking into the case of a missing clergyman? Father shook his head apologetically. I suppose it's curiosity. I went to Bertram's for the clergyman, but then I became, well, intrigued. One thing often leads to another, doesn't it? I suppose it can. Yes, and now. Hoffman smiled. Is your curiosity satisfied? Nothing beats getting information straight from the source, Father said genially, rising to his feet. There's just one thing I'd truly like to know. Though I don't expect you'll tell me. Yes, Chief Inspector. Hoffman's voice turned wary. Where does Bertram's find such remarkable staff? That fellow Henry, isn't it? He looks like an archduke or an archbishop. I can never decide. He serves tea and muffins, absolutely unforgettable muffins. A truly remarkable experience. You enjoy muffins with plenty of butter, I see. Mr. Hoffman's gaze rested briefly on Father's rounded figure with clear disapproval. I expect it shows, Father chuckled. Well, I won't keep you. I imagine you're busy with takeover bids or the like. Ah, you amuse yourself by pretending ignorance of such matters. No, I'm not busy. I don't let business consume me. My tastes are simple. I live quietly, enjoying leisure, tending my roses, and spending time with my family, to whom I am deeply devoted. Sounds ideal, said Father. I wish I could live that way. Mr. Hoffman smiled and rose heavily to shake hands. I hope you locate your missing clergyman soon. Oh, that's all settled. Apologies, I didn't make it clear. He's been found rather a disappointing case, really. A car accident. Concussion. Simple as that. Father moved to the door, then turned back. By the way, is Lady Sedgwick a director of your company? Lady Sedgwick? Hoffman paused briefly. No. Why would she be? Oh, one hears things. Perhaps a shareholder, then. Yes, very well. Goodbye, Mr. Hoffman. Thank you for your time. Father returned to the yard and went straight to the Assistant Commissioner. The financial backing for Bertram's hotel, it turns out, comes from the Hoffman brothers. Sir Ronald was taken aback. Those two? You can't be serious. It's the truth, came the reply. They've managed to keep that very quiet. Indeed. And Robert Hoffman was far from pleased when we uncovered it. It was a genuine shock to him. What was his reaction? We kept everything strictly professional. He made a rather clumsy attempt to discover my source, though he tried to hide his curiosity. I assume you didn't satisfy him on that point. Absolutely not. How did you explain your visit to him? I offered no explanation at all, said Father. Didn't he find that rather strange? I'm sure he did. But I felt that ambiguity was the best approach in this situation, sir.
If the Hoffmans are involved, it explains a great deal. They would never dirty their own hands, of course. They don't run the operations, they just provide the capital. Wilhelm handles the banking from Switzerland. He was the force behind those post-war foreign currency schemes. We always knew it, but proof was impossible. The brothers control a vast amount of money which they funnel into all sorts of ventures. Some are perfectly legal, others are decidedly not.
But they are meticulous, masters of every financial trick. Robert's diamond brokerage is legitimate on the surface, but the overall picture is telling. Diamonds, international banking, and a portfolio of properties, clubs, cultural institutes, office towers, restaurants and hotels, all seemingly owned by different entities. Do you believe Hoffman is the mastermind behind these organized thefts? No, I think the Hoffmans deal exclusively with the money. You'll need to look elsewhere for your planner. There's a brilliant mind at work here somewhere. At Bertram's hotel, the evening fog had descended upon London without warning. Chief Inspector Davy turned up the collar of his coat as he entered Pond Street. He moved with a slow, almost distracted gait, but anyone familiar with his methods would recognize the complete alertness behind his casual stroll. He was circling like a cat, patiently waiting for the right moment to strike. Pond Street was unusually quiet that night, with little traffic. The fog had been intermittent, nearly clearing before thickening into a dense blanket, muting the sounds of Park Lane to a faint suburban hum. Most buses had ceased running, leaving only the occasional optimistic car to navigate the gloom. Davy turned into a cul-de-sac, walked to its end, and retraced his steps. He seemed to wander without direction, turning first one way and then another, but his movements were deliberate. He was tracing a wide circle around a single building, Bertram's Hotel. He was conducting a meticulous survey, noting what lay to its east, west, north and south. He examined the cars parked along the curb and those tucked in the cul-de-sac. A particular mews received his special attention. One vehicle there caught his eye, and he paused, a faint smile touching his lips. "So you've returned," he murmured softly to the car. Looking as sleek as ever, he checked the license plate and gave a satisfied nod. "Fan 2266 tonight, is it?" He bent down, running his fingers lightly over the plate. "They've done a quality job," he whispered to himself. He continued on, emerging from the other end of the mews, took 2 right turns, and found himself back on Pond Street, now just 50 yards from the hotel's entrance. Here he paused again, this time to admire the elegant lines of another high-performance car. "You're a beauty as well," Davy said quietly. "And your plate is the same as last time. I have a feeling your plate is always the same." Which ought to mean he broke off, reconsidering. "Or should it?" he muttered. He glanced upward at the impenetrable murk. "The fog is definitely getting worse." Outside the grand doors of Bertram's, the Irish commissionaire was vigorously swinging his arms back and forth in a bid to ward off the chill. Chief Inspector Davy offered a polite greeting as he approached the doorman. "Good evening. Not a pleasant night out?" "No, sir. I can't imagine anyone venturing out unless they absolutely must." Just then, the hotel's doors swung open, and a well-dressed woman in her 50s emerged, hesitating on the top step. "Would you like me to call a taxi, ma'am?" "Oh, I had planned to walk. I really wouldn't advise it, ma'am. This fog is dreadful. Frankly, even a cab won't make for an easy journey tonight." His tone softened into one of genuine concern. "If it isn't essential, I'd suggest staying in altogether. Well, I'm expected at a friend's home in Chelsea. But you may be right. Getting back could be quite troublesome. What is your opinion?" Michael Gorman assumed a protective, almost paternal air. "If you'll permit me to say so, ma'am, the wisest course would be to go back inside and telephone your friends. A night like this is no place for a lady on her own." "You're probably correct. Yes, I think I shall." As she retreated into the warmth of the lobby, Gorman turned to the inspector with a knowing look. "Have to keep an eye on them, sir. That sort would have her purse stolen in an instant, wandering through Chelsea or Kensington in this pea-souper. It's a wonder she made it this far without a chaperone." "You must have considerable experience managing such situations," Davy remarked. "That I do, sir. This hotel is a second home to many of them. God bless them. Now, what about yourself? Were you needing a cab?" "I doubt you could produce one if I did," Father replied. "They're scarce tonight, and I don't blame the drivers a bit. Well now, I might know of a fellow parked around the corner, warming himself up with a hot drink." but a taxi's no use to me tonight," Father said with a resigned sigh, gesturing toward Bertram's grand entrance. "My business is inside. Duty calls. Is that so? Not still about the missing clergyman, I hope? Not in the same way. He's been located." "Found?" The doorman's eyes widened. "Where?" "Wandering in the countryside, somewhat confused after a motoring accident." "Ah, that figures, doesn't it? Probably stepped right into the road without a glance," Gorman said, shaking his head with a mix of exasperation and fondness, as if recounting a familiar foolish habit of an old friend. "That appears to be the consensus," Father agreed. With a nod, he pushed through the doors into the hotel's serene lounge. The room was quieter than usual this evening. Near the fireplace, he spotted Miss Marple, who caught his eye but gave no sign of acknowledgement, a silent understanding passing between them. He proceeded to the reception desk, where Miss Gorringe presided over her ledgers. He detected a faint, almost imperceptible flicker of unease in her otherwise composed demeanour as she recognized him. "You recall my visit the other day, Miss Gorringe?" "Of course, Chief Inspector. Is there something further you require? Shall I call for Mr. Humphreys?" "That won't be necessary, thank you. I would, however, appreciate another glance at your guest register." "Certainly." She slid the large book toward him. He opened it and let his eyes travel slowly down the pages, giving the impression of searching for a specific name. In truth, Father possessed a particular skill, honed over years of police work, a photographic memory for names and addresses that could hold details with perfect clarity for 2 full days. He closed the book and handed it back with a slight shake of his head. "I suppose Canon Pennyfather hasn't made an appearance here?" he asked casually. "Canon Pennyfather? Has there been news?" "You hadn't heard. He's turned up." "Really? No one informed me. Where was he? At a rural location." "Involved in a minor car accident, it seems. It wasn't reported to us officially. Some kind soul took him in and cared for him." "Oh, I'm so very glad to hear that." "Yes, that is a relief. I had been quite worried. So were all his acquaintances," said Father. "Actually, I was checking to see if one of them might be booked here at present. Archdeacon. The name escapes me at the moment, but I'd recognize it if I saw it." "Tomlinson?" Miss Gorringe offered helpfully. "He's expected next week from Salisbury." "No, not him." "Well, it's of no consequence." He turned away. The lounge was unusually quiet this evening. A thin, scholarly-looking man in middle age was poring over a poorly typed academic paper, jotting notes in the margin with cramped, nearly unreadable script. Each time he added a comment, he permitted himself a tight, sour little smile of satisfaction. A few long-married couples sat in comfortable silence, having long since exhausted the need for constant chatter. Elsewhere, small clusters of guests were earnestly discussing the weather and travel plans, their voices tinged with anxiety. "I telephoned and begged Susan not to drive taking the M1 in this fog. It's just asking for trouble." "They're saying it's clearer up toward the Midlands." Chief Inspector Davy took mental note of them as he passed. Without any appearance of haste or particular aim, he eventually reached his destination. Miss Marple was seated near the fireplace and watched him approach. "Still with us, Miss Marple? I'm glad to see it. I leave tomorrow," Miss Marple replied. That fact seemed to be written in her posture. She sat not with holiday ease but upright and alert, as one does in an airport lounge or a railway station, poised to depart. He felt sure her bags were already packed, save for a last-minute toiletry case and night things. "My fortnight's holiday is over," she explained. "I hope you've enjoyed it." Miss Marple did not answer immediately. "In one sense, yes," she began, then hesitated. "And in another sense, no?" "It's rather difficult to explain what I mean. Aren't you perhaps a little too close to the fire? It's rather warm here. Might you prefer that corner over there?" Miss Marple glanced at the secluded nook he indicated, then looked back at Chief Inspector Davy. "I believe you are quite right," she said. He helped her up, collected her handbag and book, and settled her in the quiet corner. "Comfortable. Perfectly, thank you. You understand why I suggested the move? You thought very considerately that the fire was too much for me, and also," she added, her eyes meeting his, Our conversation will not be overheard here. You have something you wish to tell me, Miss Marple? Now why would you think that? You had the look of someone who does, Davy replied. I am sorry it was so plain, said Miss Marple. I did not intend it to be. Well, what is it? I'm uncertain whether I ought to speak. I would like you to believe, Inspector, that I am not ordinarily fond of meddling. I'm generally against interference. Even when well-intentioned, it can often do more harm than good. I see. That does present a dilemma. Sometimes one observes people doing things that seem unwise, even perilous. But does one have the right to step in? Usually not, I think. Is this about Canon Pennyfather? Canon Pennyfather? Miss Marple sounded genuinely surprised. Oh no, dear me. No, this has nothing to do with him. It concerns a young woman. A young woman? And you thought I might be able to help? I don't know, Miss Marple admitted. I truly don't, but I'm worried, deeply worried. Father did not press her. He sat there, looking solid, patient, and deceptively placid. He allowed her to gather her thoughts. She had been willing to assist him earlier. He was now prepared to return the favour. He wasn't, perhaps, especially invested, but one never knew. One reads in the papers, Miss Marple said, her voice low but distinct, court reports about young people, children or girls said to be in need of care and protection. It's a legal phrase, I suppose, but it can signify something very real. And this young woman you mention, you feel she is in such need? Yes, I do. Alone in the world? Oh, no, said Miss Marple. Quite the opposite, if I may put it that way. She appeared on the surface to be exceptionally well guarded and looked after. Miss Marple observed. That does sound intriguing, Father replied. She was a guest at this very hotel, Miss Marple continued, accompanied by a Mrs. Carpenter. If I recall correctly, I checked the register to confirm. The young woman's name is Elvira Blake. A spark of recognition lit Father's eyes. A strikingly beautiful girl, very youthful, and as you noted, seemingly sheltered. Her guardian is a Colonel Luscombe, a thoroughly pleasant and charming man, quite elderly, and I'm afraid rather naive about the ways of the world. Which one are you referring to as naive? The guardian, of course, clarified Miss Marple. The girl is another matter. I am convinced she is in a precarious situation. I happened upon her entirely by chance in Battersea Park. She was seated at a cafe there with a gentleman. Ah, I see, said Father. An undesirable character, I take it? Some beatnik or spiv. A remarkably handsome man, Miss Marple corrected, her tone precise. Not particularly young, perhaps in his 30s. Precisely the sort who exerts a dangerous fascination over women, but his countenance is troubling, cruel, hawk-like, and utterly predatory. Appearances can be deceiving, Father offered mildly. In this instance, I believe the reality is worse than the appearance, Miss Marple stated with conviction. He drives a large, powerful racing car. Father's attention sharpened. A racing car? Yes. I've seen it parked near this hotel on more than one occasion. You wouldn't happen to recall the license number. As a matter of fact, I do. Fan 2266. I had a cousin with a stutter. You see, Miss Marple explained, matter-of-factly. That association fixed it in my mind. Father looked momentarily perplexed before his expression cleared. Do you know who this man is? Miss Marple pressed.
Unfortunately, I believe I do, Father admitted slowly. He is half French, half Polish, a very well-known racing driver. He was the world champion 3 years back. His name is Ladislaus Malinowski. Your assessment of him is, in certain respects, accurate. He has a most unsavory reputation concerning women. He is decidedly not a suitable companion for a young girl, but these situations are delicate to intervene in. I assume she is meeting him secretly.
Almost certainly, Miss Marple confirmed. Did you consider speaking to her guardian? I don't know him personally, Miss Marple said. We were merely introduced once by a mutual acquaintance. I dislike the idea of approaching him as a mere talebearer. I wondered if there might be some official capacity in which you could act. I can certainly make some inquiries, Father agreed. Then, shifting topics, he added, By the way, I thought you'd want to know your friend, Canon Pennyfather, has been located safely. Indeed, Miss Marple's expression became animated. Where was he? A place called Milton St. John. How very peculiar. What on earth was he doing there? Does he know? Apparently, Chief Inspector Davy emphasized the word. He was involved in an accident. What sort of accident? He was struck by a car, suffered a concussion. Or, of course, he might have been struck on the head deliberately. I understand. Miss Marple turned this over in her mind, and he recalls nothing himself. He claims, Davy stressed again, that he remembers nothing at all. How very remarkable, isn't it? The last thing he claims to recall is taking a taxi to Kensington Air Station. Miss Marple shook her head, perplexed. Such memory loss can occur with concussion, she murmured. Did he say anything else? Anything potentially useful? He muttered something about the walls of Jericho, referring to Joshua from the Bible. Miss Marple hazarded. Or perhaps an archaeological excavation. I do recall a play by Mr. Sutro, from long ago, and all this week, Father noted, north of the Thames, the Gaumont cinemas have been showing a film titled The Walls of Jericho, starring Olga Radbourne and Bart Levin. Miss Marple looked at him with sudden suspicion. He could have seen that film at the Cromwell Road cinema. He could have left around 11 and returned here, though, if so, someone should have seen him. That would be well before midnight. Perhaps he took the wrong bus, Miss Marple suggested. Something of that nature. Let's say he did return here after midnight, Father proposed. He could have walked up to his room unnoticed. But if that's the case, what happened afterward? And why would he go out again 3 hours later? Miss Marple searched thoughtfully for an explanation. The only thought that comes to my mind is, oh? She flinched as a sharp crack echoed from the street. Just a car backfiring, Father reassured her gently. I apologize for being so on edge. I have this awful tension tonight, that peculiar sense that something is about to occur. I really don't believe you need to be concerned. I've always disliked fog. I meant to tell you, Chief Inspector Davy said, that you've been an enormous help. The small details you've observed here, seemingly insignificant things, they've started to form a clear picture. So there truly was something amiss about this establishment. There was, and still is, a great deal amiss. Miss Marple sighed. It appeared so charming at first, frozen in time, you understand, as if stepping into a beloved part of one's own past. She paused, her gaze drifting toward the window where the fog pressed against the glass. But it wasn't genuine, was it? I came to understand what I suppose I always knew, that we can never truly return. Attempting to go back is a mistake. The very heart of life is moving forward. Existence is rather like a one-way street, don't you agree? Something along those lines, Father concurred. It reminds me, said Miss Marple, veering off in her characteristic manner, of a time I was in Paris with my mother and my grandmother. We went for tea at the LEC Hotel. My grandmother glanced around the room and suddenly exclaimed, Clara, I do believe I am the only woman here wearing a bonnet. And she was. When we returned home, she gathered every single one of her bonnets, along with her beaded mantles, and sent them all away. To a charity rummage sale? Father inquired kindly. Oh, goodness, no! No one at a sale would have wanted them. She sent them to a theatrical repertory company. They were absolutely delighted. Miss Marple collected her thoughts. Now, where was I? Giving your assessment of this place? Yes, it seemed perfectly pleasant. But it wasn't. It was all a jumble, real people and people who weren't genuine. One couldn't always distinguish between them. What do you mean by not genuine? There were retired military officers, but also men who appeared to be military officers yet had never served. Clergymen who weren't clergymen, admirals and sea captains who'd never been to sea. My friend Selina Hazy. At first it amused me how eager she was to recognize acquaintances, which is only natural, of course. But she was mistaken far too often. They simply weren't who she believed them to be, so I began to wonder. Even Rose the chambermaid. So pleasant. But I started to suspect that perhaps she wasn't entirely real either. If it interests you, she's a former actress. A skilled one. She earns a better wage here than she ever did on the stage. But why? primarily as part of the atmosphere, though there may be more to it than that. I shall be very glad to leave, Miss Marple stated. She gave a slight shudder. Before anything happens, Chief Inspector Davy studied her with curiosity. What do you anticipate happening? Evil, Miss Marple replied simply. Evil is rather a significant word. You think it sounds too dramatic? But I have some experience in these matters. I seem to have found myself so frequently in the proximity of murder. Murder? Chief Inspector Davy shook his head. I'm not investigating a murder. Just planning a very tidy roundup of some exceptionally clever criminals. That is not the same thing at all. Murder? The desire to commit murder is something entirely different. How should I put it? It is an affront to the divine order. He looked at her, then shook his head gently, aiming to reassure. There will be no murders here, he said firmly. A second, much louder report shattered the quiet from outside, followed immediately by a piercing scream and another explosive crack. Chief Inspector Davy was on his feet in an instant, moving with astonishing speed for a man of his build. Within seconds he was through the revolving doors and out into the fog-wrapped street. The screaming, a woman's cut through the mist, sharp with terror. Davy sprinted down Pond Street toward the sound, the damp air chilling his face. He could just make out the silhouette of a woman pressed against some iron railings. In a matter of strides, he reached her side. She was wrapped in a long, pale fur coat, her bright blonde hair framing her face on either side. For an instant, he felt a flicker of recognition, but it vanished as he saw she was just a young woman, barely more than a girl. Lying sprawled on the wet pavement before her was the figure of a man in uniform. Chief Inspector Davy knew him at once. It was Michael Gorman. As Davy approached, the girl reached for him, her whole body trembling, her words tumbling out in broken, frantic pieces. Someone tried to kill me. They shot. The bullet went right past me. He saved me. Her hand gestured helplessly toward the still form at her feet. He pushed me behind him, stepped in front. Then there was another shot, and he fell. He saved my life. I think he's badly hurt. Davy knelt on one knee, his flashlight beam cutting through the fog. The tall commissionaire had fallen with a soldier's posture. The left side of his jacket was dark and damp, the stain spreading as blood seeped steadily into the fabric. Davy checked his pulse, lifted an eyelid. He stood up, slowly. He's gone, he said quietly. The girl let out a sharp, choked cry. Dead? No, that can't be. He can't be dead. Who fired at you? I don't know. I'd parked my car just around the corner and was walking toward the hotel, keeping close to the railings because of the fog. Then a shot rang out, a bullet whistled right by my face. Next thing, the doorman from Bertram's, came running toward me, shoved me behind him, and then came the second shot. I think whoever did it was hiding down there, in that sunken entryway. Chief Inspector Davy followed her pointing finger. At this end of Bertram's hotel, an old-fashioned service area lay below street level, closed off by a gate and a short flight of steps. It led only to storage rooms and was seldom used, but it offered plenty of shadow for a man to conceal himself. You didn't get a look at him? Not really. He rushed past me like a ghost. The fog was so thick. Davy gave a grim nod. The girl began to sob, her composure crumbling. But who would want to kill me? Why? This is the second time. I don't understand it. Why? With one arm supporting the shaken girl, Chief Inspector Davy fumbled in his pocket with his free hand. The piercing sound of a police whistle cut through the heavy mist. Inside the lounge of Bertram's hotel, Miss Gorringe glanced up sharply from the front desk. A few guests looked up as well, though the older and more hard of hearing among them remained undisturbed. Henry, in the midst of serving a glass of aged brandy, paused with the glass held in mid-air. Miss Marple leaned forward in her chair, her hands gripping the arms tightly. An accident, no doubt, declared a retired admiral with certainty. Cars colliding in this fog, I expect. The street doors swung open. Through them came what appeared to be an exceptionally large policeman, looking almost larger than life in the dim light. He was half carrying a girl in a pale fur coat, who seemed barely able to stand on her own. The officer glanced around, somewhat awkwardly, searching for assistance. Miss Gorringe moved out from behind the desk, ready to take charge, but just then the elevator descended. A tall figure emerged, and the girl pulled free from the policeman's support. She ran desperately across the lounge. "Mother!" she cried out. "Oh, mother, mother!" And she threw herself weeping into the arms of Bess Sedgwick. Chief Inspector Davy leaned back in his chair and studied the two women seated across from him. It was well past midnight. The flurry of activity had come and gone. Doctors, fingerprint technicians, an ambulance to carry away the body. Now everything had settled into this single room which Bertram's hotel had set aside for official use. Davy sat on one side of the table. Bess Sedgwick and Elvira sat on the other. Against the wall, a policeman sat quietly taking notes. Detective Sergeant Waddell was positioned near the door. The chief inspector looked thoughtfully at the pair before him, mother and daughter. He noted, not for the first time, a strong and striking resemblance between them. He could grasp why, in the fog's confusion, he might have mistaken Elvira Blake for Bess Sedgwick. Yet now, studying them side by side, the contrasts were far more striking than the similarities. They shared a colouring, but little else. Still, he felt he was looking at two prints from the same negative, one vibrant, the other subdued. Everything about Bess Sedgwick was bold and affirmative. Her energy, her sheer magnetism, her undeniable force of will. He had always held a certain admiration for her, a grudging respect for her audacity. Reading of her latest escapade in the Sunday papers, he'd often mutter, "She'll never pull that off," and yet invariably she did. It seemed impossible she could keep cheating fate, yet here she stood. She'd survived plane wrecks, car crashes, and nasty falls from horses, emerging each time seemingly more alive and impossible to ignore. He tipped his hat to her in his mind. Of course her luck couldn't hold forever. A charmed life only lasts so long. His gaze shifted to the daughter. Here, he suspected, was where all that formidable vitality had been turned inward. Where Bess conquered life by imposing her will upon it, Elvira, he theorized, navigated by a different map. She yielded, she complied. She offered a polite, compliant smile, while he was certain her true intentions slipped quietly through your grasp. "Clever," he mused to himself. "It's her only defense, I suppose." She could never confront a situation head-on or command a room. No wonder the adults in her life have never had the faintest clue what she's really thinking. It begged the question, what had she been doing, slipping through the mist-shrouded streets toward Bertram's hotel at such an hour? He intended to ask, though he fully expected a carefully constructed fiction in reply. That was her method, he concluded, the shy girl's armour. Had she come to meet her mother or to find her? It was a possibility, but his instincts dismissed it. His thoughts turned instead to the powerful sports car parked discreetly around the corner, license plate Fan 2266. If Ladislaus Malinowski's car was here, the man himself couldn't be far. "Now then," father began, adopting his most avuncular tone, "how are you holding up?" "Perfectly fine, thank you," Elvira replied. "Good, I need to ask a few questions while everything's still fresh. Time is of the essence in these matters. You were shot at, and a man is dead. We need every clue we can gather to find who did it. I'll help however I can, but it was all so sudden. The fog. You couldn't see a thing. I've no idea who it was, or even what he looked like. That's what made it so terrifying. You mentioned this was the second time someone has tried to kill you. Father pressed gently. Was there a previous attempt? Did I say that? Her eyes darted away nervously. I don't remember saying that. Oh, but you did, father countered, his voice steady. I don't believe you were just being hysterical. Perhaps I was imagining things, Elvira murmured, her gaze shifting again. Bess Sedgwick stirred. You should tell him, Elvira, she said, her voice low but firm. Elvira shot a swift, anxious glance at her mother. There's no need for concern, father reassured her. We in the police understand that young ladies don't always share everything with their parents or guardians. We don't jump to conclusions, but we do need the facts. It all helps piece the puzzle together. Was it in Italy? Bess Sedgwick prompted. Yes, Elvira admitted quietly. Father asked, That's the school you attended, isn't it? Or a finishing academy, whatever they're called these days. Yes, I was at Contessa Martinelli's. There were around 20 of us. And you believed someone attempted to kill you. How did that happen? Well, a large box of chocolates and candies arrived for me. There was a card with it written in Italian in a very ornate script. The kind of message that says, "To the most beautiful young lady," or something similar. My friends and I laughed about it and tried to guess who might have sent it. Did it come through the mail? No, it couldn't have. It simply appeared in my room. Someone must have placed it there. I understand. Probably bribed one of the servants, I imagine. I assume you didn't inform the Contessa about this. A slight smile touched Elvira's lips. No, we certainly did not. Anyway, we opened the box, and the chocolates looked wonderful. There were various kinds, but some were violet creams, the ones with a crystallized flower on top. Those are my favorite, so naturally, I tried a couple first. Later that night, I became terribly sick. I didn't suspect the chocolates at first. I thought it might have been something I ate at dinner. Was anyone else ill? No, just me. I was very unwell, but by the next evening I felt fine again. A couple of days later, I had another of the same chocolates, and the same thing happened. So I spoke to Bridget, my closest friend there. We examined the chocolates and noticed the violet creams had a small hole in the bottom that had been refilled. We thought someone had poisoned just those, knowing I would be the one to eat them. So no one else fell ill. No. Which likely means no one else sampled the violet creams. Right. It was my gift, and they knew I loved that kind, so they left them for me. Whoever did it took quite a risk, Father remarked. The entire box could have been contaminated. That's ridiculous, Lady Sedgwick interjected sharply. Completely absurd. I've never heard of anything so clumsy. Chief Inspector Davy raised a hand gently. Please, he said, then turned back to Elvira. I find that very intriguing, Miss Blake. And you still didn't tell the Contessa. Oh no! She would have made an enormous scene. What did you do with the chocolates? We threw them away, Elvira admitted, adding with a hint of regret. They were such lovely chocolates. You didn't try to find out who sent them? Elvira looked uncomfortable. Well, you see, I thought it might have been Guido. Guido? Chief Inspector Davy prompted cheerfully. And who is Guido? Elvira hesitated, glancing at her mother. Don't be silly, Bess Sedgwick said. Tell Chief Inspector Davy about Guido. Every girl your age has a Guido in her life. You met him there, I suppose? Yes, we met at the opera when our group attended. He was charming and very good-looking. I saw him occasionally when we went to classes. He used to slip me notes. And I imagine, Bess Sedgwick continued, you told a few lies, made plans with your friends, and managed to sneak out to meet him. Is that it? Elvira seemed relieved by this direct summary. Yes, Bridget and I would sometimes go out together. Sometimes Guido arranged to. What was Guido's last name? I don't know, Elvira said. He never told me. Chief Inspector Davy smiled. You mean you're not going to say? That's all right. I expect we can find out without your help if it becomes important. But why would this young man, who presumably cared for you, want to harm you? Oh, because he would sometimes make threats when we argued. We had our disagreements now and then. He would sometimes arrive with a few of his friends, and I'd play along, acting as though I preferred their company to his. That always set him off into a wild, furious rage. He'd warn me to watch my step, that I couldn't just drop him out of the blue. He even swore that if I ever betrayed him, he'd make sure I didn't live to tell the tale. At the time, I brushed it off as pure drama, nothing more than theatrical bluster. Elvira's expression shifted, a sudden, unexpected smile touching her lips. Honestly, it was almost entertaining. I never believed any of it was real, or that he meant a word he said. I have to agree, Chief Inspector Davy replied. It doesn't sound plausible that a young man like the one you've described would go so far as to send poisoned chocolates. That's what I keep telling myself, Elvira admitted. But if it wasn't him, then who? There isn't anyone else I can think of. It started to eat at me. And then, after I returned here, I received this note." She paused. "What kind of note?" "It arrived in a plain envelope, all printed. It just said, 'Be careful. Someone wants you dead.'" Chief Inspector Davies' eyebrows lifted. "Is that so? How very strange. And it frightened you?" "Yes," she said quietly. "It made me start wondering who would possibly want me gone. That's actually why I tried to find out more about my inheritance, whether I was really worth killing over." "Go on," Davy urged. "Then just the other day in London, something else happened. I was on the tube platform and it was crowded. I could have sworn someone tried to shove me toward the tracks. Oh, darling, don't be dramatic." Bess Sedgwick cut in, her tone dismissive. Once more the Chief Inspector gave a slight calming gesture. "It's all right," he said. "Please continue." "I know it sounds like I'm imagining things," Elvira said, almost apologetically. "But after what happened tonight, it all starts to feel possible, doesn't it?" She turned abruptly toward Bess Sedgwick, her voice urgent. "Mother, you would know? Could there really be someone who wants me dead? Do I have an enemy?" "Don't be ridiculous," Bess snapped impatiently. "Of course you don't have an enemy. Why on earth would anyone want to kill you? Then who took a shot at me tonight?" "In that pea-soup fog," Bess countered. "You could have easily been mistaken for someone else. Isn't that possible?" She glanced toward Chief Inspector Davy, her eyes holding his just a moment longer than necessary. He could almost read the word later on her lips. "Quite possible indeed," Davy agreed, his tone deliberately cheerful. "But let's stick to the facts for now. Where were you coming from tonight? What brought you out walking along Pond Street in such heavy fog?" "I had an art class at the Tate this morning," Elvira explained. "Afterward, I met my friend Bridget for lunch at her place in Onslow Square. We decided to catch a film, and when we stepped out, the fog had rolled in thick and getting worse by the minute. I didn't trust myself to drive all the way home in it." "You drive, then?" "Yes, I got my license last summer, but I'm still not very confident, and driving in fog terrifies me. Bridget's mother offered to let me stay over, so I called my cousin Mildred. That's where I live in Kent, and told her I'd be spending the night in town. She thought it was a sensible idea." "What changed your mind?" Father asked. "The fog seemed to lift in patches, you know how it does. So I decided to try driving down to Kent after all. I said goodbye to Bridget and set out, but before long the fog closed in again thicker than ever. I completely lost my bearings. Next thing I knew, I found myself near Hyde Park Corner, and I thought, there's no way I'm making it to Kent tonight. My first instinct was to turn back to Bridget's, but I'd already gotten so turned around. Then I remembered this lovely hotel where my Uncle Derek brought me after my trip to Italy. It wasn't far, so I headed there, hoping they might have a room for the night. Finding a place to park wasn't difficult, and I left the car before walking back up the street toward the hotel. The fog made everything feel unnervingly close. You asked if I met anyone or heard footsteps. It's strange you mentioned that, because I did have the impression someone was walking behind me. In a city like London, that's hardly unusual, but in that thick fog, it gets under your skin. I paused to listen, but the sound didn't come again, so I told myself it was my imagination. I was almost at the hotel entrance by then. Then, out of nowhere, there was a gunshot. It felt like it whistled right past my ear. The doorman from the hotel came running toward me, shoving me behind him for protection. And then the second shot rang out. He collapsed onto the pavement. I screamed. I was trembling badly. Her mother's voice cut through the panic. "Steady now," Bess said, low and firm. It was the same tone she used with her skittish horses, and it worked just as well on her daughter. Elvira blinked, drew a sharp breath, and seemed to pull herself together. "That's my girl, Bess," murmured. "And then you arrived," Elvira said, turning to the inspector. "You blew your whistle, told the officer to take me inside the hotel, and the moment I stepped into the lobby, I saw Mother there." She looked toward Bess Sedgwick. "That more or less brings us to the present," the inspector said, shifting his weight in the chair. His tone was deliberately casual when he asked, "Do you know a man named Ladislaus Malinowski?" He wasn't looking directly at the girl, but his ears caught the faint, quick gasp she tried to suppress. His eyes, however, were on the mother. "No," Elvira answered after a beat too long. "No, I don't." "Really?" said the inspector. "I thought you might. I had an idea he could be here this evening." "Why would he be here?" "Because his car is parked just around the corner. That's what made me think it." "I don't know him," Elvira repeated. "My mistake, then," the inspector replied. He turned his head toward Bess. "You know him, of course." "Naturally," said Bess Sedgwick, with a slight, cool smile. "I've known him for years. He's a reckless sort, drives like an angel or a devil, depending on his mood. He'll break his neck one of these days. He had a terrible crash about 18 months ago." "Yes, I remember reading about that," the inspector said. "He hasn't returned to racing, has he?" "Not yet. He may never." "May I go up to bed now?" Elvira asked, her voice weary. "I'm absolutely exhausted." "Of course you are," the inspector said. "You've told us everything you can remember." "I think so, yes." "I'll go up with you," Bess said, and the two of them left the room. Once they were gone, the inspector let out a slow breath. She knows him. No question about it. "You're sure?" asked Sergeant Waddell. "Positive." "She had tea with him in Battersea Park just a couple of days ago. An elderly lady who saw them told me, quite distressed. Didn't think he was a suitable friend for a young girl. And she's right, of course. Especially if he and the mother are." Waddell trailed off tactfully. "There's quite a bit of gossip." "Yes. Might be true, might not, probably is. In that case, which one is he actually interested in?" The inspector side-desked the question. "I want him found. I want him brought in. His car is here nearby. You think he could be staying at this hotel?" "Unlikely. That wouldn't fit. If he's here, he came to meet the girl. And I believe she came here to meet him." The door opened and Bess Sedgwick walked back in. "I returned because I need to speak with you," she said, her gaze moving from the inspector to the other men in the room. "I've given you all the information I have, such as it is. But I'd like a word with you in private." "I don't see why not," said Chief Inspector Davy. With a nod, the young detective constable collected his notebook and left Sergeant Waddell following him out. "Well," Chief Inspector Davy prompted. Lady Sedgwick resumed her seat across from him. "That absurd tale about poisoned candy," she declared. "It's utter nonsense, completely ridiculous. I refuse to believe such a thing ever occurred." "You don't? Is that right? Do you?" Father gave a doubtful shake of his head. "Are you suggesting your daughter invented it? Obviously. But what would be the reason?" "Well, if you can't answer that," said Chief Inspector Davy, "how could I possibly know? She's your daughter. One would assume you understand her far better than I ever could." "I don't understand her at all," Bess Sedgwick replied, her voice sharp with bitterness. "I haven't laid eyes on her or been a part of her life since she was a toddler, back when I left my husband. Yes, I'm aware of the history. It strikes me as odd, you see. Typically, Lady Sedgwick, the courts will grant a mother custody of a young child, even if she was at fault in the divorce, provided she requests it. I take it you didn't ask. You didn't want it. I believed it was for the best. Why? I didn't consider it a safe environment for her. On moral grounds. No, not morality. There's plenty of infidelity these days. Children learn of it. They grow up surrounded by it. That wasn't it. The truth is, I am not a safe person to be around. The life I lead isn't a secure one. You can't fight your own nature. I was born to walk on the edge. I'm not conventional or obedient to the rules. I thought Elvira would be better off, happier even, with a proper traditional English upbringing. Protected, cared for, but without a mother's affection. I believed if she grew to love me, it might only bring her pain. You may not accept this, but that is genuinely what I felt. I understand. Do you still believe you made the correct choice? No, Bess said flatly. I don't. I think now I may have been completely mistaken. Does your daughter know Ladislas Malinowski? I'm certain she doesn't, she said as much. You heard her yourself. I heard her, Yes. Well, then? She was frightened, you know, while she was sitting here. In my line of work, we recognize fear when we encounter it. She was afraid. But why? Candy or no candy, someone has tried to harm her. That story about the tube might very well be true. It was ludicrous, straight out of a cheap novel. Perhaps, but that sort of thing happens, Lady Sedgwick, more often than you'd care to imagine. Can you offer any notion of who might wish to see your daughter dead? Nobody, not a soul. She spoke with fierce conviction. Chief Inspector Davies sighed and shook his head in resignation. At Bertram's Hotel, Chapter 22, Chief Inspector Davy waited with practised patience for Mrs. Melford to conclude her rambling discourse. The interview had been remarkably fruitless. Cousin Mildred had been disjointed, sceptical, and generally scatterbrained, or so was father's private assessment. Tales of Elvira's pleasant disposition, her kind nature, her dental troubles, and the strange excuses relayed over the telephone had meandered into grave concerns about whether Elvira's friend Bridget was a suitable companion. This entire jumble of information had been served to the Chief Inspector as a kind of incoherent stew. Mrs. Melford knew nothing, had heard nothing, had seen nothing, and had apparently deduced even less. A brief telephone call to Elvira's guardian, Colonel Luscombe, proved even less productive, though thankfully more concise. More of the three wise monkeys, he muttered to his sergeant upon hanging up. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. The problem is that everyone connected to this girl has been far too pleasant, if you catch my drift. Too many nice people who have no real acquaintance with wickedness, not like my old lady, the one from Bertram's Hotel. Yes, that's her. She's had a lifetime of experience in spotting evil, imagining evil, suspecting evil, and marching out to confront it. Let's see what we can get from the friend Bridget. The primary obstacle throughout this next interview was, from start to finish, Bridget's mother. Managing to speak to Bridget without maternal intervention required all of Chief Inspector Davies' skill and persuasion. It must be said, he was rather ably assisted in this endeavour by Bridget herself. After a series of predictable questions and the expected exclamations of shock from Bridget's mother regarding Elvira's brush with disaster, Bridget interjected, "Mum, isn't it time for your committee meeting? You mentioned it was crucial." "Oh, goodness, yes," her mother fretted. "They'll be absolutely hopeless without you there." "They will. They truly will. But perhaps I should stay." "That's perfectly all right, ma'am," Chief Inspector Davies said, adopting his most avuncular manner. "Please don't trouble yourself. You go ahead. We've covered the essential points. Your daughter, Miss Bridget, might assist me with a few routine details about people in Italy, if she's willing. Well, if you believe Bridget can manage." "I can handle it, Mummy," Bridget assured her. With considerable fluttering, Bridget's mother finally departed for her engagement. Honestly, Bridget sighed, returning from the front door. "Mothers can be so trying." "So I've heard," Davy replied. "Many young women I speak with seem to find them a challenge. I'd have thought you'd say it's the other way around," Bridget remarked. "Oh, I do, Davy said with a chuckle. "But perception is everything. Now, perhaps you can tell me a bit more." "I couldn't speak freely with Mummy here," Bridget explained, her tone shifting from light annoyance to one of grave concern. "But it's vital you understand everything. Elvira was deeply worried, truly afraid. She wouldn't outright say she was in danger, but she was. I suspected as much. I didn't wish to press too hard in front of your mother." "Absolutely not," Bridget agreed. "Mummy would just panic and tell everyone if Elvira wanted this kept quiet." "First," Davy began, "there's the matter of a box of chocolates in Italy. I understand there was a possibility it was tampered with." Bridget's eyes widened. "Poisoned? Oh, I don't think so. Well, not exactly. There was an incident. A box arrived and Elvira ate quite a few. She was terribly sick that night, really ill. But she didn't suspect foul play. Not at first. Well, she did say something later about someone possibly trying to poison one of us. We even inspected the chocolates for needle marks. And did you find any?" "No, we didn't," said Bridget. "At least none that we could see. But your friend might have still believed it." She could have, but she didn't mention it again. She was frightened of someone, though. I didn't notice at the time, but looking back, it's clear. What about this man, Guido? Bridget gave a slight laugh. He was completely infatuated with Elvira, and you and your friend arranged to meet him? Well, since you're the police, I suppose it's all right to say, Bridget conceded. Countess Martinelli was dreadfully strict, or liked to think she was. We all had our little schemes and covered for each other. You know how it is. Telling the necessary lies, I imagine. I'm afraid so, Bridget admitted. What else can you do when someone watches your every move? But Guido, he wasn't a serious threat, I don't think. He was more of a nuisance. Was there someone else then? Someone she met secretly? Bridget hesitated, her earlier casualness evaporating. There was someone. I never knew who, but it was serious for her. Deadly serious, it weighed on her. She met with this person. I believe she did. She claimed she was meeting Guido, but that wasn't always the case. There was another man involved. Do you have any idea who? Not really, Bridget replied, her tone hesitant. It wouldn't be a race car driver named Ladislaus Malinovsky, would it? Bridget stared at him, surprised. You already know about him? Is my information correct? Yes, I believe so. She had a newspaper clipping with his picture. She kept it hidden under her stockings. That could have just been a celebrity crush, couldn't it? I suppose, but I don't think it was. Do you know if she met him here in the country? I'm not sure. Honestly, I don't really know what she's been up to since she returned from Italy. She told Mrs. Melford she was going to London for a dental appointment, Davy prompted, but she came to you instead. She phoned Mrs. Melford with some story about a former governess. Bridget let out a small, nervous laugh. That wasn't true, was it? The chief inspector asked with a slight smile. Where did she actually go? After a pause, Bridget answered, She went to Ireland. Ireland? What for? She wouldn't tell me. She just said there was something she needed to find out. Do you know where in Ireland? Not precisely. She mentioned a name. Something like Ballygowan, I think. I see. You're certain she went to Ireland? I saw her off at the airport. She flew with Aer Lingus. When did she return?
The next day? Also by plane?
Yes. Are you absolutely sure she returned by air?
Well, I assume she did.
Did she purchase a round-trip ticket? No, she didn't. I remember that now. So, she could have returned a different way, correct? Yes, I suppose so. She might have taken the ferry and train, for instance. She never mentioned doing that. But she never specifically said she flew back either, did she? No, Bridget admitted. But why would she take a boat and train instead of flying? If she found what she was looking for and had no place to stay, she might have thought the overnight route was simpler. Oh, I guess that's possible. Davy offered a faint smile. I imagine you young people hardly consider travelling any way but by air these days, do you? I suppose we don't, Bridget agreed. Anyway, she did return to England. What happened then? Did she come to see you or call? She called. What time? Sometime in the morning? I think it was around 11 or noon. And what did she say? She just asked if everything was okay. And was it? No, it wasn't. Mrs. Melford had called and my mother answered, so things got complicated. I didn't know what to say. So Elvira said she wouldn't come to Onslow Square and that she'd call her cousin Mildred to try and sort out a story. And that's everything you recall? That's all, said Bridget, though she was holding something back. She thought of Mr. Bollard and the bracelet. That was definitely something she wasn't going to tell Chief Inspector Davy. He sensed an omission, hoping it wasn't crucial to his investigation. He pressed again. Do you believe your friend was genuinely afraid of someone or something? Yes, I do. Did she bring it up? Or did you? I asked her directly. At first she said no, but then she admitted she was scared. And I know she was. Bridget insisted, her voice growing more intense. She was in real danger. She was certain of it. but I don't know why or how or anything else about it. Your certainty about her fear relates to that specific morning, correct? The morning she returned from Ireland? Yes, that's when I felt most sure of it. The morning she might have returned on the overnight ferry and train? I don't think it's very likely. Why don't you just ask her? I probably will, eventually. But I don't want to draw attention to that detail right now. It could inadvertently make things more dangerous for her. Bridget's eyes widened in understanding. What are you implying? You might not recall, Miss Bridget, but that was the evening, or more accurately, the early morning of the Irish mail incident. Are you suggesting Elvira was involved in that and kept it entirely from me? I admit that seems improbable, Father replied, but it crossed my mind that she might have witnessed something, or someone. Perhaps an event linked to the Irish mail occurred. She could have recognized a face in the crowd, for instance, and that knowledge might have placed her in jeopardy. Oh, Bridget said softly, turning the idea over. You mean someone she was acquainted with was tangled up in the robbery? Chief Inspector Davies stood. I believe that covers everything, for now, he stated. Certain there's nothing else you can recall? No other places your friend visited that day, or the day prior? Once more, the image of Mr. Bollard and the elegant Bond Street shop surfaced in Bridget's mind. No, she answered. I have a feeling you're holding something back, Chief Inspector Davy observed. Bridget seized the offered excuse with relief. Oh, I did forget, she admitted. Yes, she did visit a firm of solicitors, trustees, to inquire about a matter. She went to her trustee's office. I don't suppose you caught the firm's name. The name was something like Egerton Forbes, Egerton and someone, Bridget said. Quite a string of names. I believe that's approximately correct. I understand, and she wished to find out something specific, did she? She wanted to learn precisely how much money she possessed, Bridget revealed. Inspector Davies' eyebrows lifted. Indeed, he remarked. Interesting. Why wouldn't she know that herself? Oh, because people were always keeping her in the dark about finances. Bridget explained with a hint of exasperation. They seem to operate under the quaint notion that it's somehow harmful for a person to know their own financial standing. And she was quite keen to find out. Yes, Bridget confirmed. I believe she felt it was rather urgent. Well, thank you, said Chief Inspector Davy. You've been very helpful.
At Bertram's Hotel, Chapter 23. Richard Egerton glanced once more at the official card on his desk, then met the Chief Inspector's steady gaze. A peculiar affair, he commented. Indeed, sir, Chief Inspector Davy agreed. A very peculiar affair. Bertram's Hotel, Egerton mused in the fog. Yes, it was a dreadful fog last night. I imagine you deal with a fair amount of that sort of opportunism in such conditions, don't you? Snatch and grab handbags, that kind of thing?
This wasn't precisely that, Father clarified. No one attempted to snatch anything from Miss Blake. Where did the shot originate? The fog complicates matters. We can't be certain. She wasn't sure herself. But our working theory, it seems the most plausible, is that the gunman may have been positioned in the service area below street level. He fired at her twice, you said. Yes, the first shot missed. The hotel commissioner, Michael Gorman, rushed from his post by the entrance and pushed her behind him just before the second shot was fired. So he took the bullet intended for her. He did. A courageous man? Very, the Chief Inspector affirmed. His military record was exemplary. An Irishman. And his name? Gorman? Michael Gorman? Michael Gorman. Egerton frowned briefly. No, he concluded. For a moment it sounded familiar, but it's a common enough name. In any case, his actions saved the young woman's life. And what exactly brings you to my office, Chief Inspector? I was hoping for some background information. In cases of a murderous assault, we always prefer to have a complete picture of the victim, you understand? Naturally. But truthfully, I've only seen Elvira twice since she was a child. You saw her when she called upon you about a week ago, correct? Yes, that's right. What specifically do you wish to know? If it's about her personal life, her friends' romantic entanglements, lovers' quarrels, all that. You'd be better served speaking to one of the women in her circle. There's a Mrs. Carpenter who escorted her back from Italy, I believe, and there's Mrs. Melford, with whom she resides in Sussex. I've already spoken with Mrs. Melford. I see. It was, to be frank, sir, utterly unproductive. She provided absolutely nothing of value. I'm not really looking for personal details about the girl. I've met her myself and heard what she has to say, or at least what she's willing to share. A quick lift of Egerton's brow showed he caught the emphasis on willing. I understand she was anxious, unsettled, frightened of something, and believed her life might be in danger. Did you get that sense when she visited you? Not exactly, Egerton replied, weighing his words. I wouldn't put it so strongly. Though she did mention a couple of things that struck me as odd. Like what? Well, for one, she asked who would stand to gain if she were to pass away unexpectedly. Ah, Chief Inspector Davy said. So that possibility was on her mind, that she might die suddenly. Interesting. She had some notion fixed in her head, but I couldn't tell what it was. She also wanted to know exactly how much money she had, or would come into when she turned 21. That part is perhaps more understandable. It's a considerable sum, I hear. A very large fortune, Chief Inspector. Why do you think she was asking? About the money? Yes, and about who'd inherit it. I really don't know, Egerton admitted. I haven't a clue. She also brought up the topic of marriage. Did you get the feeling there might be a man involved? I've no proof, but yes, I did suspect just that. I was fairly sure there was a boyfriend in the picture somewhere. There usually is. Luscombe. That's Colonel Luscombe, her guardian, doesn't seem to know anything about a beau. But then dear old Derek Luscombe wouldn't. He was quite distressed when I hinted there might be someone unsuitable in the background. He is unsuitable, Chief Inspector Davies stated flatly. Oh, so you know who it is. I can make a very educated guess. Ladislaus Malinowski. The racing driver. Really? A handsome daredevil. Women tend to fall for him easily. I wonder how he and Elvira crossed paths. I don't quite see where their worlds would overlap, except, yes, I believe he was in Rome a few months back. She might have met him there. Very possible. Or could she have met him through her mother? What, through Bess? I'd say that's highly unlikely. Davy cleared his throat. Lady Sedgwick and Malinowski are rumoured to be quite close, sir. Oh, yes, I've heard the gossip. Might be true, might not. They move in the same circles, constantly thrown together by their lifestyles. Bess has had her romances, of course, but mind you, she's not the restless type. People are quick to say that about a woman, but it doesn't fit Bess. Anyway, as far as I know, Bess and her daughter are practically strangers. That's what Lady Sedgwick told me. And you agree? Egerton nodded. What other family does Miss Blake have? For all practical purposes, none. Her mother's brothers were killed in the war, and she was old Coniston's only child. Mrs. Melford, though the girl calls her Cousin Mildred, is actually a cousin of Colonel Luscombe's. Luscombe has done his conscientious, old-fashioned best for the girl, but it's difficult for a man. You mentioned she brought up marriage. There's no chance, I suppose, that she might already be married. She's underage. She'd need the consent of her guardian and trustees. Technically, yes, but they don't always wait for that, Father remarked. I know. Most regrettable. Then you have to go through the whole rigmarole of making them wards of court and all the rest. And even that has its complications. And once they're married, Father said. I suppose if she were married and died suddenly, her husband would inherit. This idea of marriage seems very far-fetched. She has been most carefully supervised, and... He broke off, noticing Chief Inspector Davies' sceptical smile. It was almost amusing, really, how the old-fashioned guardianship model seemed so quaint and porous under the inspector's weary gaze. Despite every precaution taken to watch over Elvira, she had somehow managed to meet the thoroughly unsuitable Ladislaus Malinowski. With a note of doubt, he remarked, It's true her mother ran off. Her mother did bolt, that's her style. But Miss Blake is another matter entirely. She's just as determined to have her own way, only she'd go about it in a completely different manner. You can't seriously believe? I'm not believing anything at the moment, stated Chief Inspector Davy. They were sitting in the quiet lounge of Bertram's hotel. Ladislaus Malinowski glanced between the two police officers, then threw his head back with a loud, derisive laugh. This is truly comical. You both look so dreadfully serious. It's absurd that you summon me here to ask your questions. You have nothing on me. Absolutely nothing. We believe you might be able to help with our investigation, Mr. Malinowski, Chief Inspector Davy replied, his tone professionally even. You are the owner of a Mercedes Auto, license plate FAN 2266. Is there some law against owning such a car? None at all, sir. There's merely a slight discrepancy concerning the plate number. Your vehicle was seen on Highway M7, and on that occasion it displayed a different registration. Ridiculous! It must have been another car. There aren't many of that particular model. We've checked all the ones in the country. You believe every word your traffic officers tell you, I suppose. It's laughable. Where did all this supposedly happen? The location where an officer stopped you and requested your license was not far from Bedhampton. It was on the same night as the Irish mail robbery. You continue to amuse me, said Malinowski, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Do you have a revolver? Naturally, I own a revolver and an automatic pistol. I possess the proper licenses for both. Understood. And both firearms are still in your possession? Of course. I must advise you, Mr. Malinowski. Ah, the famous police warning. Anything I say may be taken down and used in evidence. Isn't that how it goes? The wording is slightly different, Father corrected gently. It may be taken down and used in evidence. You don't wish to amend your statement? No, I do not. And you're certain you don't want your solicitor present? I have no fondness for solicitors. Some people don't, Father acknowledged. Where are these firearms now? I think you know perfectly well, Chief Inspector. The small pistol is in the pocket of my car. The Mercedes Auto with the registered number FAN 2266. As I've said, the revolver is in a drawer at my flat. You're correct about the revolver in your flat, Father said. But the other weapon, the pistol, is not in your car. Yes, it is. It's in the left-hand pocket. Father shook his head. It may have been there once. It isn't now. Is this it, Mr. Malinowski? He slid a small automatic pistol across the table. Malinowski picked it up with an exaggerated show of surprise. Ah, yes, this is the one, so it was you who removed it from my car. No, Father replied. We did not take it from your car. It wasn't there. We discovered it elsewhere. And where was that? We found it, Father said, watching him closely, in a service area on Pond Street, which, as you likely know, is near Park Lane. It could have been dropped by someone walking down that street, or perhaps running. Ladislaus Malinowski gave a dismissive shrug. That has nothing to do with me. I did not put it there. It was in my car a day or two ago. One doesn't constantly check to see if something is still where one left it. One assumes it will be. Are you aware, Mr. Malinowski, that this is the pistol used to shoot Michael Gorman on the night of November 26th? Michael Gorman? I don't know any Michael Gorman. The doorman from Bertram's hotel. Ah, yes, the fellow who was shot. I read about it, and you're claiming my pistol killed him? Preposterous. It's not preposterous. Ballistics experts have examined the weapon. You know enough about firearms to understand their evidence is reliable. You are attempting to frame me. This entire charade is a clumsy setup. I know exactly how you police operate. Ladislaus Malinowski's voice was sharp with accusation. I believe you understand the standards of our country's law enforcement better than that, Mr. Malinowski. Are you implying that I shot Michael Gorman? At this stage, we are simply taking statements. No formal charges have been filed. But that's what you're thinking, that I shot that absurd, overdressed military man. Why would I? I didn't owe him money. I held no grudge against him. The initial target was a young woman. Gorman moved to shield her and took the second bullet in his chest. A young woman? A young woman I believe you are acquainted with, Miss Elvira Blake. Are you claiming someone tried to shoot Elvira with my gun? He sounded utterly disbelieving. Perhaps you'd had a falling out. You mean I argued with Elvira and shot her? That's insane. Why would I shoot the girl I intend to marry? Is that part of your official statement? That you and Miss Elvira Blake are engaged to be married? For a brief moment, Ladislaus paused. Then he gave a slight shrug. She is still quite young. The matter is still under discussion. Perhaps she had agreed to marry you, and then... She reconsidered. There was someone she feared. Was it you, Mr. Malinowski? Why would I want her dead? Either I'm in love with her and wish to marry her, or, if I don't, I simply won't. It's that straightforward, so where is the motive to kill her? There aren't many individuals close enough to her to desire her death. Davy waited a beat before adding, almost offhandedly, there's her mother, of course. What? Malinowski leapt to his feet. Bess! Bess kill her own daughter? You're mad! Why would Bess kill Elvira? Possibly because, as next of kin, she would stand to inherit a significant fortune. Bess? You think Bess would kill for money? She has ample funds from her American husband, more than enough. Enough is not the same as a vast fortune, Father noted. People have committed murder for large inheritances. Mothers have killed their children. Children have killed their mothers. I tell you, you're insane. You mentioned you might marry Miss Blake. Perhaps you already have. If so, then you would be the one to inherit that considerable wealth. What other wild, stupid accusations can you make? No, I am not married to Elvira. She's a lovely girl. I'm fond of her, and she's infatuated with me. I admit it. We met in Italy. We had a pleasant time. But that's all. Nothing more, do you understand? Really? Just a moment ago, Mr. Malinowski, you stated quite definitively that she was the girl you were going to marry. Oh, that? Yes, that. Was it true? I said it because it sounded more respectable. You people are so prudish here. That strikes me as an improbable explanation. You comprehend nothing. The mother and I, we are involved. I did not wish to say so. So I suggested instead that the daughter and I were engaged. It sounds very proper and English. It sounds to me even more far-fetched. You're rather severely in need of money, aren't you, Mr. Malinowski? My dear Chief Inspector, I am perpetually in need of money. It's a tragic condition. And yet several months ago, I understand you were spending money quite freely. Ah, I had a fortunate gamble. I am a gambler, I admit it. I find that very easy to believe. Where did you have this fortunate gamble? That I will not say. You can hardly expect me to. I don't expect it. Is that all you have to ask me? For now, yes. You have identified the pistol as yours. That will be very helpful. I don't understand. I can't conceive. He broke off and extended his hand. Please give it to me. I'm afraid we'll need to retain it for the present. I'll write you a receipt. He did so and handed it to Malinowski. The latter exited, slamming the door behind him. Temperamental fellow, Father observed. You didn't press him on the false license plate in the Bedhampton connection. No, I wanted him unsettled, but not completely panicked. We'll give him one thing to worry about at a time. Chief Inspector Davy gave a nod and headed towards Sir Ronald's office. How's it going, Father? Any breakthroughs? We're moving right along, Davy replied, the nets filling up, mostly with the smaller players for now, but we're tightening the circle around the major figures. All the pieces are falling into place. Excellent work, Fred, the Assistant Commissioner said with approval. The conversation concluded, and Davy's thoughts returned to the ongoing situation at Bertram's hotel. Meanwhile, Miss Marple stepped onto the platform at Paddington Station, where the sturdy frame of Chief Inspector Davy was waiting. Thank you for coming, he said courteously, offering his arm to guide her past the ticket barrier to a waiting car. Once they were settled inside and moving, Miss Marple inquired, Might I ask our destination, Chief Inspector? Bertram's hotel, he answered.
Again, what possible reason could there be?
The standard line is that your assistance is required for police inquiries. That does have a rather ominous ring to it, Miss Marple observed, frequently a precursor to an arrest, wouldn't you say? I can assure you an arrest is not my intention, Father said with a faint smile. You have a solid alibi, after all. Miss Marple considered this quietly for a moment. before simply stating, "I understand." The remainder of the drive passed in silence. Upon entering the hotel's lobby, Miss Gorringe glanced up from the reception desk, but Davy steered Miss Marple directly to the elevator, requesting the second floor. As they walked down the corridor and he unlocked the door to room 18, Miss Marple noted, "This is the very room I occupied during my previous stay." "It is," Father confirmed. Miss Marple settled into an armchair. "They certainly understand comfort here," she remarked, glancing around the well-appointed room with a hint of a sigh. She then turned her perceptive gaze to the inspector. "You look rather weary, Chief Inspector." "I've been covering a fair amount of ground lately," he admitted. "Just returned from Ireland, in fact." "Really? From Ballygowlan, was it?" Father stared at her. "How on earth did you know that? Forgive my language," Miss Marple offered a forgiving smile. "I don't suppose Michael Gorman mentioned it was his hometown." "Not directly, no," said Miss Marple. "Then, if you'll pardon my asking, how did you know?" "Oh dear," Miss Marple said, looking mildly flustered. "It's a bit awkward. I simply happened to overhear a conversation." "I see." "Please understand. I wasn't eavesdropping. It was in a public space, technically public, at any rate. One does tend to listen, especially at my age when one's movements are more limited. If people converse nearby, it's only natural to hear them." "Within reason, I'd agree," said Father. "Precisely," Miss Marple continued. "If individuals do not bother to lower their voices, one may assume they don't mind being overheard, but complications can arise. There comes a point when you realize that, public room or not, the speakers are unaware of your presence. Then one faces a dilemma. Clear your throat to announce yourself, or remain perfectly still and hope they never discover you were there. Both options are terribly uncomfortable." Chief Inspector Davy checked his watch. "I'd very much like to hear more," he said, "but Canon Pennyfather is due to arrive at any moment, and I must go down to meet him. Will you be all right here?" Miss Marple assured him she would be perfectly fine. After Davy departed, she sat quietly, her mind already turning over the new pieces of this familiar puzzle. Downstairs, Canon Pennyfather passed through the hotel's revolving doors into the familiar lobby. He paused, a faint frown on his face, troubled by a vague sense that something about Bertram's was not quite as he remembered. Had they repainted? Made some minor alterations? He dismissed the thought, yet the feeling of subtle discrepancy lingered. It never occurred to him that the change resided in the commissionaire. The former, tall and dark-haired, had been replaced by a shorter man with sloping shoulders, a freckled complexion, and a sandy thatch of hair visible beneath his cap. Canon Pennyfather sensed a shift in the air, a subtle change he couldn't quite place. Drifting toward the reception desk in his characteristically absent-minded manner, he was met by Miss Gorringe. "Canon Pennyfather, what a pleasant surprise," she said. "Have you come to collect your luggage? It's all prepared. We would have been happy to send it anywhere, if only you'd informed us." "You're too kind, as always," the Canon replied. "But my business in London today made it convenient to stop by personally." He offered a vague, appreciative smile. "We were all so terribly concerned for you," Miss Gorringe continued, her voice softening. "Vanishing like that. We heard about the automobile accident." "Yes, indeed," Canon Pennyfather sighed. "The speeds people travel at now are simply appalling, though, I must confess, the details are rather hazy. The doctor mentioned concussion. One's memory becomes less reliable with age, I'm afraid." He gave a sorrowful shake of his head before inquiring, "And how are you, Miss Gorringe?" "I'm quite well, thank you," she answered. Yet in that moment it occurred to the Canon that she too seemed altered. He studied her, his mild gaze searching for the source of the difference. Her hairstyle was its usual carefully arranged self, perhaps even a touch more elaborate. The familiar black dress, the locket, the cameo brooch, all were present, but something was off. Had she lost weight? No, it was more than that. For the first time he noticed a distinct air of anxiety about her. Canon Pennyfather was not a man who typically registered the emotional states of others, but the deviation from Miss Gorringe's perpetually serene and professional demeanour was striking. "I do hope you haven't been unwell," he asked with concern. "You appear somewhat thinner." We have been under a great deal of strain, Canon Pennyfather. Dear me, I am sorry to hear it. Not, I trust, on account of my little misadventure. Oh no, not that, Miss Gorringe assured him quickly. Naturally we were worried, but once we learned you were safe. She paused, gathering herself. No, it's this other matter. Perhaps you haven't seen the news. Our doorman Gorman was killed. Ah, yes, Canon Pennyfather murmured, dim recollections stirring. I believe I did see a mention in the paper, something about a murder occurring here. Miss Gorringe gave a visible shudder at the blunt word, a tremor that seemed to travel the length of her sombre dress. It's dreadful, she said, simply dreadful. Nothing of this nature has ever happened at Bertram's. We are not that sort of establishment. No, certainly not, the canon agreed hastily. The thought would never have crossed my mind. And it didn't even happen inside the hotel, Miss Gorringe pointed out, seeming to take a small measure of comfort from this fact. It was out on the pavement. So it was really nothing to do with you at all, the canon offered, intending to be helpful. This, however, did not seem to be entirely the correct response. But it was connected to Bertram's, Miss Gorringe corrected gently. The police were here constantly, questioning everyone, because it was our commission heir who was shot. So that explains the new man outside, Canon Pennyfather said, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. I did feel things seemed a touch unfamiliar. Yes, and I'm not sure he's entirely satisfactory. Not quite the standard we are accustomed to. But we had to find a replacement promptly. The canon nodded, his memory finally assembling the fragments of a newspaper article he'd skimmed a week prior. But I had the impression it was a young woman who was shot. You're thinking of Lady Sedgwick's daughter. You may recall seeing her here with Colonel Luscombe. It seems she was set upon in the fog, a bag snatching most likely. A shot was fired at her, and Gorman, who had been a soldier and possessed remarkable presence of mind, rushed to intervene. He placed himself in front of her and was struck down. A tragic waste. Most tragic, Canon Pennyfather echoed, shaking his head again. The entire affair felt like a discordant note in a familiar and soothing melody. It has made everything so difficult, Miss Gorringe confided, a note of weary frustration entering her voice. The police in and out, the questions, the sheer disruption of it all. One almost longs for the quiet predictability of a minor international incident instead. The comment, so at odds with her usual propriety, hung in the air for a moment before she straightened her brooch, the familiar mask of professional calm settling back into place, though it now seemed thinner, more fragile. I suppose that's to be expected, but we aren't fond of it here. I must admit, Chief Inspector Davy and Sergeant Waddell do look quite respectable. They're in plain clothes with a very good style about them. Not the sort you see in films with muddy boots and dripping mackintoshes. They could almost pass for one of us. Yes, Canon Pennyfather agreed. Did you require hospital care? Miss Gorringe inquired. No, the canon replied. Some very kind people, true good Samaritans, a market gardener and his wife, I believe, found me, and she nursed me back to health. I'm profoundly grateful. It is so refreshing to discover such human kindness still exists in the world. Don't you agree? Miss Gorringe said she found it very refreshing indeed, especially with all one reads nowadays about the rise in crime, she added. All those dreadful young people holding up banks and robbing trains and ambushing folks in broad daylight. She glanced up and noted, There's Chief Inspector Davy coming down the stairs now. I believe he wishes to speak with you. I can't imagine why he would want to speak to me again, said Canon Pennyfather, perplexed. He already visited me, you know, at Chadminster. I think he was rather disappointed that I couldn't provide anything useful. You couldn't recall anything? The canon shook his head mournfully. The memory simply isn't there. The incident occurred near a place called Bedhampton, and I truly don't understand what I could have been doing in that area. The Chief Inspector kept pressing me about my purpose there, and I had no answer. Most peculiar, isn't it? He seemed convinced I had been driving a car from somewhere near a railway station to a vicarage. That sounds entirely plausible, Miss Gorringe offered. It feels utterly impossible to me, Canon Pennyfather countered. Why on earth would I be driving around a part of the country I hardly know? Chief Inspector Davy had approached them. "Ah, here you are, Canon Pennyfather," he said, feeling more yourself again. "Oh, I feel quite well physically," the canon said, "though I still get these tiresome headaches. I've been advised not to overexert myself, and the memory of that particular time remains elusive. The doctor says it may never return." "Well, we mustn't lose hope," said Chief Inspector Davy. He guided the canon away from the desk. "There's a small experiment I'd like you to try for me. You don't mind helping, do you? At Bertram's Hotel." When Chief Inspector Davy opened the door of room 18, Miss Marple remained seated in the armchair by the window. "A good many people about in the street today," she observed. "More than one usually sees." "Oh, well, this is a thoroughfare to Berkeley Square and Shepherd's Market. I wasn't referring only to passers-by. Workmen doing repairs, a telephone company van, several private cars parked rather pointedly. And what, may I ask, do you deduce from that assembly?" "I didn't say I was deducing anything, Chief Inspector." Father gave her a penetrating look. Then he said, "I need your assistance. Of course, that is why I am here. What would you like me to do?" "I want you to reenact precisely what you did on the night of November 19th. You were asleep. You woke up, possibly roused by an unusual sound. You switched on the lamp, checked the time, got out of bed, opened the door, and looked into the corridor. Can you repeat those actions?" "Certainly," said Miss Marple. She rose and went to the bed. "Just one moment." Chief Inspector Davy went and rapped on the connecting wall to the adjacent room. "You'll have to knock louder," Miss Marple advised. "The construction here is remarkably solid." The Chief Inspector doubled the force of his knocking. "I instructed Canon Pennyfather to count to 10, he said, glancing at his watch. "All right, proceed." Miss Marple mimed, switching on the lamp, peered at an imaginary clock, rose, walked to the door, opened it, and looked out. To her right, just exiting his room and walking toward the top of the stairs, was Canon Pennyfather. He reached the stairhead and began his descent. Miss Marple drew in a slight, sharp breath. She turned back into the room. "Well," said Chief Inspector Davy, "the man I saw that night could not possibly have been Canon Pennyfather," Miss Marple stated firmly. "Not if the gentleman before them now was indeed the canon. I realize I said otherwise," she continued, "but while he bore a striking resemblance in his hair, his attire, and every detail, his gait was entirely different. I believe it must have been a younger man. I'm truly very sorry to have provided misleading information, but I am now quite certain it was not Canon Pennyfather I observed that evening." "You are entirely sure on this point, Miss Marple?" The inspector pressed. "Yes," she confirmed, adding, once more, "I do apologize for the confusion." "You were, however, remarkably close to the truth," the inspector noted. "Canon Pennyfather did return to the hotel that night. No one witnessed his arrival, which was not unusual given the late hour. He came in after midnight, ascended the stairs, unlocked the door to his room, and entered. What he witnessed or what transpired next remains a mystery, as he is either unable or unwilling to tell us. If only there were a method to stimulate his recollection. There is that particular German term, of course, Miss Marple mused aloud.
Which German term?
The inspector asked. "Oh dear, it escapes me at the moment, but—" A knock interrupted them, and Canon Pennyfather himself entered. "Was everything satisfactory?" he inquired. "Most satisfactory," Father replied. "I was just explaining to Miss Marple. You recall Miss Marple?" "Oh yes," said Canon Pennyfather, though he seemed faintly uncertain. "I was just relating how we have reconstructed your movements. You returned to the hotel after midnight, came upstairs, opened your door and went inside." He paused deliberately. Miss Marple gave a sudden little cry of recollection. "I remember now! That German word is doppelganger." Canon Pennyfather exclaimed in recognition. "But of course, how could I have forgotten?" "You are quite correct. After viewing that film, The Walls of Jericho, I returned here, came upstairs, opened my door and saw. It was extraordinary. I distinctly saw myself seated in a chair, facing me. A doppelganger, just as you say. How very astonishing. And then, let me see. He raised his eyes, struggling to piece the memory together, and then Father supplied, his voice dropping to a grim, almost sarcastic note. Startled out of their wits to see you, when they believed you were safely tucked away in Lucerne. Somebody coshed you on the head. Quite the homecoming surprise. Canon Pennyfather had been dispatched via taxi to the British Museum. Chief Inspector Davy had settled Miss Marple in the hotel lounge, requesting she wait for about 10 minutes. Miss Marple did not mind. She welcomed the chance to sit, observe and reflect. Bertram's hotel. It stirred so many memories, the past blending seamlessly with the present. A French phrase returned to her, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. She reversed it in her mind, plus c'est la même chose, plus ça change. Both, she thought, held their own truth. A pang of melancholy touched her, for Bertram's hotel and for herself. She wondered what the chief inspector would require of her next, sensing in him the focused excitement of a man whose plans were finally converging. This was Chief Inspector Davy's appointed hour. The life of the hotel appeared to continue as usual, yet no, Miss Marple decided, not quite as usual. There was a subtle difference, an underlying current of unease she could not precisely define, like a familiar melody played slightly off-key. The door swung open once more, and the large, genial-looking man from the country crossed to her. "All set?" he asked. "Where are we off to now?" "We are going to pay a call on Lady Sedgwick. Is she a guest here?" "Yes, she is here with her daughter." Miss Marple rose. She cast a final sorrowful glance around the elegant room and murmured, "Poor Bertrams." "What do you mean by that?" he asked. "I believe you understand perfectly well what I mean." "Well, viewing it from your perspective, perhaps I do. It is always a profound sadness when a work of art must be dismantled. You consider this place a work of art? Most assuredly I do. And so do you?" "I take your meaning," Father admitted, his tone softening with a touch of regret. "It is rather like discovering ground elder has utterly consumed a cherished flower border. The losses of something cultivated and unique. There's nothing left to do but unearth the entire situation. I'm not much of a gardener, but if you swap that metaphor for dry rot, I'd be inclined to agree." They rode the elevator up and walked down the corridor to the corner suite occupied by Lady Sedgwick and her daughter. Chief Inspector Davy knocked. A voice invited them in, and he entered with Miss Marple following. Bess Sedgwick was seated in a tall chair by the window, a book resting unread on her lap. "Back again, Chief Inspector." Her gaze shifted past him to Miss Marple, registering mild surprise. "This is Miss Marple," Davy explained. "Miss Marple, Lady Sedgwick." "We've met," said Bess Sedgwick. "You were with Selina Hazy recently, weren't you? Please sit down." She turned her attention back to the Chief Inspector. "Any progress on finding the man who shot at Elvira?" "Nothing. I'd classify as solid news." "I rather doubt you ever will. In a fog like that, all sorts of predators emerge, hunting for women walking alone." "There's some truth to that," Father acknowledged. "How is your daughter?" "Oh, Elvira has fully recovered. You have her here with you now?" "Yes, I telephoned Colonel Luscombe, her guardian. He was relieved I was prepared to take responsibility." She gave a short, dry laugh. "The dear old fellow. He's been pushing for a sentimental mother-daughter reunion for ages." "He might have a point," said Father. "For the moment, perhaps it is the best arrangement," she conceded, her tone shifting as she looked out the window. "I understand you're detaining a friend of mine, Ladislaus Malinowski. On what grounds?" "We haven't arrested him," Chief Inspector Davy corrected. "He's merely helping with our inquiries. I've already sent my solicitor to advise him." "A very prudent move," Father said approvingly. "Anyone finding themselves in a tricky conversation with the police is wise to have legal counsel. It's too easy to say the wrong thing otherwise, even if one is completely innocent." "Perhaps especially then," Father remarked. "You're quite the cynic. What exactly are you questioning him about, if I may ask? Or mayn't I?" "For one, we'd like a clear account of his movements on the night Michael Gorman died." Bess Sedgwick straightened sharply in her chair. "You can't possibly entertain the absurd notion that Ladislaus fired at Elvira. They didn't even know each other." The possibility exists. His car was parked just around the corner. That's nonsense, Lady Sedgwick stated firmly. How much did that incident the other night truly disturb you, Lady Sedgwick? She looked faintly puzzled. Naturally. I was shaken that my daughter had such a narrow escape. What else would you expect? I wasn't referring to that. I meant how much did Michael Gorman's death affect you? I was sorry to hear of it. He was a courageous man. Is that all? What more would you like me to say? You knew him, didn't you? Obviously, he worked here. You knew him rather better than that, though, didn't you? What are you implying? Let's not pretend, Lady Sedgwick. He was your husband, wasn't he? She was silent for a moment, showing no sign of agitation or shock. You know a great deal, Chief Inspector. She sighed and leaned back. I hadn't seen him for, let me think, over 20 years. Then one day I glanced out a window and suddenly recognized Mickey. And he recognized you? It was surprising we did recognize each other. Bess Sedgwick reflected. We were only together for about a week. Then my family tracked us down, paid Mickey off, and hauled me home in disgrace. She sighed again, a distant look in her eyes. I was terribly young when I ran off with him, naive, just a foolish girl stuffed with romantic ideas. He was a hero to me, largely because of how he rode a horse, utterly fearless. He was handsome and lively, with all an Irishman's charm. I suppose in the end, I simply ran away with the story I'd written for myself. I doubt he would have ever considered it on his own, but I was reckless, impulsive, and utterly infatuated. She gave a slow shake of her head. It was over almost as soon as it began. A single day was all it took to shatter the illusion. He drank heavily, and his manner was crude and harsh. When my family arrived and brought me home, I felt nothing but relief. I never wished to lay eyes on him again. Did your family know you were married to him? No. You never told them. I didn't believe I was truly married. How could that be? The ceremony was in Ballygowlan, but when my people showed up, Mickey came to me and confessed it was all a sham. He and his friends had staged the whole thing, he claimed. By then, that seemed exactly the sort of trick he would pull. Maybe he wanted the money he was offered, or perhaps he was scared he'd broken the law by marrying me before I was of age. I'll never know. But at the time, I never questioned his story for a second, and later on. She seemed to drift into memory. It wasn't until years afterward, when I'd learned more about life and the law, that it suddenly struck me. I probably was legally married to Mickey Gorman after all. So in reality, when you married Lord Coniston, you committed bigamy. And again when I married Johnny Sedgwick, and once more with my American husband, Ridgway Becker. She met Chief Inspector Davy's gaze and laughed, a sound of genuine, almost dark amusement. So much bigamy. It really does sound absurd when you say it out loud. Did it ever occur to you to seek a divorce? She shrugged lightly. The whole episode felt like a foolish dream. Why dig it up? I had told Johnny, of course. Her voice softened, warming at the mention of his name. And what was his reaction? He didn't mind. Neither Johnny nor I were ever particularly concerned with legalities. Bigamy does carry certain penalties, Lady Sedgwick. She looked at him and laughed again. Who was going to trouble themselves over something that happened in Ireland so long ago? The matter was finished. Mickey took his money and disappeared. Can't you see? It felt like a trivial, embarrassing incident, one I wanted to forget. I tucked it away with all the other unimportant things in life. And then, Father said calmly, one November day, Michael Gorman reappeared and tried to blackmail you. That's ridiculous. Who told you he blackmailed me? Slowly, Father's gaze shifted to the elderly lady sitting quietly, very straight in her chair. You did? Bess Sedgwick stared at Miss Marple. What could you possibly know about it? Her tone held more curiosity than accusation. The armchairs in this hotel have remarkably high backs, Miss Marple remarked. They are quite comfortable. I was sitting in one by the fire in the writing room one morning, resting before I went out. You came in to write a letter. I suppose you didn't realize anyone else was there, and so I overheard your conversation with this man Gorman. You were eavesdropping? Naturally, said Miss Marple. Why not? It was a public room when you threw open the window, and called out to the man outside. I had no idea it would become a private discussion. Bess studied her for a moment, then nodded slowly. Fair enough, she conceded. Yes, I understand, but you misinterpreted what you heard. Mickey didn't blackmail me. He might have considered it, but I warned him off before he could even try. Her lips curved into that wide, generous smile that made her face so striking. I frightened him away. Yes, Miss Marple agreed. I believe you did. You threatened to shoot him. You handled it, if you'll forgive my saying so, exceptionally well. Bess Sedgwick's eyebrows lifted in mild amusement. But I wasn't the only person who overheard you, Miss Marple continued. Good heavens, was the entire hotel listening? The other armchair was occupied as well. By whom? Miss Marple's lips sealed shut. Bess Sedgwick's eyes met Chief Inspector Davies, and her expression was almost a plea. You handle this, her look seemed to say, because I simply cannot. Your daughter was sitting in the other chair, Davy stated. A sharp, pained cry escaped her. No, not Elvira. I understand now. Yes, I see. She must have believed. She believed it strongly enough to travel to Ireland and hunt for the truth. It wasn't a difficult trail to follow. Bess whispered again. Oh no, before adding, that poor girl. She's never once confronted me. She kept it all locked inside. If she had only come to me, I could have explained everything, shown her how little it truly mattered. She might not have seen it that way, Davy replied. His tone shifted, becoming almost folksy, like a farmer reflecting on the seasons. You know, after many years on the job, I've learned to be wary of a simple pattern. Simple stories are often a little too neat. The other night's shooting looked straightforward. A girl claims someone shot at her and missed. A doorman rushes to help and is killed by a second bullet. That might be exactly how she saw it. But behind the scenes, the reality could be quite different. He paused. You insisted, Lady Sedgwick, that Ladislaus Malinowski would have no reason to harm your daughter. I agree. He's the type to lose his temper and lash out, not to wait in the cold, plotting a calculated murder. But what if his target was someone else? There are screams and shots, but the only person who ends up dead is Michael Gorman. Suppose that was the plan all along. Malinowski picks a foggy night, hides and waits for your daughter to walk down the street, a meeting he arranged. He fires a shot, deliberately missing her. She screams, believing herself the target. The hotel doorman hears the commotion and runs out. Then Malinowski shoots the man he actually came to kill, Michael Gorman. I don't believe it. Why would Ladislaus want Mickey dead? Blackmail is a powerful motive, Davy said calmly. Are you suggesting Mickey was blackmailing Ladislaus? About what? Perhaps, Davy answered, about the activities centered right here at Bertram's hotel. Michael Gorman might have uncovered a great deal. What activities? What are you talking about? It's been an excellent operation, Davy explained. Well designed, smoothly run. But nothing lasts forever. Miss Marple asked me recently what was wrong with this place. Well, here's the answer. Bertram's hotel functions as the nerve center for one of the most sophisticated crime syndicates we've seen in years. A heavy silence filled the room for a long moment. Finally, Miss Marple spoke, her tone light and conversational. How very interesting. Bess Sedgwick turned to her sharply. You don't seem surprised, Miss Marple. I'm not entirely. There were too many odd details that didn't quite align. It was all a bit too perfect, like a beautifully staged play. But a performance isn't reality. She adjusted her knitting quietly before continuing. And then there were all those small incidents, people mistaking strangers for old friends. It happened rather too often. It does happen, Chief Inspector Davy agreed, but the frequency was suspicious. Is that your point, Miss Marple? Yes, she nodded. Even someone as pleasantly vague as Selina Hazy wouldn't make that kind of mistake so repeatedly. Miss Marple's observation was hardly unique. Plenty of others had noticed the same peculiar patterns. She certainly doesn't miss much, remarked Chief Inspector Davy, addressing Bess Sedgwick with a tone one might use for a clever, well-trained dog. Bess turned on him sharply. What exactly did you mean earlier, calling this place the center of a criminal operation? To me, Bertram's hotel has always seemed the very picture of respectability. Precisely, Father replied. It had to be. An enormous amount of money, planning and effort went into crafting that exact image. The genuine article and the clever forgery are blended here masterfully. You have a superb director of operations in Henry, and that fellow Humphreys is brilliantly convincing. He's kept a clean record here, but his involvement in some questionable hotel schemes overseas tells another story. There's a whole cast of excellent character actors playing their parts throughout this establishment. I'll admit, I can't help feeling a certain professional admiration for the entire operation. It has cost this country a fortune and given every police force constant migraines each time we thought we were making progress and pinpointed a specific event. It would turn out to be an isolated incident, disconnected from anything larger. Yet we kept piecing it together, bit by bit. A garage stocked with license plates, ready to be swapped onto certain cars at a moment's notice. A network of delivery vans, furniture, butcher, grocer, even a few convincing postal trucks. A racing driver covering impossible distances in record time, and at the other extreme, an elderly clergyman puttering along in his old Morris Oxford, a cottage with a market gardener prepared to offer first aid and connected to a cooperative doctor. The list goes on. The web seems endless. That's one half of the scheme. The other half is the foreign clientele of Bertram's, primarily wealthy Americans or visitors from the Commonwealth. These are people above suspicion, arriving with a great deal of luxury luggage and departing with luggage that looks identical but isn't. They land in France as rich tourists, and customs, pleased they're bringing money into the country, rarely give them a second glance. They're careful not to use the same faces too frequently. The pitcher can't go to the well too often. Proving it, connecting all the threads, won't be simple, but it will come together. We've already made a start. Take the Cabots, for example. What about the Cabots? Bess interjected sharply. You recall them? Charming Americans, utterly charming. They stayed here last year and returned again this season. They wouldn't have come a third time. Nobody on the same job ever does. We apprehended them at Calais. They had a beautifully crafted wardrobe case with them, containing over £300,000, neatly concealed. The proceeds from the Bedhampton train robbery. Of course, that's merely a drop in the bucket. Let me be clear. Bertram's Hotel is the nerve centre for the entire operation. Half the staff are involved. Some guests are accomplices, others are exactly who they claim to be. The real Cabots, for instance, are currently vacationing in Yucatan. Then there's the impersonation racket. Consider someone like Mr. Justice Ludgrove, a distinctive face, bulbous nose, a wart, easy to mimic. Or Canon Pennyfather, the mild-mannered country vicar with a shock of white hair and famously absent-minded demeanour. His mannerisms, that way he peers over his spectacles, all easily reproduced by a skilled actor. But what was the point of all that impersonation? Bess demanded, though a flicker in her eyes suggested she was beginning to grasp the cynical, almost mocking logic behind it all. The tone shifted from clinical explanation to one of dry, unveiled sarcasm. Are you seriously asking? It's perfectly obvious. Mr. Justice Ludgrove is reportedly seen near the scene of a bank robbery. A witness recognizes him, comes forward. We investigate. It turns out to be a case of mistaken identity. He was demonstrably elsewhere at the time. It creates confusion, wastes resources, and provides the perfect alibi for the real criminals operating in plain sight, hidden behind the hotel's impeccable reputation. The whole scheme is a brazen joke played on authority itself. It took us some time to grasp that these were what you might call intentional errors. No one paid any mind to the man who bore a passing resemblance to him, a resemblance that wasn't even particularly strong once he removed his disguise and stepped out of character. The entire scheme was designed to sow confusion. We once had a high court judge, an archdeacon, an admiral, and a major general, all reportedly spotted near a crime scene. Following the Bedhampton train robbery, at least 4 different vehicles were involved in transporting the stolen goods to London. There was a racing car driven by Malinowski, a counterfeit armoured truck, a vintage Daimler carrying an Admiral, and a Morris Oxford with an elderly clergyman sporting a shock of white hair. It was a brilliantly orchestrated operation, flawlessly planned. Then the gang encountered a stroke of profoundly bad luck. That absent-minded clergyman, Canon Pennyfather, went to catch his plane on the wrong day, was turned away from the air terminal, wandered out into Cromwell Road, took in a film, and returned to the hotel well after midnight. He used the key in his pocket to enter his room, only to receive the shock of his life. There, sitting in a chair, was what appeared to be himself. The last thing the gang anticipated was the real Canon Pennyfather, supposedly safe in Lucerne, walking through that door. His double was just preparing to leave for his role in Bedhampton when in strolled the genuine article. They were at a loss, but one member of the party acted on a quick reflex, Humphrey's I suspect. He struck the old man on the head, rendering him unconscious. I believe someone was furious about that, absolutely livid. They checked on him, concluded he was merely knocked out and would likely revive later, and proceeded with their plans. The impostor left the room, exited the hotel, and drove to the scene to play his part in the relay. What they did with the real Canon Pennyfather afterward, I can only speculate. I imagine he was moved later that night, driven down to the market gardener's cottage, a location conveniently near where the train was to be ambushed, and where a doctor could see to him. This way, if there were any reports of Canon Pennyfather being seen in the area, it would all seem to fit. It must have been a terribly anxious period for everyone involved until he regained consciousness and they discovered that at least 3 days had been erased from his memory. Would they have killed him otherwise? Inquired Miss Marple. No, replied Father. I don't believe they would have. Someone in their ranks would never have allowed it. It has been apparent from the start that whoever masterminded this operation had a strict objection to murder. It sounds utterly preposterous, declared Bess Sedgwick, her tone shifting from disbelief to sharp derision. A complete fantasy. And I don't believe for a second you possess a shred of evidence connecting Ladislaus Malinowski to this absurd rigmarole. I have ample evidence implicating Ladislaus Malinowski, Father countered calmly. He's rather careless, you see. He lingered around here when he shouldn't have. His first visit was to establish a connection with your daughter. They had arranged a code. That's nonsense. She told you herself she didn't know him. She may have told me that, but it wasn't the truth. She's in love with him. She wants the man to marry her. I refuse to believe it. You aren't really in a position to know, Chief Inspector Davy pointed out. Malinowski isn't the type to share all his secrets, and your daughter, you admitted you don't know her at all. Weren't you angry when you discovered Malinowski had been to Bertram's hotel? Why would I be angry? Because you're the strategic mind behind this, said Father. You and Henry. The financial logistics were handled by the Hoffman brothers. The financial arrangements were handled by the continental banks and accounts. But the true architect of the syndicate, the mind behind its operations, is yours, Lady Sedgwick. Bess met his gaze and let out a short, incredulous laugh. That is the most absurd thing I've ever heard, she declared. On the contrary, it's perfectly logical, he countered. You possess the intellect, the nerve and the audacity. You've sampled most of life's experiences and decided to try your hand at crime. For you it wasn't about the money, was it? It was the thrill of the game, the excitement, the risk. But you have your limits. No murder, no unnecessary brutality, just the occasional, precise and clinical tap on the head when required. You are a fascinating woman, truly. One of the rare, genuinely captivating master criminals. A heavy silence filled the room for several moments. Then Bess Sedgwick stood. You must be insane, she stated flatly. Her hand moved toward the telephone. Calling your lawyer? A wise precaution before you say anything further. With a sudden, violent motion, she slammed the receiver back into its cradle. On second thought, I detest lawyers. Very well. Have it your way. Yes, I orchestrated everything. You're right. It was tremendous fun. I revelled in every moment. There was a unique exhilaration in relieving banks, trains, post offices, and those arrogant security vans of their contents. The planning, the execution, it was glorious. And I'm glad I did it. The pitcher goes to the well once too often. That's what you said, isn't it? I suppose it's true. Still, I've had a magnificent run. Her tone shifted, growing sharp and defiant. But you are wrong about Ladislaus Malinowski shooting Michael Gorman. He didn't. I did. A sudden, brittle laugh escaped her. Never mind his threats or what he did. I warned him I would shoot him. Miss Marple heard me, and I carried out my promise. I did precisely what you suggested Ladislaus did. I hid in that service entry. When Elvira went by, I fired one shot wide to startle her, and when she screamed and Mickey came running down the street, I had him exactly where I wanted him. I let him have it. I have keys to every hotel entrance, of course. I simply slipped in through the service door and went up to my room. It never crossed my mind that you would trace the pistol to Ladislaus or even suspect him. I took it from his car without his knowledge, but I assure you not with any intention of framing him. She turned dramatically to Miss Marple. You were a witness to my confession. Remember, I killed Gorman. Or perhaps you are confessing because you are in love with Malinowski, Davy suggested. I am not, she retorted sharply. We are friends, that is all. Yes, we've had a casual affair, but I am not in love with him. In my entire life, I have only loved one person, John Sedgwick. Her voice softened, almost wistful, as she spoke the name. It was a fleeting glimpse of the woman she might have been, a stark contrast to the hardened criminal she had become. But Ladislaus is my friend. I will not see him condemned for a crime he did not commit. I killed Michael Gorman. I have said so, and Miss Marple has heard me. And now, my dear Chief Inspector Davy. Her voice rose, tinged with a wild, almost giddy excitement, as her laughter echoed in the room. Catch me if you can. In one fluid motion, she swung the heavy telephone and shattered the window pane. Before father could rise from his chair, she was through the opening and moving swiftly along the narrow ledge. With surprising agility for a man of his size, Davy rushed to the adjacent window and threw up the sash, simultaneously blowing the whistle he had drawn from his pocket. Miss Marple, rising more slowly, a moment later joined him. They both stared out at the hotel's ornate facade. She'll fall. She's climbing a drainpipe, Miss Marple observed, her voice tense. But why is she going up? She's heading for the roof. It's her only chance, and she knows it. Good heavens, look at her. She climbs like a cat. She looks like a spider on the wall. The risks she's taking. Miss Marple murmured, her eyes half closed as if in a painful vision. She cannot make it. She will fall. The figure they were watching vanished from view. Father retreated a step into the room. Miss Marple inquired softly, Shouldn't you go, and? He shook his head. What use is a man my size in a chase? My men are already in position for exactly this sort of thing. They know their jobs. We'll have news soon enough, though I wouldn't put it past her to outmaneuver the whole lot. She's 1 in 1,000, you understand? He let out a weary breath. One of the wild ones. We get a few in every generation. You can't domesticate them, can't fold them into polite society and expect them to follow the rules. They carve their own path. If they're saints, they'll nurse lepers or get martyred in some far-off jungle. If they're wicked, they commit the sort of atrocities that keep you up at night. And sometimes they're just untamed. They'd have been perfectly suited, I imagine, to another era, when every hand was against you, when survival was a daily fight and danger lurked around every corner. That world would have understood them. They would have belonged. This one never will. Did you anticipate her actions? Not precisely. That's part of her gift, the element of surprise. She must have worked it all out, you see. She knew what was coming, so she sat there looking at us, keeping the conversation alive, all the while thinking, planning intently. I expect. He cut off as the roar of a car engine shattered the quiet, followed by the scream of tires and the powerful whine of a racing motor. Leaning out, he muttered, She's made it. She's reached her car. More screeching echoed as the vehicle took the corner on 2 wheels, then a tremendous roar as the sleek white machine tore up the street. She'll kill someone, Father said grimly. She'll kill a lot of people if she doesn't kill herself first. Perhaps not, Miss Marple murmured. She's an excellent driver, of course. A remarkably skilled driver. Good heavens, that was close. They listened as the roar of the car faded into the distance, the horn blaring, mingling with shouts, the sound of braking vehicles and frantic honking, until a final terrible scream of rubber and a roaring exhaust cut through the chaos. She's crashed, Father stated flatly. He stood perfectly still, waiting with the immense patience that seemed woven into his very being. Miss Marple remained silent beside him. Then, as if in a relay, word travelled swiftly up the street. A man on the opposite sidewalk looked up toward Chief Inspector Davy and signalled rapidly with his hands. "She's finished," Father said heavily. "Dead. Hit the park railings at nearly 90 miles an hour. No other fatalities, just a few minor collisions. Extraordinary driving. Really? Yes, she's gone." He turned back into the room, his voice sombre. "Well, she told her story first. You heard it?" "Yes," Miss Marple replied. "I heard her." A pause hung in the air. "It wasn't true, of course," Miss Marple said quietly. Father looked at her. "You didn't believe her then, did you?" "No," Father admitted. "No, it wasn't the right story. She crafted it to fit the facts, but it was a fabrication. She didn't shoot Michael Gorman. Do you happen to know who did?" "Naturally I know," said Miss Marple. "The girl." "Ah, when did you start to suspect that?" "I wondered from the beginning," Miss Marple confessed. "So did I," Father said. "That night she was radiating fear, and the lies she told were clumsy, but I couldn't see a motive at first." "That puzzled me as well," Miss Marple agreed. She had discovered her mother's marriage was bigamous, but would a young woman commit murder for that reason? Not in this day and age, I suppose. There was a financial element. Yes, it was money, Chief Inspector Davy confirmed. Her father left her an enormous fortune. When she learned her mother was married to Michael Gorman, she believed her parents' marriage was therefore invalid. She assumed that meant the inheritance wouldn't pass to her, that as an illegitimate daughter she had no legal claim. She was mistaken, of course. We've seen a similar case before. It all hinges on the wording of the will. Coniston left everything to her explicitly, naming her directly. She would have everything she wanted, but she couldn't see that yet, and she wasn't about to give up the money. What made her so desperate for it? Chief Inspector Davy's expression was grim. To purchase Ladislaus Malinowski. He would have married her for her fortune, but never without it. That girl was no fool. She understood that perfectly. Yet she wanted him on any terms, consumed by a desperate, all-consuming love. "I understand," Miss Marple replied softly. "I saw the look on her face that afternoon in Battersea Park. She knew the money would secure him, and that without it, he would slip away," Father stated. So she plotted a calculated murder. She never hid in the service entrance. It was empty. She simply stood by the iron railings, fired a shot, and screamed. When Michael Gorman came running from the hotel, she shot him point blank. Then she kept on screaming. She was ice cold. It never crossed her mind to implicate young Ladislaus. She took his pistol only because it was the easiest weapon to obtain. She never imagined he would become a suspect, or that he would even be in the area that night. She assumed it would be blamed on some opportunist in the fog. Yes, she was remarkably composed. But later that night, fear did find her, and her mother was terrified for her. "So now, what will you do?" "I know she's guilty," said Father, "but I have no proof. Perhaps she'll benefit from beginner's luck. The law these days sometimes acts as if it allows a dog one free bite applied here to human terms. A skilled defense attorney could weave a powerful emotional narrative. How young she is, her troubled upbringing, and she is beautiful, you know." "Yes," Miss Marple acknowledged. "The children of Lucifer often are beautiful, and as we are aware, they flourish like the Green Bay tree. But as I said, it may not even reach a trial. There's no evidence. Take your own testimony. You'll be called as a witness to what her mother said, to that deathbed confession." "I know," Miss Marple murmured. "She impressed it upon me, didn't she? She chose death for herself, paying the price so her daughter could go free. She bound me to that promise as a final request." The door connecting to the bedroom opened. Elvira Blake entered, wearing a simple pale blue shift dress. Her fair hair framed her face like a halo, giving her the appearance of an angel from an early Italian painting. She glanced from one to the other. "I heard a car, a crash, and shouting," she said. "Was there an accident?" "I'm sorry to inform you, Miss Blake," Chief Inspector Davy said formally, "that your mother has died." Elvira drew a sharp, shallow breath. "Oh no," she whispered. A faint, uncertain protest before she made her escape. Davy continued, "And it was an escape she confessed to the murder of Michael Gorman." "You mean she claimed that she—" "Yes," Father said. "That is what she stated. Do you have anything to add?" Elvira held his gaze for a long moment. Almost imperceptibly, she shook her head. "No," she said quietly. "I have nothing to add." Then she turned and left the room. "Well," said Miss Marple after a pause, "will you allow her to get away with it?" There was silence before Father slammed his fist onto the table. "No," he thundered. "No, by God, I will not." Miss Marple gave a slow, solemn nod. "May God have mercy on her soul," she said.